गुड मॉर्निंग लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, सुप्रभात हमारे सारे दर्शकों को। वेलकम वन एंड ऑल। टुडे वी विल बी airing and showcasing the India Cements Pro Championship 2023, the inaugural India Cements Pro Championship, which is the ninth event on the PGTI Professional Golf Tour of India's calendar, hosted by Tamil Nadu Golf Federation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Shor Singh, joined alongside my co-host, Aditya Raj Chauhan, who just introduced everything for us. And we're going to pick up where we left off from. We had scintillating action yesterday. Our leaders, we have two, in fact, Akshay Sharma, Sunit Bishnoi, both of them sitting at 12 under par. And we're here in this lovely city, Chennai. This tournament is the inaugural one being organized this time thanks to India Cements and offering a whopping prize fund of 50 lakh. And we bring you this action live by virtue of this partnership with ABP Network. And we're shortly going to get in the action. And just to run you through some of the scores, in third position is Chandigarh's Harinder Gupta alongside Divyanshu Bajaj, who really blazed a different trail yesterday with a round of 8 under par, followed by Bangladesh's Jamal Hussain. He's very consistent. He's as safe as a house. You can put your money on him. He's always there in the top 10. And on our screens right now is Shivinder Singh Sisodia, long hitting player. Then you have in sixth position Mukesh Kumar, the veteran, alongside long hitting Abhijit Singh Chadda at 8 under par. Further down is Mohammad Azhar at 8 under par, still within striking distance, and Shaurya Bino at 7 under par. And Thangaraja, Shivinder Sisodia, Amardeep Malik, Jairaj Sandhu, all of them sit at 7 under par, rounding up the top 10 and, in fact, reaching up to the 13th position. The last man on the field currently is Souvik Nayak at 8 over par, having made the cut. But the good thing is that he does have an entire day to make up positions, and each position is worth a lot because the top 50 entities, 54 in this position, will get a paycheck. So it's imperative that they put their best foot forward on this final day. So Aditya, long day ahead, an interesting day ahead as we have a look at Thanga Raja.
Yeah, it's a very interesting day, as final day is where all the action is going to happen in the heart of the city, Chennai. There you can see the players acknowledging each other. Identifying marks are a very important thing on a golf ball. So what you just saw on the screen is the players showcasing that which ball and what unique identifications they have on their balls, so that there is no mixing match happening.
Yes, that's important. Golf is peculiar in that aspect. There's not just one ball that everybody is chasing after. Everybody has his own that he must play with, and also that's important that when a group, normally which is 3 players, are playing, they must have an unique identifying mark on that ball so that there are no faux pas. And in case that were to happen, in the unlikely event, you end up incurring a penalty for playing the wrong ball. So golf requires not just focus, patience, determination. It also requires attention to detail.
Yeah, and here's the first look at the beautiful first hole at TNGF, which is a par 5, which will provide the players to have a comfortable start, as it's always better to start with a par 5 to calm your nerves and settle in for the rest of the ride.
Yes, it's a fairly easy par 5, so as to speak. When I say that only in terms of distance. Obviously, the layout is tricky. You need accuracy off the tee. Let's see how Kanga can start his day. Is matching with the yellow on the board behind, so maybe that's a good omen here. Not really one to mull about. I think takes not more than 5 to 7 seconds to hit a shot, and there's also a telling sign that doesn't quite feel the nerves.
Yeah, Thanga Raja, more prominently known for his ear to ear beaming smile, always a happy go lucky customer. Good to have an opponent who's playing with you, who has a smile on your face to just calm and make you feel more comfortable.
Yeah, that always makes things easy if you have a happy camper. It's going to be quite an interesting day here at the final day. Birdies are going to be in bunches, and that's the number that everybody would be chasing. Try and make a lot more birdies. Try to get somewhere around the 15 under par mark. I think that's where the tournament could be decided. Obviously, depends a lot on Akshay and Sunit. If they are to fire on all cylinders, then we could be looking at a number maybe even further north of that.
Absolutely. All the players would be eager to get their rounds going and showcase their talent. And as we just saw towards the close of round three, both these guys were not letting off the steam as both of them birdied the last hole. Just goes to show that neither of them are looking to back off.
Yes, we just had a look at Shaurya Binu on the tee. Now we have a look at Shivinder Sisodia. Again, one of the taller players, long lever, is able to generate a lot of speed. Does also stand a fair distance away from the ball, so shows you that he wants to give it all, generating a wide arc.
And seems to be very comfortable with the swing which he's put on the ball. Gentle look at the ball flying towards the fairway means only one thing, that it's found its mark.
Yes, no ambling about either in this group. They pretty much grip it and rip it, and that's the kind of golf that you need on the final day, because there are going to be trials and tribulations as we go through the movement on the final day. Some of the noteworthy rounds from yesterday were Vyanshu Bajaj's. That was just a fantastic show that he put on. A 64 that at one point in time was threatening to maybe be a 59 or a 60, but in the end, things didn't quite work out. As we have a look at Arjun here, right to left putt downhill. Seems fairly benign, also putting in the shadows, so doesn't have to contend with change in lighting, and that can also help in making that putt. Let's see if he's able to hold that rather underwhelming effort by Arjun. As they say, never up, never in.
Yeah, that's true, but sometimes it's a little difficult to gauge the run of the speeds on the green when you're putting out of the shadows like Arjun was.
Yes, but as they say, if you want to win the raffle, you better get a ticket. So, my dear friend, make sure that the ball crosses the hole.
Yeah, that's very, very important. Never up, never in. You have to hit it past the hole to even give it a slight percentage of chance to making it.
And now a look at that beautiful drone shot. I think this is a much welcome addition, and also has an eerie feeling of somebody following you. Each move is orchestrated. That's when you know you're on the big stage, Aditya. When the drone follows you, even when you're not hitting your shot.
Yeah, or the drone is following you to make sure that you are playing fast, which these boys can do.
Yeah, I think I rather like that. That's a good development. It's maybe a little easier than the referee, but could get a little intrusive with those drones flying. I reckon if I was playing, I'd get all the drones around me.
Yeah, I mean, with the drone shots, it definitely makes it look so much easier. But trust me, when you're out there in the mix playing with the best of the best in the field, drones are the last thing which are in your radar.
Absolutely. These players are droned in, as they say, and that's your racer technology. Look at that. That's a fantastic view. Thangaraja,
Yeah,
right
both
down the center.
both of them seem to have middled it. This pro tracer technology is a very good insight for somebody who's not actually being able to catch the ball to see what the flight and trajectory the players are launching their golf balls at.
Sukra here on hole number two. A wiry built Sukra. You can see that has a lot of arm speed. His swing is dominated by the upper body.
Yeah, Sukra. bearing the flag for his country. Nepalese national. Young guy, got a lot of steam in his swing, hits it a mile, decent short game. So all in all, a very promising.
There's an insight that I actually read somewhere. I mean, if it's inaccurate, I apologize in advance. But the country flag of Nepal is very unique in its shape. It's almost like two triangles, and otherwise you always find that each country has a rectangle or a square. But that's very unique and something that they are quite proud of.
I'm not sure, but maybe they're trying to represent the peaks they have over there,
Yes, I think
mountain peaks.
could be that, and Sukra is definitely doing a good job of representing his nation. As we have a look at Pukhraj, and we immediately pan away to have a look at Amardeep Malik Hammer, as he's called. Hammer, this is a day that you would need to bring out Thor's hammer if you're a challenge for this tournament because he finds himself 5 shots behind. But knowing how he can get on a roll, that's not really out of the realm of possibilities for him to challenge today.
Absolutely. With 2 wins under his belt over his professional career, he won't be shying away from the challenge which is in front of him. Very hardworking personality. I've had the good fortunes to see him play up close. Really good with his iron striking, very good control of ball flight. All in all, a player to watch out for.
बिल्कुल और जैसा देखा जाए कि आज आखिरी दिन है अगर अमर को जीतना है तो संघर्ष बहुत जरूरी है क्योंकि संघर्ष ही तो जीवन का सार है और आज हम अगर अमर को अगर इस टूर्नामेंट की चोटी पे चढ़ना है तो स्कोर बहुत ही अच्छा होना पड़ेगा आज उनको बहुत उम्दा खेलना पड़ेगा
और मुझे लगता है कि घर से भी यही प्लानिंग बना के आए होंगे कि कोई गड़बड़ ना हो, बॉल निशाना ना चूके टारगेट से.
That's what we hope Amar does. Fire on all cylinders and doesn't misfire at all. Now, without further ado, let's get after it. I think he seems to be a little more thoughtful on the tee today as opposed to what he is normally, or maybe he's just waiting for the group to clear. Sometimes you have to wait for them to get at least 320, 30 yards away so you can swing freely.
Absolutely, all these guys hated a country mile, and they do not want to ethically disturb the person who's up front also. No intent from anybody to disturb the playing group ahead. So they're just waiting out, being clear about that.
Limbering up, that's something that a lot of players do in the morning. Another thing that not our viewers might not know that, especially when you're playing in the morning, sometimes the body doesn't quite react the way that it does in the afternoon. You're not that warmed up, and that can make a big difference. So warming up before you're around is sacrosanct. But he's all smiles, so I think everything is working just fine. Having a little bit of salt in that pepper, I think that's something that all of our contemporaries are starting to get.
Yeah, it's the look which I think you have started promoting a lot. I
I
mean, I
think
can see Amar also trying to
But I
pull it
think
off.
Aditya, the sands of time have been very kind to you. You've been able to stave off a gray was the signaling that we are working hard, and that's us early in the morning. Good morning to our viewers, and we're delighted that you can join us on this journey here at this fantastic tournament.
Absolutely, a warm welcome to you all who are joining us now for the India Cements Pro Championship 2023. On your screens, you can see the man supporting that salt and pepper look. This is
Absolutely.
the man we're talking about with the salt and pepper look, who's
It's a
making
lot
it
more.
famous. All
and trying to maybe fire in the correct sequence. You can see that, especially quite deliberate about the position at the top of the swing, and his elbows maybe wanting to ensure that the club doesn't get too far away or the elbows don't flare out.
Yep.
Here a tip from the legend,
Yeah, trip from the old veteran.
Mukudada.
Yeah, both of them have the same ball flight. It's just a little bit of distance
A
in
testament
between
to
them.
Mukesh. Fitness हो तो ऐसी हो
फिटनेस
कि
हो तो ऐसी हो, करियर हो वो भी ऐसा ही
ऐसा
होना
ही हो.
चाहिए, जो जिसको अपनी अंत की सीमा का कुछ पता ही नहीं है, क्योंकि ये इतने परिश्रम और मेहनती इंसान हैं.
मुझे लगता है आपने भी बहुत परिश्रम किया है इस कमेंट्री के लिए तैयार होने के लिए. आप जिस लय में बोल रहे हैं, बड़ा मजा आ रहा है सुन के. एंड कहा जाए कि मुकेश जी जो यहाँ पे हैं, उम्र ज्यादा है लेकिन फिटनेस देखिए आप, अभी भी बहुत मेहनत करते हैं. मेहनत का फल कहते हैं मीठा होता है. इन्होंने तो जरूर चखा है. 125 से ज्यादा विक्ट्री कर ली है इन्होंने. इंटरनेशनल मैच भी जीते हैं. स्टेलर परफॉर्मर. It's been an inordinate wait on the first tee for Amardeep Malik. Sometimes that can have a negative effect. Too many thoughts. You sometimes want to get on with it.
Yeah, but it looks like the fairway is clean and there's a green light to go ahead. Let's see how far he belts this one.
An abbreviated swing. It seems like the backswing has gotten shorter over the years.
Yeah, some time back he had a shoulder injury, which he not only got looked at, but also made sure that he is ready, able, and firing by putting the hours in the gym, so that this fitness is not a concern anymore.
You have Jairaj, the southpaw.
Yes, the Southpaw from Chandigarh, tall guy.
I'm seeing a lot of tall players. If you look at when we were actually making our debut, maybe 15 to 16 years ago, you didn't have too many fellows who were above 6 feet. Now it seems that you do see a lot more athletic players and even taller for that. They could be a player like Jairaj could easily be playing NBA as well with his height.
NBA, volleyball, whatever he would want, his height and his physique and would probably support any kind of professional sport which he wants to take on. And back on screens is the most renowned name in Indian golf, Mukesh Kumar from Mau.
Yeah, the undisputed heavyweight champion of Indian professional golf, the man who has shouldered the burden of being the leader for such a long time and has done it with grace and elan. Standing on the right hand side of the tee, favoring that slight baby fade.
I don't think that ball's gone anywhere other than the middle of the fairway. That's a very good tee shot to start off for all three. They would be looking to make a fast move because the slope ahead is quite steep, as Akshay and Sunit have made sure that they both are at least 2 shots clear of the lead chasing pack.
These drone shots really do look dreamy, showing you the tree line fairways. This is a classic golf course. It's the kind that I really favored and really enjoyed playing on these, where the tree line and really helps you align. You can aim at a certain branch or a bark, and that can help your alignment a lot. And shot shaping is imperative on these sort of golf courses. Really makes you think. And the greens have a certain elevation to them. So if you miss it on the wrong side, you've seen that up and down is far from guaranteed.
Yes, that's true. And anyone wondering what Shivender is wearing on his forearms is called an arm sleeve. Basically helps you sweat less, get less sunburn, and keeps the body a little cooler. A very good tool for extreme conditions.
You've seen a lot of cricketers wear these, especially the bowlers. I've seen them wear this, and that's probably more to stave off chafing when you maybe dive or something else in cricket. And yeah, the purpose is also a lot of players like to wear them because you feel a little more compact. And there's a certain kind of feeling when you wear them, and some people like that. Like Tiger famously used to like wearing those loose T-shirts. If you remember those late '90s, where he was dominating golf, he was really baggy trousers, baggy shirts. On the contrary, you have a lot of players wearing fitting shirts. So it just depends on what floats your boat. That's a decent shot right there.
Yeah, a very good shot from a little far out.
What are the change in conditions, Addy, on the final day of a tournament like this? Fatigue might be a little bit of a factor. The wind is starting to get up. We're seeing pristine conditions as far as the weather is concerned. So no issue as far as the rain is concerned. The greens would be firm because they did dry out last afternoon, and even today it seems nice and bright. How's that going to change the complexion of this tournament today?
I feel it's slightly difficult to score on the final round, not just because it's difficult conditions, but let's call it an added weight because any errors over here will not, you won't get an opportunity to rectify them the next day. Like after round one, two, three, you still have round four to go. This is the day where you just have to showcase all your talents. But yes, the difference is the prime difference because of no rain is that the green speed has jumped out by one complete number. So what the players were playing at 9.8 on the stimp meter at the greens yesterday is now at 10.8.
So that's a big difference. A reading of one that's jumped up by that makes a lot of difference. So the putter would have to, you really have to adjust how much your backswing should be, and that is a considerable change in terms of green speed. You can see the ball is rolling a lot more truer and faster today. Leaving himself maybe all of 3 feet, but by no means a gimme. This is still early days. We're seeing a few players starting out in red numbers. We're seeing the Indian Open champion, Muniappa, 2 under through 3 holes. That's a good start by him. Then we have Arjun Sharma, who's actually made a hole in one on hole number 15, and he's 4 under through 6. So he always saves his best for last. And congratulations to him for this stupendous achievement of a hole in one. Have you had any hole in one? Aditya? I've had one in my life, and that also not in competition golf, unfortunately.
Yeah, my relationship with the hole-in-ones are extreme heartbreak because I've had seven of them, out of which three were in practice rounds.
7.
Yeah, I was one day premature.
That's rather fantastic that he has 7 hole-in-ones. I believe Miguel Angel has some sort of record with 19, so you're not that far off. So I don't know what you're doing in a commentator's chair, my friend. You should be out there playing on the European tour, the DP World Tour. My apologies, to say the least.
Well, unfortunately, they don't pay you for hole-in-ones if you do it on a practice round. So,
I sure that these actually happened, and we didn't dream of these.
well, luckily, I have a few people to witness that. So,
All
yeah.
right, then we can corroborate the evidence, and he's at 7 hole-in-one. So, that's the kind of pedigree we have in this commentary box. And talking about pedigree, you need to look no further than T number 1. That's a long hitting group right there. Yeah, the group of Abhijit Singh Chadda, Jamal Hussain, and Harinder Gupta.
Yes. Zamal, Harinder, and Abhijit, all three would be ready to fire up on all cylinders. As you see, the mere formality by Shivendra just cleaning up for his par attempt.
It's good to start off with a par, but maybe on this first hole they'd actually want to start off with a birdie. We're not quite sure if that's a par, might even be a birdie. I don't think we saw his approach shot.
Yeah, that's a realistic chance of both having birdied those holes. An interesting info about Harinder and Zamal is that they both have won while they were still amateurs in pro events. So that's a rare and very mean feat to achieve by anyone.
Yes, sure is. As we have a look at Abhijit Singh Chadha, I've seen that Abhijit tends to favor a fade, but he doesn't quite line up on the right hand side of the tee. And that's a common theme with long hitters. They like to move the ball from left to right because that gives them a little more spin that they can control. And given the fact that they do have that prodigious length, if they were to use a right to left movement, they'd maybe even get a couple more, maybe up to 10 yards more. So it's more about accuracy when these players who hit it that long use the driver. But this is swing. This is not. This is only for the athletic man. This kind of a swing. Have a look at that balance.
And he seems to have given it all. Not that he needs to, but a little shake of the head, maybe missing the fairway by a bit.
Now this is going to be a very contrasting swing. Jamal on the other end, but that's what they say in life. You have to play with the cards that you've been dealt. So whereas Jamal obviously doesn't have that swashbuckling length, but he does have tenacity. He does have will. He does have perseverance, and he has a rather nifty golf game. He likes to favor the ball from right to left, although he comes off almost off his feet when he hits the ball. See that? Not really conventional.
Yeah, Jamal seems to be happy with that swing. And on the screens, we have Harinder now off with the visor, and now with the cap in. Harinder seems to be determined to make this round count, as would rest of the players. The India Cements Pro Championship 2023 has provided a very good platform for the players to come and showcase their skills. And there you have it. Harinder has also piped it down the middle. That's a quick pickup of the tee is a good sign that you have pelted it in the middle of the fairway and nerves are calm and the feet start marching forward towards the destination. There you have it in the background. You can see the trees fluttering about. That means it's going to be a windy day. So the scores might not be as low as what we saw yesterday. A very good round showcased by Divyanshu Bajaj, 8 under. Not that it's not possible, but would be a rare feat for somebody to emulate that. As you can see, the ball being marked by a player so that the opponent who's behind him is not disturbed.
That's a first look at stylish Adil Bedi. Really did make a wave, turn pro, and his father takes a keen interest in his son's progress. I think that's heartening to see the involvement of a parent, and it can work either ways. I've seen it on both spectrums, but obviously Adil is better for it, and very lucky to have that kind of involvement in his career and somebody to sort of push your head. Let's see how he deals with that rough. Looks to be rather thick.
Yeah, the ball seems to be nestled down. Would be an interesting shot out of there.
Yeah, this requires a lot of imagination and execution. Looking on pensively. Let's see how that's worked out for him. Not too bad, all things considered. Maybe about 4.5 feet.
Yeah, it's not a bad chip from the live what we just saw. But of course, a player of Adil's caliber would be wanting to have a better showcase after that shot. Here's another look at the Pro Tracer technology. Both Harinder and Abhijit, ball flights, a little similar, but the apex of them were different, as you saw on the Pro Tracer. And here's another look of the first fairway at TNGF. These drone shots give you a lot clearer view of what the players face in front, what their lie is, what their angle of approach is. Interesting sighting.
Yes, that does give you a different vantage point. Pukhraj has gotten off to a blinder. He's made 3 birdies on the trot. So we know that he has stepped on the gas. Trishul Chinnappa as well, starting off with an eagle and is at 6 under par. Harshjeet Sethi at 1 under through 3. Gaurav Pratap Singh, not the kind of start that he would have been envisioning. He started with a double, but was able to make amends with a couple of quick rapid fire birdies after that, showing you that kind of indomitable spirit that he is known for. Not a man that you can keep down for long. Kshitij, now with call, seems to have had some sort of a sort of a train crash early in the morning, train wreck, a 9. I know that 8 is a snowman. I don't know what a 9 is called. So snowman plus 1. So he's got a 9 on the first hole, a par on the next, and a birdie.
9 is a territory you don't want to look towards or move about in the direction of.
So a rather adventurous start, not the kinds that he would have been hoping for.
And Saptak on your screens would be keen on sending the ball home as he got a bit of a read from Adil's chip.
Yes, that would aid him somewhat. He would know that the ball would eventually sort of trail off a little bit to the right. Unfortunately, a little bit too much to the right, but that's all right. He'll make that putt on this par 5. Not quite certain if that's a birdie or a par indeed.
From the looks of it, it would be a par because a puff of air thrown about generally means that the result is not what was intended by the player. So, for anyone who is joining us now, we are giving you live coverage of the PGTI Tour sponsored event, which is India Cements Pro Championship 2023, being hosted at TNGF. The round 4 has commenced and the leaders are nearing their tee off. And as you just saw, Abhijit just came back to launch another one, means he did not end up finding his ball. That's not a very promising start.
Yeah, that indeed is backtracking on the first hole is never a good sign. The long walk back with a provisional ball in hand is never a good feeling. I also feel that 3 minutes is to blame here. It takes your bearings to somehow understand where you are, but maybe there's also out of bounds here on the left hand side, right? So
Yeah, there is. Not necessarily about the out of bounds, but it looks like the rough is quite heavy, and in a thick, heavy rough, finding the ball within 3 minutes can be no simple task. And here's a look at the trendsetters for this week: Akshay, Sunit, and Devyanshu.
there you have that lovely view.
Vijay Chadha reloading that t-shirt would mean that some of his good solid work which he had put in yesterday will be required again today if he wants to contend for this championship, which a player of his caliber can easily go about.
There we have Jamal, has that sort of a brisk walk. That's quite important. I think comes back to your sort of mental image of yourself when you're playing around a golf, and don't let the circumstances get to you. It's very important to keep an even keel. I think somebody that comes to mind on our tour is Ajitesh Santu. He's almost a robot-like in his persona. I've seen him drop a few shots, but there's hardly a flicker from his end. And even when he makes a birdie and eagle, and if you can be that, that would really help you in the game of golf, because you need that sort of equanimity. You need to be relaxed at all times. On the other hand, you have somebody like Billy Horschel on the PGA Tour, very emotive. So, I mean, there are different ways that you can get it done, but normally speaking, if you are not riding a roller coaster of emotion, that helps you in golf. As we were discussing yesterday, it's not a game that you can get really excited if you make a birdie or get to down if you make a bogey, because you have to finish those 18 holes, and only then can you look back at what you've done.
Absolutely true. Vijay Chadha emulates a little bit of his golf like Ajitesh Sandhu, who puts in a very mean poker face and has got a beautiful swing to go about it. Very difficult to gauge what he's doing. And now on our screens is yesterday's superstar Divyanshu Bajaj from Calcutta after that superb 8 under par. He'll be looking to replicate that score. Would be tough to catch if he is on that steam once again, quick and about like yesterday.
And a little bit of trivia that has been shared with us by our media head, Mr. Nikhil. Thank you for that. Is that Shaurya actually got his name thanks to the Shaurya Chakra that his father was honored with. So obviously he's from the army background as well. That's interesting. Now I must ask my father how I got the name. Apparently, that was for valor on his end or mine. I don't know. I'm still deciphering that. So, congratulations to Shaurya's father. And as we have a look at Akshay, he always, whenever I look at him, I'm reminded of the superhero and the action hero, and he always never disappoints, does Akshay?
Yeah, Akshay setting up on the left hand side for his soft left right movement on the ball.
One
Yep.
thing I like that he stays grounded. If you see his right foot, it's not really something that comes off the ground, and it's pretty stable. So that also goes to show that he has a little more in the tank as far as distance is concerned, that he could maybe get another 10, 15 yards, but he chooses accuracy over distance. There you have Sanit, the medalist at the national games.
Yeah, Sunit would be eager to go and start off his round just the way he ended with a smooth birdie on the last. If I'm not wrong, he even started with a good birdie on the first hole yesterday. So he seems to have a grip on the first hole.
It tends to grip down on the club. Just notice that choke down on the driver a little more than his compatriots. So
Of course, with the length he possesses, I'm sure he can choke down a little bit even more. This boy can hit the ball a country mile.
yeah, there are not many that can't. Back in the day that we used to play, I remember you were one of the proverbial big dogs, so as to speak, in terms of length, and how it's changed is that now the average distances have really skyrocketed. You see the youngsters. I play a few rounds off and on with few of them, and it gets rather disappointing when I see myself being outdriven and I try to hit the gym, and lo and behold, I get an injury. So I'm like, just take your medicine, my boy. Now the ship has sailed. The times are changing. Now it's a power game. But here to dispel that is Jamal. I'll
Yeah,
show you
that was a
that.
fantastic putt from Jamal, narrowly missing out.
He'll have that little tricky putt coming back for his birdie. Looks like it'll break ever so slightly from the left to right.
Yeah, that's true. But coming back to those high hitting distances of the driver of the tee by everybody these days, if you have noticed, the equipment also helps. Not taking away the magnitude and the effort these guys put behind their game, but technology has evolved. Balls are getting better. The manufacturers are putting in a lot of R&D about the equipment to give better performances. And yes, without the man behind the machine, it's nothing, no matter how good the equipment is. Harinder has a slightly tricky chip as he is actually above the location of the flag. So the ball's going to definitely run away from him the second it hits the green. Tournaments, professional golf tournaments need a lot of sponsorships and coming back to sponsorships, Tata Steel is one of the bigger names which support this tour and are the umbrella sponsors, along with which is Vedic Himalayan Spring Water, a new sponsor which we also have on board now is Vedic Himalayan Spring Water, amongst which Electro Fruitnik Electro Plus has been there with us for a while and is good to have Fruitnik with us for a while. And a long-standing partnership amongst our tour partners is with Rolex. Rolex has been there supporting professional golf in our country for the longest time. Companies like these give the professionals a very good pedestal, a very good platform to make this game as a career for them, which is not an easy task. So, shout out to all these brands for being there supporting professional golf in our country. Pukhraj is making most of the day as he has birdied all three holes which he's played. At this rate, he will be uncatchable. I think he's taken off on the steps of Divyanshu from yesterday. After that, a fiery start, he's just a fourth back. Om Prakash is also firing on all cylinders. He's 2 under par after 3 holes. But the round of the day is still going along with Arjun Sharma, not only because he's 4 under par, but it has a 1 on this scorecard, very rare feat. I think he did it last year also. And the hole which he's produced it on is no short hole. Not easy to go about finding the bottom of the hole from close distances, but he's done it out with his first shot off the tee. I'm sure there'll be some kind of celebration for that. Here's a look at Abhijit. He's trying to wrap up the first hole.
It's going to have a lot of break. Seems to have
broken the other way from what he thought it towards the end.
Yeah, I think
he's standing. The ball started on line, but I guess it trickled away from the hole. Very difficult to read these greens.
Yeah, one of the double breaker. I thought that will actually miss on the lower side, but seems that it had both of us fooled over there.
Of course, even we both were baffled with because I actually thought he's standing on a very good line, but the greens had something else to say. Jamal, after that long putt from the front of the green, is looking to make this one, and I guess Jamal's hit it close enough to make birdie on that hole. Simple enough what Jamal just did, not as simple as it looks.
We also soon going to turn over to Nikhil from our media team, and he's going to tell us a little bit about the day's proceedings. Yeah, so he's going to be on air shortly. Let's continue with the action. It's a good start for a lot of the players. We're seeing Om Prakash Chauhan, OP with 2 birdies, Jairaj starting with a birdie. I mean, this is the best stretch to start. I don't think that many other golf courses have this distinction of having two par fives, and both of them fairly gettable, and then a par four after that. So it's quite possible to be maybe 2 or 3 under par.
Here at the magnificent Tamil Nadu Golf Federation Cosmo Golf Course. We have perfect weather conditions today, blue skies, and we are expecting a cracking contest with multiple contenders in the fray. We have the likes of Sanit Bishnoi and Divyanshu Bajaj in the leader group yet to win a tournament, and of course we have Akshay Sharma, a two-time winner. They're all contending, all in the leader group, and the groups chasing them, the group chasing them, behind them Abhijit Singh Chadda, Jamal Hussain and Harendra Gupta. So I'm right here next to our notice board. As you can see, we've had great media coverage, great support for this event coming from the media, starting from the outstanding attendance at the press conference. So a big shout out to the Chennai media, and of course the print media. You can see all the articles here, and it's the media's support that keeps the tour growing and keeps the sponsors coming in. So thank you once again to the media, and to, of course, a big thank you to our sponsors once again, India Cements, a great patron of golf in India. And TNGF Cosmo Golf Course, we have a new clubhouse this year, so it's a momentous occasion for us to have this event here in Chennai. And I'd like to thank our tour partners, Tata Steel, Golf Plus, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Vedika coming on board as a tour partner this week, and of course Athletic Drive, Rolex, and our event partners Crown Plaza and 75 years India Cements. You can see the logo there. They are celebrating 75 years, so a momentous week for them too, for our sponsors too. With that, it's back to the studio and back to you guys, Aditya and Shaurya.
Thank you for that, Nikhil. Nikhil, hailing from a renowned sporting family. I'm pretty certain that anybody aware of polo in India knows that the name Kalan is synonymous with excellence in polo. So, continuing that family heritage and introducing this tournament and letting our viewers know a lot more about the heritage of this golf course, and even the support of all the big media houses towards this tournament. And we're thankful for the same for the sponsors and everybody else involved as we get back to the action.
And here's a look at the second hole.
Second hole, another par five. So these players really can start, figuratively licking their chops early in the morning with two par fives back to back.
Yes, the simplest and the best way to start off any tournament round would be to have two par fives back to back, to just not to just calm your nerves, but also to get an electric start going for your round. As you can see, Amar and his caddy are spending a little extra time to be very careful of where they want to start that ball.
आप देखेंगे कि आदिल बेदी ने अपना आक्रमण शुरू कर दिया है। स्टार्ट किए थे पार के साथ, उसके बाद एक बर्डी और ईगल। तो पार 5 नहीं, उन्होंने कहा हम पार 4 पे ही ईगल बनाएंगे। सो उनको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन हमारे साइड से, अ ब्रिलियंट स्टार्ट। 9 अंडर पे पहुंच गए हैं, लीडर के सिर्फ 3 शॉट पीछे। देखें कि अब अमरदीप क्या ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देंगे या पत्थर का जवाब ईंट से, ये देखा जाएगा।
वो जो हमारी भारतीय सेना बोलती है, धावा बोल। आदिल, पुखराज और ओम प्रकाश तीनों ने धावा बोलने की प्रतिक्रिया चालू कर दी है।
अगर मैं इस टाइम समय लीडर अक्षय और सुनीत की जगह होता तो मैं जरूर अपने कंधे के पीछे मुड़ के देखता कि भाई साहब, यहाँ तो पीछे पूरी सेना है जो जीतने को तैयार है। इतनी आसानी से नहीं मिलेगा मुकुट, मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। आज बर्डियां बनानी पड़ेंगी, ईगल भी बनानी पड़ेंगी, क्योंकि हमारे जो खिलाड़ी हैं वो इतनी आराम से चूकने नहीं वाले हैं। शायद आज 15, 16 या 17 अंडर भी पहुंचना पड़े। मनोरंजन बहुत होगा, मिस्ट्री भी बहुत होगी।
जी हाँ, श्रम, परिश्रम, मेहनत सब कुछ आती है आज के दिन पे, जहां आप अपना अनुभव इस्तेमाल करके हर वो कदम लेना चाहेंगे ताकि आप अपने प्लेइंग पार्टनर से एक कदम आगे रह पाए, जैसा कि कल किया था दिव्यांशु ने 8 अंडर मार्कर। And a very close look at that birdie putt from
Yeah, that's just about.
Divyanshu.
I don't know how that missed the cup. Was it a birdie putt or maybe an eagle putt? You never quite know because it's the first hole and it is reachable. That's one of the things that remain shrouded in mystery till we get the score. So, for our viewers, your guess is as good as ours.
Yes, that was a narrow shave from some far distance out. And here's a look at the leader from Haryana, Sunit Bishnoi. He would also be looking to emulate his own feat from yesterday, starting off with a back-to-back birdie like what he did yesterday.
Not the easiest of putts. There is a change of elevation. About you see the ball would have to climb a slight ridge, and then it'll be downhill to the hole. So speed is imperative. You have to get it right if this is to fall into the hole. Oh, another unfortunate lip out early in the day. So this hole not really yielding any putts, so as to speak.
Yeah, Sunit's putt just did not find the bottom of the hole. I mean, he couldn't have done anything better. But sometimes it's just a bit of a cliffhanger where the ball is not ready to go home as the player intends it to. Akshay is giving it all the attention it requires, being very careful from the far side to see what his break is, as both these guys, Sunit and Akshay, would be wanting to break the shackles of 12 under par and get one ahead of each other.
Yes, I think it's going to be important for them to get off to a good start. We're seeing that the rest of the field has sort of answered the clarion call, and they have started with birdies. So Akshay and Sunit can't really stay behind. They have to join that party.
And there you have it. Akshay's big stride forward means he has hold his putt and has broken loose of that two-way tie from 12 under par. Fast start.
Yeah, that's the need of the hour. Would move him to 13 under par. Divyanshu here with what appears to be his birdie putt. You see, these are the critical putts when we're looking at the difference between a victory and probably a runner-up finish. You can't afford to miss any of these putts. It's a very nice confident stroke, and that's one of those bi-metal sort of those putters that are composed of different metals. You see graphite and steel. It's a
Yeah,
new age sort of putters, right?
yeah, newer technology has these soft metal inserts towards the face, which surprisingly sends the ball a little slower off the face, so that the player can still generate an accelerating motion to generate more hit towards it. And on fast screens, you definitely have, or not you, but I mean, anybody can develop that tendency of not hitting the putt and being choosing it close to the hole. So these kind of inserts give you that soft release of the ball.
Yeah, so it helps you deaden the impact, and I think that's a good implement to have on slick greens. Maybe not so much on greens that are slow. So this week, I think the greens now are tending towards being slick, so should be helping him today. Look at some of the other scores today. We have Ravi Kumar also 1 under for the day. Then you have Sarthak Chibber 2 under for the day. You have Arjun Sharma who had that hole in one, but unfortunately, a few holes after that, he sort of gave those shots back to the golf course. So, and then you have Trishul who's 2 under, 5 under for the tournament, and look at Abhijit here. That's a
So
decent
that's
chip
a
shot.
very good chip shot out of that rough. He would be looking to make quick amends of what happened on the first hole.
Surprisingly, the first hole not yielding too many birdies. We've seen Suneet, Harinder, Divyanshu, Adil, Mukesh, Jamal all just making pars.
Yes, and the lonesome Akshay Sharma's birdie standing out, giving him that one shot advantage, would make a very interesting play going forward for rest of the players, because Akshay's birdie means that he has sole lead for himself.
Yes, and that also at the ominous score of 13 under par. We just about missed Friday the 13th. It's luckily for him, it's on a Saturday, so maybe all's good. Not going to end up like an Alfred Hitchcock movie.
That ball seems to have ended up a little too far away from what the intended distance would have been. Well, a big shout out to the cameramen who are producing such beautiful pictures. There you have the drone shot again.
Idyllic setting. You just want to sit under that tree and watch that green and see these players passing by. I think professional golf is rather different in that aspect as compared to other games. But you can't just sit at one spot and watch the entire tournament. You need to be at the correct vantage point, and that's why sometimes you see there are these grandstands on tournaments where you have a hole which can probably view. You have a setting which can view 2 holes at a time, and Jamal early walk.
There you have the player himself showcasing that it's a slightly uphill putt and he didn't give it enough steam. Yeah, circling back to that, golf is a sport which is not very easy to just spectate even while you're at the golf course, because you are on a constant move to see your favorite players or see the players who are performing better.
Yes, it's one of those games that the spectator must also put in an effort to watch the game. You can't quite just sit there with your bag of popcorn and your favorite beverage. You have to walk around. So I think that's a good thing. It helps you remain fit.
Yes, not only walk around, and if you have somebody like us playing around, make sure you have hard hats on.
Absolutely. Maybe the industrial types. Otherwise, you could find yourself being pummeled by very golf balls. No such issues here with these players. They are known for their accuracy, as you saw here, almost making that now. A little bit of work left for his cleanup.
Yeah, Harinder doesn't seem to be happy with himself with that effort. And rightly so, because he is far too talented and has so much caliber. It will be fun to watch his rest of the round.
A word about this tournament. This is the inaugural India Cements Pro Championship. It's the ninth event of the 2023 Tata Steel PGTI season. And it's a new event on the PGTI schedule and seems to be a resounding success as we've seen thus far. And the Tamil Nadu Golf Federation, TNGF, Cosmo Golf Course is situated in the heart of the city and spread over an area of 90 acres. The course was inaugurated in 1938, later redesigned by golfing legend Peter Thompson. And this is the second year that the PGTI would be hosting an event here. And the golf course has changed a little bit since last year's tournament. As you have Abhijit Chadha on your screen. And the new clubhouse was inaugurated in 2023. The tournament had a field of 126 players, including 123 professionals and 3 amateurs. The top 54 professionals made the cut, so you can imagine the rest of approximately 70 professionals, 72 professionals had to unfortunately go back with an empty bag. But that is the way that the cookie crumbles in golf. You're either in after the cut or you're making the long haul back home. And that's what is so distinct in this game. You can't just show up and expect to get a paycheck. You really have to earn it in the literal sense. So you'll see that it's not just about who's winning the tournament. Every position is paramount because at the end of the year, the top 60 get to play that coveted tour championship. And that tour championship is worth a whooping 3 CR as we have a look at the hole-in-one man. I don't know if he did that dance like Miguel. That would have been something. The swashbuckling sword.
A move forward towards the leader. He's got some really good swings which he puts on the golf ball.
For him. Also, the tournament is sponsored by title sponsor India Cements. This week, the PGTI also welcomes on board Distillery Vedika Himalayan Spring Water as your tour partner. TNGF Cosmo Golf Course is the venue partner. Crown Plaza Chennai is the hospitality partner, and Valentine's is the associate partner for the event. Distillery Vedika Himalayan spring water, born of a clear spring that gushes from its Himalayan labyrinth. Vedika is the finest, life taken to another altitude. So, a lot of partners, a lot of associates.
Yeah.
And maybe that the winner would require that elixir of Himalayan spring water. Maybe that's the secret ingredient, Aditya.
Yes, it's a very good initiative by all these brands to come in and produce support to the players which can build the game of golf, which our country is in dire conditions to start off with.
And also, word for the other associate partners who've been with the tour, such as Fruitnik Electro, Rolex, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, and Golf Design India. It's only thanks to them that we can have these events. And for that particular reason, the Tata Steel PGTI Professional Golf Tour of India has been such a resounding success. And this year has seen a massive growth spurt of sorts in terms of prize fund, and that can be attributed to the team, the management, the CEO of tour, the media team, the associate sponsors, and obviously the title sponsor, Tata Steel PGTI, and even our association with the DP World Tour, world ranking points. It's been a culmination of sorts, and it's rather heartening to see that golf is finally getting its place under the sun, and you're seeing the effect of this. The youth is taking to this game in a big fashion, and we're seeing what our golfers are doing on the international stage. They're dominating international golf. This is something that almost unfathomable if I go back to when we were playing golf. We had merely a few golfers maybe playing their tour on a few international plying their trade, my apology, on a few international tours. But now you see names like Anirban Lahiri. He's a household name in the United States of America. He's had runner-up finishes, 3 runner-up finishes, as we see my best friend, the referee there, on hole number 1. And then you have the likes of Shiv Kapoor, Jeev Milkha Singh, who's also having a great run on the senior tour, as we have Gaurav Pratap Singh from somewhere deep in the bowels of the trees.
Looked like he found himself in a spot of bother, but that was a very aggressive swing from there.
Yeah,
Means at least he had the freedom to swing the club. Yeah, that's true. Professional Golf Tour of India has come a long way from where it had started. It has given a very good platform for the players, has brought on some very big names as sponsors, as such as this week, India Cements putting in a lot of effort, not only to give you a very good golf course, but a very hefty prize purse for the players.
Yes, it's this kind of money could have been imagined a decade ago, but lo and behold, you're having this week an inaugural event at 50 lakh. That's a lot for these players to pay for, and obviously a lot of them just play for the love of the game and the pride associated with being the top golfer. But as they say, a few greenbacks never hurt no one.
Yes, at the end of the day, that is also the reality that money makes the world turn. Arjun Sharma giving all the attention to even a small 3-footer, which on these greens are not very simple. It might look very simple, but these greens have a lot of breaks, so attention to detail is a must, as what he was trying to do, and cleans it up like it was a very simple, brisk Sunday walk.
अर्जुन का निशाना बहुत अच्छा है, जैसे मछली की आंख पे उसी तरीके से ये पटिंग करते हैं. ड्राइविंग इनकी बहुत अच्छी है, बिल्कुल सीधी बॉल मारते हैं, जो गोल्फ में बहुत ज़रूरी है. गोल्फ में कई चीज़ें हैं जो खिलाड़ी ने अगर अपने वश में कर ली तो वो बहुत तगड़ा खिलाड़ी माना जाता है, जैसे कि टी से ड्राइव मारना. आप ये देख रहे हैं अक्षय के चिप शॉट, ये भी एक बड़ा ही जरूरी पहलू है गोल्फ में. लेकिन कहते हैं गोल्फ में कि ड्राइवर अगर आप सीधा मार लें, आपका सबसे लंबा बल्ला होता है वो, अगर आप उसको 300 गज तक मार दें और सीधा चला जाए तो आपको हराना बड़ा ही मुश्किल है. और उसके बाद अगर आप पटर को संभाल लें, जो ग्रीन पे आके आप एक पट कर लें कई बार, तो फिर तो सोने पे सुहागा है. और अक्षय वैसे ही, अर्जुन वैसे ही एक खिलाड़ी हैं जो ड्राइव बड़ी सीधी मारते हैं, तकरीबन 280-285 गज के करीब मारते हैं. तो सबसे लंबे मारने वाले खिलाड़ी नहीं है, एवरेज कहेंगे इनको, मध्य मार्ग के खिलाड़ी हैं जितनी दूर मारते हैं. लेकिन पटिंग और ड्राइविंग का जो इनका ये मेल है, सो जब इनकी गेम चल रही होती है, ये बहुत ही खतरनाक खिलाड़ी हैं.
Yeah, an absolute good and absolute must to have is a hot working putter, which Arjun time and again has showcased. Here's a look at yesterday's man of the hour, Divyanshu, sizing up his long putt. I won't be surprised if it's an eagle putt because it's coming out from a far distance. Interesting to see Divyanshu moving brands with putter also. He used to support the broomstick long handle putter, and it's a good attempt from that far out. Left himself for a very short 3-footer to clean up. As you can see, the dry leaves flying by means the wind is starting to pick up, a very big element in today's round.
Yes, that could be a pivotal factor in this championship. If the wind clicks, if it goes up a click or two, it could make a lot of difference.
Yes, unlike rest of the tournaments, a coastal side tournament produces a bit of a havoc for the players because the wind is coming in from the ocean side, and then when it clashes to those tall structures which you see behind you, it seems to change direction. So it's not easy to gauge, is it actually coming from which direction? You've got to be very mindful.
Yes, you're right about that. This is the kind of vortex effect that you get on these tree-lined golf courses, which are in the middle of the city, because you see a gust can get entrapped on the golf course and then ricochet off a building, and then there's a prevailing stream that is there. So when that impacts between those two different directions of wind, that can be very difficult for a golfer to gauge. And often you're seeing that they're caught unawares, as we saw yesterday. You can hit a shot and suddenly you get that unpredictable, you catch that pocket of air, and then the ball actually does not behave as you would have intended it to. It's almost like when you catch a little bit of turbulence when you're on a flight. So this is akin to that, but on a much smaller scale. तो गोल्फ खेलते हुए आपको आपका गेम तो समझना है, बट हवा का रुख भी समझना बहुत अनिवार्य है.
Well, Sanit would be looking to make this putt and catch up with his playing partner Akshay, who has broken loose from the chasing pack and taken sole lead. It'll be what I feel from today's round is it'll be Akshay or Sunit both edging on each other to play some magnificent golf. And not to take away the caliber of the man standing on your left, which is Devyanshu after that superb performance from yesterday. Yeah, there you have it. A very big stride forward again by a different name, Sunit. His bird looks to have birdied his hole number 2, which happens to be a par 5, which could mean that we again have a share of first place.
Yeah, Sanit needs to ensure that he doesn't let Akshay get out of his sights. Needs to have him, figuratively speaking, in his rear view mirror, or at least inside of his headlights.
Yes, and here's a look at the top 5 for the round 4. Akshay at 13 under par, Sunit at 12, Harinder and Divyanshu tied third at 10 under par, closely being chased down by Adil, who's tied fifth at 9 under par. Divyanshu sends it in, uses left side of the hole. I mean, it was a serious break. It was just about caught the hole.
Paying the required respect to that short putt, never to be taken lightly. That's a part. I think you can learn a lot about a player and his game by the way that he's able to make putt from 3 feet and inside. It's important that that make percentage is really high, because a good chip shot will get to that range of within 5 feet, and a phenomenal shot will also get there. But look at that. So, I cannot overstate enough the importance of that range within 3.5 feet. You'll seldom see players practicing that. You tend to be 10 to 15 feet and keep hitting those. But because it's a lot more laborious. It's a very difficult, painstaking, boring, unglamorous process to sit 3 feet from a hole and keep trying to make those putts. But believe you me, that's the most important fact. Now, you saw Akshay there. That putt was, a tiddler, so as to speak, but you miss it and counts as a solitary shot. So you hit a drive for 300 yards, that's a shot, and you miss that putt, that's a shot. So even for the young players or even weekend warriors who are looking at this program right now, I would say that spend the bulk of your time trying to hit the ball long if you can. Don't really worry about where it goes. If you can increase your distance and if you can be good from 5 feet and inside. Just those two things. If you are to perfect two things, hit the ball hard and try to get the ball in the hole. That's about it.
That's absolutely true. The 3 footer, a 5 footer is as important as that 300-yard drive because it's one impact, one stroke, one additional shot on your scorecard. Nonetheless, Akshay would be looking forward for the rest of the 16th hole. A small first blemish after a while, which we would have seen on his scorecard, would be missing out on that short putt.
Pretty nice camera angle here into hole number 4, showing you the bustling city and the oasis that is the golf course in the middle.
And talking about changing what's happening at the top of the helm, the putt which we saw Sunith hole was not his birdie putt, but an eagle putt. And that would mean that now Sunith has a 2-shot lead over Akshay. Quick change of hands on the top.
Yes,
in just one hole.
As they say, golf, even if it's a case of Schadenfreude, make the most of it. The opponent's pain is your gain, and that's pretty much what has happened to Sanit. He had a 3, and the opponent had a 6, but doesn't matter. Now he sees himself with a 2-shot lead. So always be ready to seize on that opportunity because you never know that when the opponent capitulates. So always keep your spirits high and keep striving for more, even if you're at 50th position. There, look at the top 10 players.
Yeah, we have Akshay Sharma.
But that's yet to be updated. That's about a couple of minutes old. It should soon be updated after Sunit's Eagle. But nevertheless, the top 10 would remain pretty much the same.
Yes, the top 10 would pretty much remain the same, other than the fact that there's a new man who is racing away from the chasing pack, Sunit. क्या ये कहना सही होगा अक्षय की बोगी और सुनित की बर्ड ईगल के बाद में लोहे के चने चबाने पड़ेंगे अगर इससे रिकवरी करनी है उन्हें?
आप बिल्कुल सही बोले हैं. वो जो इनसे एक शॉट गिरा है कहीं बाद में जाके भारी ना पड़े, क्योंकि आक्रमण तो कर दिया है सुनीत ने. और अक्षय, क्या वो गलती उनको भारी पड़ेगी ये तो समय ही बताएगा मेरे दोस्त. अभी फिर भी कहते हैं ना, पिक्चर बाकी है. अभी तो 16 होल खेलने हैं.
जी हाँ, अभी काफी श्रम का समय है. जो भी लोग नंबर 1 के खिलाड़ी को पकड़ना चाह रहे हैं, जैसे कि अक्षय, हरिंदर, जमाल, दिव्यांशु, क्योंकि सुनित ने अपना चार्ज आक्रमण काफी तीव्र गति से चालू कर दिया है.
और ये देखिए, ये सुनहरे पल और ये गोल्फ कोर्स,
एक अलग ही खूबसूरती वाली फीलिंग आती है जब ड्रोन शॉट देखने को मिलता है. सुंदरता सिर्फ ना ही, चाहे आप उसे पेड़ों का एरियल व्यू से बोलें या बैकड्रॉप में दिखने वाली ऊंची बिल्डिंगें, बट हरियाली और बिल्डिंगों का बहुत ही बेहतरीन मिश्रण है TNGF गोल्फ कोर्स. और ये ड्रोन शॉट वो बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से दर्शाता है.
इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है. और गोल्फर बड़े खुश नसीब हैं कि ऐसा उनका काम है, जो पेड़ हरियाली के बीच में वो अपनी एक जंग बेकरार रखते हैं जहां 126 योद्धा एक गोल्फ कोर्स पे आते हैं, लेकिन अंत में एक ही खड़ा रह जाता है जो उस हफ्ते का राजा कहलाया जाता है। इस हफ्ते देखा जाएगा कौन होगा वो चैंपियनों का चैंपियन। इस बड़े नए मैच इंडिया सीमेंट्स प्रो चैंपियनशिप का विनर कहा जाएगा और उसके साथ उसको एक बहुत तगड़ा प्राइस फंड भी मिलेगा। तो अभी देखा जा रहा है कि गोल्फर एड़ी चोटी का दम लगा रहे हैं इस समय, और क्यों नहीं, यहाँ पे खिताब इतना बड़ा हो वहां मेहनत भी पूरी होनी चाहिए मेरे दोस्त।
जी हाँ, ये सिर्फ जो वो कमाएंगे सिर्फ पैसे ही नहीं, बहुत ही ज्यादा नाम शोहरत और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर
It's definitely a shot in the arm for all the players playing here. You know, the ability for them to finish in the top five and get those much coveted world ranking points. That makes a lot of difference, helps you move up in the world rankings, go off to an international tour. We saw Udyan Mane with that fantastic season a couple of years ago, where he had, I think, 4 victories, and that enabled him to actually go and play in the Olympics. So the sky is the limit, and you know, these players are lucky that they have world ranking points to play for. That's something that really you know, is a testament to where Indian golf is and how difficult it has been to get it here. You know,
Of course.
you have the world recognizing that Indian tour actually carries enough weight for it to be given a global stature.
Yes, on the same follow suit pursuit of Udin, even if you look at what Manu Gandas achieved last year, was hats off, winning so many tournaments and cementing himself a spot at the coveted DP World Tour is the best thing which could have happened to his career, which gives him ample opportunities to go about, try out world tournaments, get more world ranking points, hone in his skill on golf courses and fields which are much tougher, because the conditions out there are something what in Asian subcontinent we are not prepped up for: extreme cold, extreme rain, and extreme windy conditions.
You're right about that. You know, that's another thing that I forgot to mention, that the numero uno actually gets playing rights on the DP World Tour, and that exemption is worth its weight in gold. You know, previously you'd have to go play the qualifying school, and that's like multiple layers of qualifying school, not just one. And it's really difficult to get on those competitive tours. But thanks to this partnership with the DP World Tour, the world ranking points, you're now seeing that our golfers are able to world getting exemption there, and you know, he's already chalked up some good performances. You know, I've seen that he's made a couple of cuts and so on and so forth. So Manu, with his kind of game, you know, his confidence will only grow as he competes on those international tours.
Yeah, that's true. So what that means is work hard under the sun and give yourself all the opportunities, because Professional Golf Tour of India has been giving a lot of stable platforms for a
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Of 50 lakh, and on your screens is the timeless legend Mukesh Kumar. Mukesh
Yes.
currently sitting at 8 under par. The leader Sunith is at 14 under par. So Mukesh does have an uphill task if he is to try and add to his tally of victories.
Absolutely. I'm still trying to figure out what can we, get a nickname for Mukesh, because king is too small a term for his achievements, what he's done in Indian golf.
Yes, absolutely. He's aging like fine wine, still having that ball striking quality about himself, and that's imperative in this day and age. It's not just your short game that's going to get you around, especially for the elder players. You really do need to have your ball striking game firing each week if you are to make the cut, let alone try and contend. So for him, even to contend is just, I think, a massive achievement.
Yeah, as you guys just saw, Amardeep Malik aligned his ball to a certain direction. I mean, they do have markers on it, but what he was trying to do, from what I can gauge, is to have an alignment aid on the golf ball for himself to have a start position for that ball.
That's definitely not worked that time. That ball has a mind of its own and it's veered off to the left, and he's looking on pensively. Let's hope all's well that ends well. Yes, as you saw him gesticulating, seems that the ball has found a decent resting spot.
Yes, Jairaj is the only left-handed player left alone in the field after making cut. So there's something about these left-handed golfers. Look they make it look much simpler and look a little more majestic, or it's just me.
I think it's about something to do with the rarity of southpaws. You barely see any left-hand golfers. Maybe the percentage, if you have to look at it, maybe is somewhere around 2% or at most 3%. That's the amount of left-handed players you see. It's very strange, to be honest. Like if you look at cricket, the percentage of left-handed batsmen is a lot higher. So in golf, it's not so much. I think previously you had the paucity of left-handed equipment that it could be attributed to, but I don't know. It's something that even if you're right-hand dominant or even left-hand dominant, you still might end up playing golf righty. I don't know what that is. Maybe something neurological, but the instance of left-handed golfers is very, very low. Like I myself, before golf, I used to play a little bit of cricket, and I was a lefty. I still am a lefty in cricket, but when I started golf, it just felt a lot more natural righty. But I think, in retrospect, maybe I should have stuck to lefty. That was the missing piece.
Well, that could have been the missing piece. We still have to figure that out. I think we both can rent out a left-handed set and see
Yes,
who is more worse at it.
Never know. We might surprise ourselves and see ourselves next year here performing with these really good players on the professional golf tour of India. As you see these players walk up on hole number 4 in the background, you also saw a plane trying to land. So everything's happening here. There's airplane, there's golf, there are birdies, there are eagles, there are drones.
Yeah, I think Abhijit has managed to find the cameraman after his tee shot on the 4th hole. He's requesting them to move aside, which means the tee shot went a little longer than he would have intended, because it's bang in line of the flag.
Yes, distance control is imperative, especially on par 3s. Abhi Chadda also having a good start, as we saw him reloading on hole number 1, but able to bounce back with a birdie on the 2nd hole. So it's the final day. It's where the crescendo actually builds up on the back 9 of the final day. We end up seeing who the victor will be, and the wait should be maybe a little bit over 3.5 hours. And we'd like to thank our viewers who have joined us on this live stream here at ABP and Network. I hope you're enjoying the proceeding, and do take time out and try to follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and what have you. It's pretty simple to find us. It's PGT of India. And you can also go over to ABP Network social media and you'll be able to find this stream. If you want to follow any of the golfers, I suggest going on Instagram and typing their first name and putting golf in front of that. Normally that works.
Yes, for those who all are just joining us, we are having the live coverage of India Cements Pro Championship 2023 being telecasted your way through the big media giant ABP. It's an exciting day as today we'll deem who comes out victorious and how well do they have to play as Sunit is setting charge at 14 under par. Exciting times, exciting day, and exciting round coming up for all of us. Jamal is also in close pursuit, but he still finds himself 4 shots away from Sunit. Akshay, having faltered just a bit, is 2 shots behind Sunit. And we still have to see yesterday's fire charged Devyanshu pick up his game from where he had signed off yesterday.
Yeah, Devanshu getting off to sort of a
Moderate start.
sort of slow start according to his high standards. He's only made 2 pars. I would think that's actually giving away a shot to the field. The first 2 holes are you need to be at least 1 under for them, otherwise you feel you've given away a shot to the field. So maybe he's able to turn on the afterburners after the first 2 holes. Trishul Chinappa, 4 under for the day through 9. So playing some fantastic golf as you see that beautiful drone shot. One thing that strikes out is how well the fairways have been manicured. You see those lines are distinct and can be seen from the air as well.
Yeah, the drone shot clearly shows how much effort must have gone into keeping the golf course in prime conditions for this tournament. Big thanks to the greenkeepers and the committee at TNGF for giving the players immaculate, beautiful playing conditions.
Yes, and also to inform our viewers, you see those 2 different shades of grass. It owes to the direction in which the grass has been cut, and golfers don't prefer their ball when it's against it. So if the grass is growing against you, if the grass is growing against you in the direction in which you walk, it makes the shot a little bit more difficult because the blades of grass tend to get in between the ball and the club head, and that makes control a lot more difficult. And that's where you get those jumpers. They're called flyers in golf, where the club gets stuck and the ball has a lot of top spin on it. So it actually travels further than your intended distance. So those are the things that a player must gauge, and especially around the greens, you have a lot of against green, and that makes life quite difficult, so as to speak, especially around the greens. There you have that. I must also commend the skills of the pilot, the drone pilot, as they're called, or a drone operator.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful shot, and I'm sure it takes a lot of skill to give us such beautiful drone shots. These are the stripes which we were talking about. My fellow competitor Shaurya was explaining to you, where you see a darker shade of green and a shiny light side of green. The darker shade means the grain, the blades are coming towards you, and the shiny side means that the grass is nice and smooth, traveling away from you.
And one funny thing, if the drone is to go on the other direction and give you a view from that side, this color would change from your perspective.
Absolutely.
So the light stripes would actually look dark, because this is owing to the direction of the grass. Because if it's laid down flat, it's normally shiny. The underside is a little darker as well. So these are the things which you can learn as you play golf.
And here's a new look at the leaderboard, as Sanit seems to be running away with the tournament for the moment at 15 under par, 4 shots clear of Akshay Sharma, who is joined by Jamal Hussain at 11 under par. Both of them are tied at 11 under par.
That's a strange set of events that we've witnessed in the first 3 holes. Akshay Sharma is tumbling down. He's made 2 bogeys back to back, and Sanit is actually going from strength to strength. So Sanit is 3 under for the day, and Akshay is 1 over. There's a 4-shot difference. So he's been able to catapult himself 4 clear already. That's a sizable lead.
That's true. Sanit is put on the afterburners way early in the round and made sure that he is being chased and not the latter, doing the chasing on his own.
बड़ी जोर से मारते हैं, बॉल को बहुत दूर भेजते हैं. अभिजीत सिंह चड्डा चंडीगढ़ से हैं ये खिलाड़ी.
Abhijit has been known for his power hitting.
गोल्फ में कहते हैं कि आप जिस तरीके के गोल्फ कोर्स पे सबसे ज्यादा खेलते हैं, आपका गेम का रुख उसी तरीके का बन जाता है. अभिजीत चड्डा और बहुत अलग खिलाड़ी चंडीगढ़ से जो भी खेलते हैं, वहां का गोल्फ कोर्स सबसे लंबों में से एक माना जाता है. बहुत ही मुश्किल गोल्फ कोर्स है चंडीगढ़ गोल्फ कोर्स, और वहां खेलने के लिए गेंद को बहुत दूर मारना पड़ता है. तो आप देखेंगे चंडीगढ़ के खिलाड़ी जो हैं बॉल को काफी जोर से मारते हैं, और उसी तरफ आप देखेंगे जो भी गोल्फर दिल्ली गोल्फ कोर्स से आते हैं, वहां एक्यूरेसी का गेम है, क्योंकि बॉल को सीधा मारना पड़ता है वरना झाड़ी में चली जाती है. तो ये सारी चीजें आप देखेंगे गोल्फ में कैसे फर्क पड़ता है. जहां आप खेलते हैं, आपका खेल भी उसी तरीके का बन जाता है. संगत का असर.
Yeah, and that is a very good hack out from the bunker by Jairaj. Made it look very simple. It was a tight pin if you look at it from the side which he was coming out of, but he's made it look very, very simple. Yes, power hitting is the new name of this game, where you see most of the players bombing it in so far out that some of the major golf courses have actually considered lengthening their distances. But it's got to not only do with the man behind the machine, but the new age equipment, which is making life much more simpler. A lot of money being pumped in by equipment companies to do the R&D to give you better results out of the equipment. I mean, if you look at the pricing of a very good driver right now is something what the entirety of a set used to cost about a decade back.
Yeah, I think some of that can be put down to inflation and also cost of materials and assembly involved. But obviously, there is an aspect where golf equipment has become expensive. Also, because the technology that is there each year it keeps improving. But I tend to believe that with a grain of salt. Each year they tell you that this driver goes 20 yards further than the previous one. So if you were to do basic rudimentary math in the last 15-20 years, the driver should be going 200 yards further. That's not the case. There is a certain benefit as far as technology is concerned. If I look at maybe
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव.
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर, या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं. रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट. इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे, तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट.
So that adds to about 25 yards longer than what you had that time. You used to have those balata balls which you had to use, and then those used to go shorter if you wanted control.
That's Divyanshu on your screen trying to make a move forward towards catching up with the leader, Sunit.
So coming back to that point, you see that at that time you had to use a hard ball and maybe change it on certain holes. But now you have these composite sort of golf balls which go far and also they spin. So that kind of a change has made a difference. So the golf ball and equipment both have given probably, I would think, maybe somewhere in the vicinity of 20 maybe 21, 22 yards, but that has made a big difference. So that's why they're actually thinking about rolling back the golf ball. But I personally feel that would not be the best move, because amateurs would still get access to that equipment, and that'll take the sheen away. At the end of the day, is big drives actually draw us to this game. It's something that adds, that's what adds pizzazz to the game, is people who can hit the ball long. If you remove that element, I think eventually this field still is still the same. The long hitter will still be the longest hitter. You'll actually take away that yardstick for amateurs to compare themselves, and professionals might not look so good because they're playing with substandard golf balls, and that's something that doesn't make sense to me. It's like if in cricket you allow the world cups to happen with plastic balls. It just doesn't make sense. Everybody must have the same equipment, whether it's an amateur or a professional.
Absolutely, it makes no sense to have the golf balls being rolled back a couple of years so that it doesn't go far. But all in that put together, at a span of 18 yards, you definitely gain a lot. 18 holes, you gain a lot of yardage with the new age composition of the golf ball and the change in technology. There's Divyanshu Bajaj clearing his par attempt on the hole number 4. He would be looking to fire up on the cylinders which he used up yesterday. That's a smooth par putt. And no change in the leaderboard as Sunith finds himself at 15 under par, 4 shot clear of the chasing pack. A small look at what's happening towards the players who are contending towards the bottom of the leaderboard is Charanjit Yadav sitting at 9 over par, not having the tournament what he would have liked. Also, Anil Majrang Mane trending the wrong direction, going 4 over par, total 7 over. The good thing about this game is there's a tournament almost in every second week, and all these players would be charged up, fired up to showcase and make amends of what's happened in this week. 54 people made cut out of 126. So that in itself is not a small feat. But as you know, professional golf tournaments go on for 4 days. So it takes a lot of toll to stay in the right shape of mind, shape of physical well-being, to be able to contend for all 4 days, especially when the conditions are not favoring. As we all know, Chennai has some really strong, sharp sun, and humidity coupled with that is a very big variable. But doesn't seem to be affecting Sunit at all. In fact, he seems to be thriving in such conditions.
Yeah, if anything, it's only aiding his par. He's actually playing very well in these conditions. A look at some of the golf highlights previously as we go back live to hole number 7. That's the group of K. Prabhakaran, Kapil Kumar, and Arjun Sharma. Currently leading the tournament is Sanith, who's made another birdie, and he's just reeled off an eagle and 2 birdies on the trot, and that moves him to 16 under par. It's really no stopping him, as it seems. My apologies, on our screen, that's the group of Adil Bedi, Saptak Talwar, and Muhammad Azhar. Sanit Bishnoi not displaying any nerves that, this is the first tournament that he's trying to win on the Professional Golf Tour of India. He's not getting overawed by the occasion, staying rather even-keeled and playing to his strengths. That is displaying his aggressive brand of golf. And the chasing pack is sort of left huffing and puffing at this point in time with a 5-shot lead so early in the day. Now, if he can just manage his game from here, or maybe continue in that form, should be easy pickings. But obviously, we know that a lot can change in a couple of holes, or maybe even one hole in a golf tournament. As we saw, Sanit and Akshay actually had a 3-shot difference on the second hole with an eagle and a bogey. So it's early days, but Sanit is playing really exemplary golf at this point in time. And if there were any doubters and naysayers that the exuberance of youth might get the better of him, I think they've been answered resoundingly well by Sanit so far. Look at some of the other scores. We have Pukhraj Singh Gill, who also had a really hot start right from the gates. He made 3 birdies, cooled off a little bit with 3 pars after that. We have Trishul Chinnappa, who is at 4 under for the day. K. Prabhakaran, who is at 2 under par for the day. And then you have the Indian Open champion, C. Muniyappa, 2 under for the day. And the hole-in-one man, Arjun Sharma, 1 under for the day. So all in all, a good scoring day. As we go back to hole number 7. The 7th is a par 4, measuring only 317 holes. So the players don't have to traverse a very long distance. That's a brilliant putt right there. So this golf course is a lot about accuracy and about putting. Let's see if Adil can make this putt with what appears to be for his birdie. Now the caddy will discuss the line with the player, and they'll try to finalize the point at which they intend to start the putt. It's a very important discussion between caddy and player. It enables the player to pull the trigger with confidence. As the last thing you want when you're playing golf is mystery on the intended line. This will help him execute well. Should veer off a little bit to his right. Unfortunately, not finding the bottom of the cup, so Adil would only be able to make par here. Adil has the distinction of winning the last tournament before the lockdown was enabled in 2020. He won that tournament in Kolkata at Tollygunge Club. And that was really quite the cliffhanger between him and, if I believe, that was Udyan Mane. And Adil managed to chip in to secure his victory. So that was quite the tournament for this young man. Look at Abhijit Singh Chadha. Chandigarh is a hotbed for professional golf, really. It's a factory of good professionals coming out of Chandigarh. Some really good coaches there as well. Very strong golfing lineage. In fact, you see Chandigarh as a very good sporting lineage. And the culture there is very amenable for sportsmen. And that's something that is looked up in the correct light. We've seen Olympians come from there. As far as golfers are concerned, Chandigarh has seen some phenomenal golfers. One that definitely comes to mind is Jeev Milkha Singh. Then you have Amritinder Singh. You have a lot of good golfers who've come from Chandigarh, such as Ajitesh Sandhu and Gurbaz Man, who's now a renowned club fitter and still plays golf, and also a coach that does work with quite a few players. So And I'm pretty certain that I'm missing a few names, but the likes of Pukhraj, I believe, is from Chandigarh, and you see a lot of golfers, including young ones, that do emerge from there. Sujan Singh, a fantastic player who also won on tour, hailing from Chandigarh, and all of them have one common trait amongst them is that they're very strong ball strikers. Having played with all of them, the way the ball comes off the club head is different. I think there's something in the water there. The Chandigarh lads do really hit the ball well.
Yes, Sunit seems to be trending very fast. So Sunit seems to be trending very fast towards the direction of getting up and away from the chasing pack. He has managed to birdie hole number 4 as well, which means he's 5 shots clear. There you have Prabhakaran relaxing under the single shade which is provided on the tee, hole number 5. Chennai heat can be really strong, and even professional athletes can use a little bit of shade to give themselves a little bit of drop in temperature. As you can see on your screens, Vedic Himalayan Spring Water, a new addition to Professional Golf Tour of India. On behalf of all the players, we would like to acknowledge and welcome them aboard as a tour partner. Divyanshu has started his trend towards what he had finished off as yesterday. He finds himself 1 under par and tied with Akshay at 11. So if you look at it, it's pretty much Sunit's tournament to walk away with, and the way he is trending, I think he's going to look to increase that lead even furthermore. Now, if you look at on your screens, you can see the severities of undulations from where this player is going to hit his putt. What Chennai TNGF golf course is pretty famous for is its tricky, very, very tricky greens. As you can see, Shivendra is taking that extra effort and extra time to be very careful of his line. Because you see, first it's a downhill part, then a side hill, and the green seems to be shiny. That means the ball's going to go off like a bullet off the putter face. He has to make sure that not only the line of this ball towards the hole is good, but also make sure that he does not overhit it. Narrowly missing out on his part, Shivinder. But as I just said, you got to be very careful, and he managed to do it very well. But still, sometimes the ball does not find its mark. Very difficult greens to gauge with so much undulations happening on them. Well, the title sponsor this week is India Cements, And India Cements has been a very big name in South India and also in the sporting fraternity. We would like to welcome them to provide support to professional golf in a very big and a very good gesture what they have given to all the players by providing up not only the prize fund but also a magnificent facility and a beautiful venue which is the TNGF Golf Club. Mr. N. Srinivasan, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of India Cements, is also the President of TNGF, which means all the players and Professional Golf Tour of India acknowledges the support which has been provided by the company and the man who is behind that company. So, sir, thank you for that kind and nice gesture, and we look forward for your support in the years to come.
Yes, it's only possible through such selfless support that sport can flourish. We do, as I say, we do stand on the shoulder of giants, and that's the only way that we can move ahead, especially in this arena. So we are ever grateful for the people who align themselves with sport. Yeah, so back to the action. Now we see that Sanit has missed the green here. It's going to be a tricky shot. Again, the ball nestled ever so slightly, but this seems not too bad. He would be able to get a lot of club on this ball. So won't be too much mystery as far as this shot is concerned.
Now, that's the way to go about. Sunit cannot miss. The beautiful chip in from that far out is just showcasing his talent.
I'm thinking if I was watching a South American football match, I'd probably go goal right now. You know what they do when there's an emphatic goal, and this deserves that kind of a celebration. What a fantastic chip shot right there by Sanit. He's making it look rather easy. I don't think it's that easy, but maybe that's his moment. If there was ever a sign that today is your day, you must grasp it. He's done so with open arms. What a fantastic shot there by the young man from Gurugram, the medalist at the National Games. Sport definitely does run in the family. I'm sure that all of them are glued onto this telecast.
Somebody has to try and catch him up.
I think, to be honest, it looks rather difficult now. We already had a 5-shot lead, which will now balloon up to a 6-shot lead. So I think it's safe to say the tournament might just be over unless there's a case of frayed nerves on the back nine, and I don't see any sign of that happening. It's going to be difficult for any one of them to really catch up. That he's really opened a chasm between himself and the chasing pack.
Yes, Sunit is a National Games bronze medalist from last year. That kind of confidence is always good to have in the bag when you are contending and leading. Here's another look at that beautiful chip in hook by him. Leaders, Sunit and Divyanshu are the only two people who have not won till now. And I think by the end of today's proceedings, that will have quickly changed as he is charging ahead of everybody as fast as anybody can. वो कहते हैं ना दोस्तों, समय रहने के टाइम पे मेहनत कर लेनी चाहिए, और साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि सुनित का श्रम और परिश्रम जो उन्होंने किया है वो बहुत बेहतरीन रंग ला रहा है. One thing very pretty about this golf course is these magnificent big trees are so nice and tidy underneath that they actually let you pick at least one kind of shot, which is the low runner, in case you have not found the fairway.
Yes, but the only impediment there is that the rough is quite considerable this week. It's maybe more than a couple of inches, and that does make judgment a little more difficult because you're hitting it low, and we've seen many a times that the rough does sort of grab onto the ball. So that's the kind of difficulty you would be expecting. I, to be honest, would expect that on a golf course like this, you'd expect thicker rough around the green just to make it a lot more menacing. That would be fun to watch in a sadistic manner. It makes short game a lot more difficult.
Yeah, that's the time you need to take out your 14th club and change it with a foot wedge.
We don't prescribe the foot wedge in professional tournaments. I'm pretty sure a lot of us are adept using the foot wedge in our fun rounds, or just maybe keeping it in the pocket and dropping it like tin cup. But no, this is serious business here. No foot wedges, only lob wedge will work.
With the extensive coverage which ABP is providing, I would also not recommend that pocket wedge. Someone or the other is definitely going to catch you online doing the hanky pankies.
Yes, absolutely. And
then you will have to contend with your dear friend, Mr. Chari.
yes, and the referee can really come down strong in these kind of cases. So yes, let's stick to the basics.
All right, jokes aside, this is a very ethical sport, and most of the players know that and acknowledge that and abide by that.
I would say that all the players know and abide by that. We just crack jokes because we are commentators. We can say anything. It doesn't matter at this point in time. We only have to ensure that you remain with us, the viewers. And somebody who's not remaining with the chasing pack is Sanit Bishnoi. He's saying, "See you later, folks. It was nice meeting you. But my boys, you ain't getting close. This is a 7-shot chasm. This is massive. This is astronomical."
At this pace, he might set the trend of the biggest margin in first and second place at the rate which he's going.
Yes, he's really been able to tear away from the chasing pack, and it didn't quite seem like that. We saw Akshay, make that birdie and take the lead, and how quickly fortunes have changed. This is, to my memory, I've not seen such a quick turnaround in the recent past. He's gone birdie, eagle, birdie, birdie, so leaving no stone unturned. There, that wonderful aerial shot. The pin right at the back. When the pin is right at the back, it forces the golfer to sort of make better choices with regards to his club. Because if you're too aggressive, you can find yourself missing the green. So normally you'd find that players on shots over 100 yards from the pin is at the back, they try to be somewhere between the middle and the flag, give themselves a makeable putt, but not flirt with the back of the green. It's been a really fantastic start by Sanit. He's 5 under through 5.
Yes. As you can see, the fifth hole has been very menacing for a lot of players, but Sunit has taken charge of that hole as well. In a not a very conventional way, but as long as the ball finds the bottom of the hole, be it a chip in or a long distance putt, he has taken complete charge of this round, not only hole number 5. Here's a look at Prabhakaran, the man from down, not completely down under, it's Sri Lanka. So
I mean, still, you
we
can't
can,
say the man.
I mean, as
Yeah.
Indians, I guess we can say down under.
Yes.
But
It's a beautiful country, I must say, that having played a few tournaments there, the national championship at Royal Colombo, it has fantastic people and it's a memorable place to play golf. Somebody who is making it memorable is Sunit Bishno. He's in a hurry, it seems, to get to the finish line. So much so that he's forgotten that there's something called par. He's only dealing in birdies and eagles at this point in time. I'm sure that he's having the tiger effect on the rest of the field. They are quaking in his wake. And now you have a trio who are huffing and puffing and try to catch up with Sunit, but he's not having any of it. It's Harinder, Akshay, and Divyanshu, all at 10 under par. I think Sunit is taking a leaf out of Divyanshu's book, and he's carrying on the same vein that Divyanshu was yesterday. Might even contend for the course record.
Prabha narrowly missing out on his birdie putt from there. Yes, a little more insight on Sri Lankan golf. Their main tournament used to be the Sri Lankan Open, which we have played on a few occasions. Well, it's not a golf course for the faint-hearted, not just because it's a tricky track, but it has those very massive monster size monitor lizards, and they just run open in the fairways, in the rough. So you got to be very careful of what's going on. That's a beautiful tee shot on the hole number 7. Apologies for that. That was Amardeep Malik's approach shot on the 7th. A dog leg left. The two ways of going about this hole: either you lay it up with a 2-iron, play to the fat of the fairway.
What kind of yardage do you think Mukesh is facing here on this shot?
I think this, from if memory serves me well, this should be in the vicinity of about 80 to 90 yards.
He's really good from that range. Would expect some purchase on this, and there you have it. A little unfortunate for that not to roll back closer to the flag, but I would say that's probably a 9 on 10 golf shot. Just unfortunate not to get that spin.
Yeah, if you see the flutter on the flag, I guess that just a little extra help with the wind made it fly maybe a yard or two extra from where he was going. Because if that ball was even a yard less, it would have spun back towards the hole and used that slope, the difficult contours of the TNGF golf club at Chennai.
Amardeep Malik walking there as we have a look at the updated leaderboard. Sunit 7 clear, Harinder Gupta Akshay Sharma and Divyansh Bajaj in second position, followed by Jamal Hussain. It's a really fantastic display by a lot of the players. And we've just gotten an update. Trishul Chinnappa, 6 under par through 12. So he's also showcasing some fantastic golf here. And also rather unusual to see a lot of level par scores. A lot of the players are stuck in neutral at even par. And Abhinav Lohan, Harjeet Sethi, Pokhraj Gill, Saptak Talwar, Om Prakash Chauhan, Mukesh Shivendra Jairaj, and Harinder Gupta, Divyanshu, as well as Jamal, all at even par. As we have a look at the players here at hole number 7, you can see the green complexes are really intricately designed. They have these subtle slopes, those peaks and troughs. Very interesting. Gives the greenskeepers and the tournament committee a lot of options with regards to flag pin positions.
Yes, absolutely. Cannot emphasize enough on the TNGF golf course is undulations on the green. They have some serious borrows which you have to contend with, even from short distances. As we will get to see once we see Mukesh and Amar going for the same flagstick, but from North and South Pole.
You've seen this putt has not been too easy. We saw Adil also missing this putt on the lower side. So Mukesh will have his work cut out. But his game is sort of favoring a left-right movement, and even in his putting, if you notice carefully, he does have a little bit of a cut stroke. It's not perceptible to the naked eye, but it is there. There's a slight bit of left-right movement. So maybe his left-to-right putts are better than average golfers, so it should be easier for him here at hole number 7. So you see that it's not just about the victory. These golfers are playing for a lot, and at this point in time, I think even the likes of Mukesh Kumar, Trishul Chinnappa, Jamal, Shivendra, the chasing pack won't have given up hope, because they know that there can be a tragedy that can strike at any given point in this tournament. So they need to keep themselves within striking distance of the leader, and the only way to do that is to make birdies.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. The only way forward in this sport on round 4 or any day of the tournament is to move forward.
Jairaj now, maybe all of 25 feet. What do you reckon?
Yeah, maybe all of 25 feet, but he's got a slope to contend with because it looks like a serious uphill putt for him. And from the hit which he's produced, it looks like he has just about underhit it. The severity of these slopes might not be clearly visible because they are subtle, but they are constant. It's the big step changes, like from where Mukesh is putting. You can see the mound behind him. He's asking his caddy for that alignment. Maybe they have picked up the right line because rest of the players went even further left of where Mukesh was saying. So it'll be fun to see somebody hold this putt.
Yes, I think that's where his experience will come to the fore, and he has that wristy stroke, and that really lends itself very well to the left to right sort of movement, and we'll see that here.
Yes, somebody who's seen Mukesh's putter up close would also see a very small.
Look at that! Has he
underhit it?
That's we've seen that putt being missed on either side. So obviously, sometimes the pin position is so difficult that no matter what you do, it's probably a 1 in 10 chance of that ball going in the hole.
Absolutely. But if you look at where Amar is going to putt from, that is one of the easier sides to putt on from that hole. He's got a slightly uppish putt coming up and would have had some gauge of direction from what Mukesh's ball did. So I don't think this putt would be any far out than maybe right edge of the hole?
Yes, I think right edge, give or take a little, but I see this in going in the hole. Yes, there you have it. Brilliant birdie.
Beautifully done. Used all his experience to make that ball travel towards his home. But it does help if you see somebody coming towards your putting line from up front. Gives you a general directional view of what's it going to do when it's near about a foot or two closer to the hole.
हाँ, ये आपने बड़ा सही चीज़ बताई है, एक हमारे दर्शकों को भी बताएं। जब हम पटिंग कर रहे होते हैं तो ये ज़रूरी है कि जब आपका पट नहीं है तो आप दूसरे खिलाड़ियों को देखिए कि उनकी बॉल जो है ग्रीन पे कैसे घूम रही है, क्योंकि उसी से देख के आप सीख सकते हैं कि आपका जो पट है वो कैसे होगा। क्योंकि आपने जैसे देखा मुकेश का पट था वो दूसरे तरफ से कर रहे थे अमरदीप के, लेकिन स्लोप तो एक ही था। तो जमीन की जो लय थी किस तरीके से जाती है, बॉल कैसे घूमती है, तो आप उससे बहुत सीख सकते हैं अगर आप दूसरे खिलाड़ी को देखें। तो इसलिए हमेशा पे हैं कि बाकियों की बॉल किस स्पीड से जा रही है, घास का फर्क कैसे पड़ रहा है उनको, उससे आप बहुत सीख सकते हैं। That's why they say in golf it's very important to learn a lot from the opponent's part as well. We have a look at the leaderboard once again. Sunit Bishnoi looking easy like a Sunday morning.
Absolutely. And here's a look at Sanjeev. He seems to have laid up on the hole number 10th. A more prominent way to go about it, and has hit a beautiful stellar shot on a very elevated, tucked in far right corner flag. That's one way of going about this hole.
Yeah, right on the money. That was a fantastic shot. Almost went in the hole. Just would have probably liked a little bit more spin for that ball to get back closer to the hole. But nevertheless, he'll have a 5-footer coming back. Downhill putt, that's the only thing. So line will be rather important on that one if it were to go in the hole.
And on your screens is Om Prakash Chauhan, the current money leader, stepping up all the way to where he wants the ball to end up. He wasn't just walking up to the flag. If you look, he just paused the second he reached the flag. That means he was also trying to gauge the distance. How far out is he from the ball? It's always good to know the number where you're trying to pitch the ball, flight it, and try and get it to the number which you have read.
Yes, this hole plays to only all of 267 yards. There's a replay of that. You see how the ball bites as soon as it pitches on the green? Look at that. It's not too far from actually going in the hole.
Yeah, it barely skimmed over the hole, and he's absolutely made it look very, very simple by executing it to near perfection.
I would have wanted a little bit more of that backspin. That would have aided him, and probably that is something that went missing that time. That's the thing about golf. But as you were speaking earlier, it's a backpin position. So you'll see players flighting that down a little more. You'd see spin more on the front oblique center flag pin positions. Those are the intricacies you should notice. Like you'll see a shot when a player is 100 yards out. Front oblique a center pin position will lend itself to more spin because the player is more aggressive.
Yes. जैसे कि कहते हैं कि हमारी सारी सफलताएं सिर्फ एक ही चीज को बयान करती हैं कि आपने कितना परिश्रम डाला है, कितना समय लगाया है उसके बारे में। जैसा कि अभी आप देख सकते हैं ओम प्रकाश ने जहां एग्जैक्टली आके यार्डेज अपनी रोकी थी, बॉल वही खत्म हुई है। सो बहुत ही बेहतरीन एग्जीक्यूशन इस शॉट की, काफी मुश्किल लायक से।
Yes, you saw his distance control was really on point there. There's not much margin for error when we're talking about these sort of chip shots. We're talking about maybe all of 25 feet, give or take. You have to pitch it in the exact spot. So you'll see professional golfers spend a lot of time practicing a drill where they try and execute their shot in such a manner that it pitches in the same spot time and again. As we have a look at Abhijit Singh Chadha on hole number 7.
Yeah.
Cracks, seepages, corrosion, hit them all for a 6. In fact, 7. Concrete Super King, the answer to all your building problems.
as
Yes.
any professional golfer looks or strives to, is to look at an uphill putt.
Abhijit Chadha currently sitting in at 7 under par for the tournament, not having the kind of day that he would have wanted. Let's see if he can turn it around. Oh, this hole is not too welcoming for any of the golfers. None of them have really been able to make too many putts, apart from Amardeep Malik, who we saw make that birdie. Also, Abhijit Chadha with that unique putting grip, some sort of version of the claw. I personally never could get around to that. I found it too difficult to master. I always stick to the convention, or maybe at best go cack-handed where the lower hand is down. Now we have that ominous line once again.
And this time we'll have Harinder from Chandigarh give it a try. Harinder is also a very good putter, but exactly like Mukesh, he also has a little bit of spin being imparted on the ball. So pretty much similar strokes, both of them.
आज आप देखेंगे हरिंदर की टोपी अलग है. आज हरिंदर ने अपना हेयर स्टाइल नहीं दिखाया है. तो देखें आज क्या फर्क है. हरिंदर दूसरी लाइन से मार रहे हैं और इनकी बॉल भी होल से राइट चली गई. बहुत ही मुश्किल पट है ये. अभी तक हमने 3 खिलाड़ी देखे हैं, बट तीनों चूक गए हैं.
और तीनों के तीनों खिलाड़ी चूक गए, लेकिन तीनों के तीनों खिलाड़ी काफी धुरंधर प्लेयर्स हैं. इसका कहने का मतलब ये है कि आसान नहीं है ये पट जो ये मारने जा रहे हैं, और कोशिश टू इस बॉल को घर भेजने के लिए.
Yes, it's not an easy putt. We've seen that side, but you see also seeing a lot of players land up in that particular spot. It's the first time that we're seeing somebody here on this side where Jamal is. I would think this putt still is easier than the one coming from over the hole. This should break a little bit from his right to left, and maybe a little bit of a double break in the end from the left hand side. So again, one of those small little putts that also have a little equal amount of treachery in them.
Yes, the spot where Zamal is putting from is actually one of the easier locations to putt from, but not in very easy location to access from, because if you see, had that ball been maybe a yard or two towards his side, it would have trickled off the green. So very difficult to access what Zamal has placed his ball in that location.
Yeah, if Jamal has to contend, I think this is about the time this putt has to go in the hole. Otherwise, I think this is pretty much curtains as far as his contention is concerned, but it's not. So he's still alive. That moves him 7 shots behind the leader, Sanith, who seems to be in rarefied air at this point in time. On the back left of our screens, you can see the players teeing off. So it shows you the proximity of this green with the next tee. Players walk off. We'll give you a little bit of an update as far as the scores are concerned. Sanith still leads by a mammoth margin of 7 shots, followed by Harinder and Akshay Sharma at 10 under par. Trishul Chinappa, who's also having his day in the sun, is at 6 under par for the day and 9 under for the tournament. And tied alongside him is Jamal and Divyanshu. Divyanshu, who had that stellar round yesterday, is not able to replicate that form today. Only 1 over. Needs to move into some red numbers if he has to contend for this tournament. Adil Bedi, who got off to that hot start and cooled off a little bit, as we have a look at those top tracers.
Yeah, top tracer projecting you the ball flights in different colors, the apex and the start to end finish positions of the balls. That's the lowest ball flight, not in the correct direction, I guess, but
we saw that yesterday also. Thanga does hit it rather low, and that's by choice. One thing that golfers should know, that when you put a lot of compression on it, the ball takes a while before it actually goes up. And if they want to hit those low stingers, it's not easy. So it's actually one of those things about golf, which is a little bit of almost like an idiosyncrasy about golf, that the harder you hit it, and if you want to hit it low, you need to hit it really hard. Like golfers with medium swing speed cannot hit the stinger. If you want to hit that stinger, you need to be a long hitter. Stinger, what do I mean by stinger? Is hitting those long irons, like let's say a 2 iron, a 3 iron, a 4 iron, anywhere between 220 to 250 yards, and keeping it low under the wind. Golf में आप चाहते हैं कि जब आप बॉल को दूर मार रहे हैं कि हवा उसको ना पकड़ ले। आपको कंट्रोल रखना है, आपको फेयरवे में मारनी है बॉल, आपको अपने टारगेट पे मारनी है। तो आप नहीं चाहते कि एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर जैसे कि हवा हो गई वो आपकी बॉल फ्लाइट को डिस्टर्ब कर दे। सो जितनी जोर से मारेंगे और जितनी नीचे रहती है बॉल, ये एक अपने आप में एक अलग कला है और आसान नहीं है बिल्कुल। So you're seeing these players perfect that, and for the longer hitters, they're able to hit these swashbuckling stingers that really look nice to look at, but pretty difficult to execute as well.
Yes, stingers, as elaborately explained by my co-host, are not the easiest shots to pull off, require not only speed but very good capabilities of physicality, as it requires the person to keep the ball low for a very long duration. That means you need good strength to achieve that kind of a feat.
I would say for anybody who's sort of watching this broadcast and wants to practice that stinger, the most important factor I think is to enable the shaft lean on the left hand side. As you look at the scores on your left wrist, you should be able to, you should be leaning into the shot. You should have that strength in the forearms that you actually hit down on the golf ball. That's the only way. You need to have that compression and stay down on the golf ball. And that's why anybody picking up the game, or if you're new to the game, I always say that first you try and learn to hit the ball hard and then worry about where it goes. Greg Norman had said famously, Greg Norman's mother actually started him in golf, and he started golf quite late. And he said that I first learned to hit the ball hard and then worried about trying to hit it straight. So I definitely espouse that view, especially in today's power golf kind of era that we are in. And it's incidentally where all sports are going. If you look at tennis, how it's changed, it's very rare that you have a classic player like Roger Federer. And talking about tennis, I think it's pertinent to mention Mr. Kalan from our media team. Mr. Nikhil Kalan was a national level tennis player. So, there's somebody in the family who's a polo player, then he's a tennis player. So obviously a lot of sports are running deep in that family. As we get back to the action.
Yes, and making his way back towards the top 10 in the circle is Gaurav Pratap after being 3 under par. He had a very slow start with a 7 on the first hole, but a string of birdies has put him in the top 10 for the moment. And that's a very, very good approach shot coming up by Devyanshu from the middle of the fairway. By the target and the size of that target which Sanit is producing at the India Women's Pro Championship 2023, all the players have to put on the afterburners from right now if they have any chance of catching him. And here's a look at the leader, Sanit.
Sanit here at hole number 7, the par 4. Let's see how he fares on this hole.
He's gone about the more safer route because he's got a mammoth lead. He just needs to keep it together because all he has to do is hit greens, make 2 putts, and let the other people falter or charge up to him.
Yes, I think normally, they say that you must carry on in the same vein that the form that got you towards that lead. Now, here we have a look at Akshay. Pretty certain that he'll have to go for this flag.
Yes, after that lead, every player who's trying to chase him will have to green light everything. And it's a very good shot in the more common denominated factor where everybody's hit their ball is
that's
location.
We've seen quite a few players on that side. That's probably one of those difficult putts, but maybe a little easier than the one that Mukesh was facing. It's downhill, left to right. And we can also see Sanit's ball about 25 feet. And given the kind of form that he's in, that everything he's touching is turning to gold, you never know that if he drains this putt as well. Not that it's required. He only has 12 holes to go and he has a 7-shot lead. So unless barring anything very dramatic or incredulous, I think this tournament is pretty much done for. But that shouldn't dissuade our viewers. There's a lot of good golf still in the offing. And
funnier things have happened in golf.
Yeah, pretty certain the chasing pack is hell-bent on proving me wrong. Jamal, Harinder, Akshay, they do have a lot of pedigree, these players. And Trishul himself is 6 under par.
Yes. know that Sunit is chasing his elusive first win, and the chasing packs, the Mal, Harinder, and Akshay are all multiple tournament winners, so they know how to get the job done. But this young kid on the block is making it life very difficult for all of them.
He's growing in stature and confidence, and he's able to sort of reel off so many birdies that it's difficult to keep up. Experience can only help you, but you got to perform as well. So experience does help you assessing, gauging, making the correct decisions, but nothing can quite do it for you unless you make birdies. So, what he lacks in experience, he definitely makes up in exuberance. 17 under par. So our man looking to move to 18 under par. I'm thoroughly impressed by the way he's carried himself. No sign of nerves. I don't know how they do it, the youth of today. It's I think they mature. The process of maturation happens so much faster. They don't feel the nerves. I definitely recollect my first time playing a big event, and I made an absolute mockery of myself. As an amateur, I remember getting a spot in the Indian Open, and I got so nervous I just lost my game. I was ending up hitting a bush after, and I remember almost having the shivers. Maybe that's an extreme case, but I controlled it. These players, they're not overawed, and that's the difference. The Indian player of today, he's not overawed. If you look at Anirban Lahiri, if you look at Diksha Dagar, if you look at Aditi Ashok, they are not overawed by competition. So ये चीज बड़ी ही जरूरी है कहना कि आजकल के जो खिलाड़ी हैं वो डरते नहीं है किसी से, चाहे जीतना हो या गोल्फ हो, क्रिकेट हो, कोई भी गेम हो, ये बहुत जरूरी है कि किसी को अपने से ज्यादा नहीं समझना, इज्जत सबको देनी है, लेकिन एड़ी चोटी का दम लगाना है जीतने के लिए, और विश्वास भरपूर होना चाहिए, उसके साथ मेहनत भी है। तो लग रहा है मेहनत तो उन्होंने जरूर करी है, और विश्वास ये है कि ये पट भी होल में जाएगा। गुड एफर्ट, पार बनाएंगे, 17 अंडर पे रहेंगे और अगले होल पे आराम से जाएंगे।
जी हाँ, खिलाड़ी शब्द के साथ में डर मेरे ख्याल से नहीं जोड़ा जा सकता, क्योंकि इस गेम में या किसी भी गेम में नंबर 1 की श्रेणी पे पहुंचने के लिए डर के लिए आपके पास कोई जगह ही नहीं है।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन क्या कहते हैं, होशो हवास भी नहीं खो सकते, सिर्फ अटैक नहीं करना, सेफ भी खेलना। गोल्फ शतरंज की तरह है, ये खेल ही अद्भुत है, इसमें जान भी लगानी है, दिमाग भी लगाना है, तो आप अंधाधुन नहीं जा सकते इसमें। और सुनीत ये अपनी छोटी सी उम्र में समझ चुके हैं कि इस गेम में कैसे खेला जाएगा। नेशनल गेम्स में मेडलिस्ट भी हैं ये।
Yes, not a very small feat to achieve a medal in the national games. Sunit has showcased some steel nerves and is now also showcasing that how to go about sustaining that lead and making sure that it's the other people who have to chase him, because he's done most of the heavy lifting during early in his round.
Unfortunate for Divyansh, somehow the putter is not working the way, that's something that I've always figured. You have a great round, it's so difficult to follow it up with another stellar performance, and the players who can crack that sort of mystery are the ones who actually end up doing great things in this game of golf. Very difficult to follow up a great round with another good outing. I think it takes something out of you, and something or the other falters your expectations. I think expectations are the things that get in the way. Once you shoot an 8 under par, as now we have a look at Akshay, he needs to hold this one left right putt. Let's see, straightforward.
Narrowly missing out. That's heartburn.
Yeah, I think there's something from that side of the green. Everybody is missing it on the lower side. It's a difficult putt. This one seemed rather straightforward, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it didn't break as much because the contouring is not that severe from the different angle where Harinder and Mukesh were coming in. But yeah, that was a very good attempt. Unfortunate to have not found the bottom of the hole. Here is the leader making it look a little simpler for the rest of us. And it's good to see the galleries forming up around the leader, showing their support and cheering up their favorite players. Meanwhile, they are treated to some extremely firing cylinders golf by people.
It's a good piece of information that we've seen these kind of huge margins of victory are rare, but they do happen. Mukesh Kumar, incidentally, in the year 2008, won by 11 shots in this city on another golf course at Gindi. I remember playing that event, and I remember we were all astounded by the way that he used to dominate the proceedings. So this is nothing new as far as golf is concerned, but it's definitely a rare sight to see victory, though. Look at that on hole number 10.
That was from the front edge all the way to the back edge, nearly a whole it. A very good attempt from Azhar.
The 10th hole is only 267 yards, so I am presuming that Azhar would have gone with the big stick, and that should be a birdie for him.
Yeah, that was a very long putt for Azhar. Nearly jarred it in from that far out. Here's a look at Saptak. Saptak is developing a putting stroke where he is looking to tuck in his t-shirt side on his left elbow. A good way to stay connected. A lot of people, not a lot, but quite a few people do it. It gives you a more feeling of connected and working the arms in synchronized motion with the rest of the body rotating.
Yes, I feel that putting is such an idiosyncratic thing that you'll see all the players having their own styles and own methods in order to try and hold these putts. But if you see the long game, you do see a lot more consistent gripping and style of play and even alignment. It's pretty similar, barring a few unorthodox sort of setups. But in putting, especially in the modern age now, you see a lot of variations as far as the grip is concerned, the stance, the posture, the way they hold the club, or even the way that the player was tucking his elbow in. So it's very different. Whatever works, just get the ball in the hole. That's what they say in putting. There's no hard and fast rule. You have Adil a lot more classical in his approach to the game. But as they say, this golf course is what's proving to be difficult for the players is holding putts, especially within that 5 to 8 foot radius. I don't know why that is. So maybe something to do with the rain yesterday and how the surface is reacting. So a lot of the times you'd not be able to gauge the direction of the grain or get it wrong, and that's what makes all the difference. As you see in the background, lurking in the shadows is Mr. Chari,
Yes.
sporting his Indiana Jones hat.
I think we should
He's
start
a-
getting him some camouflaged colors
he's
so that
like,
nobody can pick him up in the shade.
Like Harrison Ford under those trees. He's the raider of the lost ark, ensuring that everything works perfectly here and everybody's working on time, playing their holes and finishing them on time. As we have a look at the top tracer.
Yeah, that's beautiful ball flight. Any player would want that. And as you can see, a different range of apex on the two players. One coming out low, the other going more aerial.
Really impressive ball flights. That's what they colloquially call frozen rope. No movement, perfect golf shots.
And nearing the completion of their round is Prabhakar and Arjun Sharma. They had started off the 10th hole and now have got 7, 8, and 9 to contend with to close it and call it a day, call it a tournament. Arjun Sharma has achieved the rare feat of making a 1 on the par 3 15. Here's a look at Prabhakaran from a long way out. He also will have a serious amount of movement if you look at that contouring.
Yeah, definitely underrated that one. Now he'll have his work cut out in order to make that.
Yeah, if you see those hand gestures which he just made after the putt, is that he definitely underread it. Severity of the slope makes reading the putt and making the ball travel on that line which you've intended even further more difficult.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Had you gone through it, but the journey, as they say, teaches you a lot.
Oh, that's a leaf that
That's
that could have been a
very
little
fortunate.
bit of an incident for him, but
Yeah. Well, he was quick enough to stop it from happening.
I think this is a rule that I would like to ask Mr. Chari. I myself am not aware. Like if you're putting, and at that same time the ball strikes a leaf, which is in your line, but wasn't there at that time, just flying through, and it sort of veers off. I think that's just bad luck, right? That's
just bad
that's
luck.
just bad luck, right?
That's just simple
Rub of the
pure
green.
Rub of the green and bad luck, because it's a natural phenomenon which has happened. Nobody
It's
has
not an external
intended
element, yeah.
it to happen. So it is just pure soul bad luck. And
Look at that.
as you see, Prabhakaran not appreciating the three putt from that distance.
I must say the word of appreciation for the rules committee or whoever has chosen this flag pin position. It looks fairly accessible, but for it to go in the hole, the putts, it's just not happening. So they're very subtle breaks which are not perceptible to the players, or they're not able to gauge it to perfection. This is a master stroke as far as pin position is concerned.
Yes, and here's that aerial look on the hole. If I can gauge it right, it looks like Abhijit Chadda is trying to chip it from just being off the green. Looks like a straightforward chip with a lot of green to work with.
So for those of us who are joining us right now, we like to tell you we're live at the India Cements Pro Championship 2023. Mind you, this is the inaugural India Cements Pro Championship. Thanks in large part to the support by this fantastic group, India Cements. It's being played at the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course at Chennai, offering a prize fund of 50 lakh. And currently leading the proceedings is a young man by the name of Sanit Bishnoi, a name that I'm pretty certain will be remembered for a long while now, the way he's playing. Looks like he's going to be one of the legends of Indian golf. He's a 17 under par, and he's wasted no time today. He's 5 under par through 7, and he leads the tournament by a massive margin of 7 shots over the trio of Harinder Jamal and Akshay.
Absolutely. He's put on the afterburners early in the round and is reaping all the benefits out of that. Now, if you look at what Thanga is doing, he's missed the ball on the short side, but he's standing very close to the green to see the reaction of what's going to happen from Shivender's ball. And Shivender has managed to put it on the correct tier, even with mud on it. So, not that difficult to hit it out of that spot is what he's shown, whereas it's a very difficult shot. That's a very good shot from Shivender, especially having mud on that ball. And here's a look at the man Shaurya, who got his name from the Shaurya Chakra Award, which his father has been awarded. A very good name to have, as it represents a lot. Now, it would be very interesting to see what Thanga is doing, because from the looks of it, he's going to attempt to hit this shot left-handed. Well, Harinder and Zamal, accompanied with Akshay, have their work cut out to chase the leaders. It looks like Sanit is not going to let anybody catch him as simply for being 5 under par in a stretch of 7 holes. This sure is attempt to make birdie. In all, it's a very good shot. It's about 4 feet. Interestingly enough, he has played out of turn to give Thanga the ample amount of time which he would have needed, because he is in a spot of bother on the 10th hole. As you know, the 10th hole can be very lucrative because of the yardage which it has. It gives you an opportunity to do attack off the tee, which it looks like Thanga had done, but found his ball in a spot of bother. So here's a quick look at the leaders. Sunit is at 17 and being chased by Harinder, Jamal, and Akshay. Trishul's brilliant performance has of 6 under with a few holes still to go has put him up at tied 5th. A very big jump on round 4 in the right direction. Jairaj and Mukesh are tied at 8 under par. And Gaurav, Adil, Amardeep, Abhijit Chadda tied 9th. So from the looks of it, Sanit will need serious catching up if anybody wants to come even remotely close to taking the trophy away from him. A very welcome addition to the PGTI fraternity is a new tour partner is Vedic Himalayan Springwater, along with Tata Steel, which has been there for a very long while supporting professional golf in our country. Amrutanjan Fruitnik and Rolex are the other partners which have been long-standing with the Professional Golf Tour of India, providing support to this game of golf and taking it on a more global level, which actually stands to be the motto of Professional Golf Tour of India, taking Indian golf global. We have a large number of players carrying the Indian flag on different tours, be it Shubhankar or Anirban Lahiri, and now the newest member to join as the torchbearers of Indian golf is Manu Gandas on the DP World Tour. His heroics of last year have provided him with a pedestal where he can perform, play, and showcase his skills on the European Tour. Before this event started, we had a very massive press conference in which we had some seriously notable names: Mr. Uttam Mandi, CEO PGTI, Mr. HR Srinivasan, President PGTI, leading Indian professional golf to newer heights, and Mr. Prashadachari Ramanujan, Chief Marketing Officer. Also, we had a notable name as Aman Raj represented the players in that. Big shout out to the Chennai media to promote professional golf and give all the limelight and the coverage that they have provided for the 2023 India Cements Pro Championship. Here's a look at that Pro Tracer technology, Samal's ball flight compared to Harinder on a very lower trajectory compared to what Zamal was hitting at. So each player has a different trajectory depending on the speed and the attack angle which they have. A new fresh look at the leaderboard is Sanit still sitting pretty at 17 under par Harinder, Jamal, and Akshay tied second at 10 under par respectively. Trishul has made his way into the top 5 by a very good outing on round 4. With a few holes left, you never know, he can also join the trio of Harinder, Jamal, and Akshay. Divyanshu would be looking forward to his round 3's performance and try and do some catching up of his own. The title sponsor, India Cements, this is the first time have come into collaboration with PGTI to put up a whopping 50 lakh amount of rupees for the tournament. India Cement has a legacy of 75 years, is one of the largest producers of cement in South India. The company's name is synonymous with strength and durability as well as sports. The rich contributions and development which it has done towards sport is very, very prominent. They have also taken Tamil Nadu Golf Federation under and the leadership of Mr. N. Srinivasan, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of India Cements, who also happens to be the President of TNGF. TNGF, it was known as TNGF Golf Course from the word go, but it started off in the year 1938. Long time holding around TNGF. The course has gone under some developments, and the design is by the legendary Peter Thompson. He's developed
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate, feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
Mukesh Kumar currently sitting in at 8 under par. Amardeep Malik at 6 under par. Them have finished 9 holes and are here at the 10th hole, the short par 4. Seems they've laid up here and now will try to make birdie by making an up and down from that yardage. It's a very interesting hole. I really like these holes where you have two choices. Either you can go for it or lay up. Jairaj also seems to have had an errant shot. There's a mighty divot there from the rough. Seems to have taken the aerial route, and that's just about on the front left edge. Should be able to salvage his par from there. Now you have Amardeep lining up with what seems to be maybe all of 70, 75 yards. So this is a range that you'd normally expect the player to be hitting his lob wedge and probably sawing it off a little bit and hitting a 3/4 sort of a shot. Both of them are in similar territory. Mukesh going first with that. Mukesh really loves these shots from all of inside 80 yards. He uses that left to right flight, gets a lot of spin on that. Look at that shot, really tucked in nicely, about 15 feet from the flag for his birdie. Not as he would have expected. He'd probably give that a B, given how he rates himself and hold himself to a high standard. Let's see if Amardeep can do better. Seems to have started a little to the right. Let's see if it turns back in. It's pretty good shot, similar territory, and he'll benefit from having a look at Mukesh. It seems that Mukesh is further from the hole. We'll know it looks pretty equidistant, but whoever goes first will be showing the way to the other player. You also get some updates. Sunit still leads the tournament by 7 shots. Here at the India Cements Pro Championship 2023. We'll also have a look at the order of merit. This tournament will have quite important connotations as far as the order of merit is concerned. Om Prakash Chauhan sits in at 52 lakh, leading the way. Aman Raj at 36 lakh. He's in second position. Karan Pratap Singh, Sachin Besoya, Jamal at 5th position. Sunit Bishnoi currently sitting in at 25th position at 9,50,000. If he were to win this tournament, he'd catapult himself somewhere within the top 15 positions. So that will be a sizable jump for this player. And a victory also gets in a lot of host of exemptions. You're able to play the bigger tournaments. You also get a professional status when the co-sanctioned events come around. So, and a 2-year exemption as well. So a lot for Sunit to look forward to if he is able to close the deal. There you have that putt. Jairaj, I'll say that's a decent putt, giving himself about a 4.5 footer coming back. But ideally, on a hole that's playing this short, the players are looking to make birdies. I would have predicted Mukesh actually going for this green. He's very accurate with his 3-wood, but obviously he's taken a safety first approach. And we have an update. Sunit Bishnoi has made a bogey on hole number 8, and that would move him to 16 under par. And that would keep him 6 shots clear of the lead. So that lead now getting reduced by a solitary shot to a 6-shot lead, which is still a lot. Trishul Chinnappa now the closest pursuer. He's blazing a trail of glory. Currently 7 under par for the day. Trishul spends a lot of time on fitness. Seems that it's paying off as you have a look at Amardeep Malik with this putt maybe breaking a little to his left in the end and breaking towards the hole right in it. Fantastic putt by Amardeep Malik. So the hammer would move to 7 under par and level par for the day. So much required birdie for Amardeep Malik. And that putt would also have given Mukesh a lot of information about which way it'll break. So as it turned out, Mukesh was in fact closer, or maybe Amardeep opted to go first because Mukesh would end up standing on his line. That's an important point in golf, especially on the putting green. The one who's furthest from the whole place, but it is the option if the two players decide that another can go first, especially if a case like this where Mukesh would have been standing on his line and that could have caused some indentations on the green.
Narrowly missing out on his putt, Mukesh. There you can see the expression when a player knows when he's not given it enough steam to make it to the hole. Not a very kind feeling to have for anyone, especially at the levels which these guys compete at. Another step forward for Trishul has launched himself into tied second place. Trishul is having a beautiful round. He's currently sitting at 7 under par for his round. And a slight misfortune for our leader, Sunit, happens to drop a shot.
Jarraj now with this uphill putt, pretty straightforward. The only thing, the key about this putt is keep your head down and commit to the stroke. Don't peak up too early. Hit it square and it'll go in the hole. He does that really well, and that finds itself in the hole.
Yeah, he made it look very simple.
Yeah, I think flat putts within that range where there's not a lot of break are sort of easier than the ones which have a considerable amount of turn. But there's also a counter side to that. I always found that if a putt is dead straight, you're sort of confused because you don't know which side you're going to end up missing it on. You always need to favor one side or the other.
Yes, as we would have heard by a lot of leading professionals through decades, saying that the most difficult shot is the straightest shot in this game. It's easy to move a ball, be it left to right or right to left, because it happens naturally from player to player's perspective. But to hit it dead straight it's like pulling out a rabbit from a magician's hat.
Yeah, it's also difficult to align on a straight putt because you don't know which side are you going to favor. You always need to know that there's a certain miss which will still enable you to hit and get the ball in the hole. If I, case in point, if you have a left-right putt, such as this one, Kshitij is facing a left-right putt, so you can favor the left side and then let it trail off into the hole, so you know which side you want to miss the ball on. So Kshitij would be happier missing this putt on the left-hand side of the hole, the higher side, as they call it. They call it the professional side.
I don't think Kshitij would be happier missing this putt
Yeah,
by any stretch of.
It might be a wrong word, but he'd prefer to miss it on the higher side, which
Oh my!
yeah, he had the line dialed in. Unfortunately, not the speed. He'd have to.
Yes,
Walk off
Kshitij
that
in
green.
himself is a multiple tournament winner on Professional Golf Tour of India. Very big name when it comes to golf.
Yeah, very meticulous. A very different sort of technique. He's modeled himself in a technique that's similar to Bryson DeChambeau, has a similar length shafts and very strong built young man in order to be able to pull that off. It's very difficult to play those single shafted, single length clubs.
Yeah, all his clubs are of the same length. Makes life somewhat simple versus complicated, as his smallest iron and his tallest iron are of the same length. What's your take on that? I mean, Bryson does it, but having seen Kshitij up close, and for the first time when I tried his clubs, it felt so alien for me. But if you look Kshitij play with them, he knows the know-how, the similar way the Bryson does it. He can really strike them beautifully.
Good putt there by Sukra. In our conversation, we tend to sometimes get lost in our train of thought, but Sukra, nevertheless, is at 4 under par. The golfer from Nepal. It's a fantastic event that happens every year there. I've never had the privilege of going there. It's a lovely golf course, and
Yes, the beautiful Gokarna Golf Resort. It is situated just outside the city and is very, very picturesque, very, very difficult, and the terrain is quite severe because the design is pretty much on the
live birds, and especially for nature lovers, I think it's the best thing. Although when we're playing professional tournaments, the last thing on a person's mind is admiring nature. And when you play golf, I think when you play good golf, it doesn't matter where you're playing. It just seems the world seems like a nicer place, and everything seems a lot greener. And when you have a bad round, it doesn't matter where you're playing. The last thing you're looking at is nature.
किसी हद तक सही होगा ये कहना कि सारे गोल्फर्स
problem.
हरियाली के बीच में है, बट ये खिलाड़ी हैं, ये वो मेहनत अलग है, ये मेहनत अलग है. बस ये है कि सौंदर्य बराबर है. नेचर का क्या कहना, हरियाली हर जगह.
Yes, and as the tournament is nearing its completion, there'll be some greens in a lot of pockets today.
Yes, that's the important matter that we almost forgot. आज तो पे डे है जिसको कहते हैं. आज तो पगार दी जाएगी. चौथा दिन है. 50 लाख रुपए का प्राइस फंड है. आदित्य, ये तो बहुत बड़ा प्राइस फंड है और विनर को 8 लाख से ज्यादा मिलेगा. तो इस टाइम पे सुनीत के दिमाग में ये बात तो नहीं होगी जब हम यंग होते हैं और सोचते हैं ये सब तो बाद की बातें. बाद में आपको पता चलता है, अरे मैंने ये पट मिस किया, ये पट 1 लाख का था, इतने का था. उस टाइम तो आप बस जीतने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और जो पीछे ट्रेल कर रहे हैं वो खिलाड़ी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम अपनी पोजीशन इंप्रूव करें, क्योंकि गोल्फर चाहते हैं कि रैंकिंग ऊंची रहे. जितनी ऊंची रैंकिंग रहेगी उतने ही इनको अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्थल के मैच खेलने को मिलेंगे अपनी रैंकिंग के बेसिस पर. आप टॉप 20 टॉप 30 में पहुंचे तो जो बड़ा इंडियन ओपन होता है, जिसको हम कहते हैं बिल्कुल मोहताज, क्या बड़ा मैच है, वो खेलने की आपको चांस मिलती है. सो बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप दिल छोटा ना करें. अगर आप जीत नहीं रहे हैं, जरूरी है कि बर्डी और पार बनाएं और अपनी रैंकिंग को इम्प्रूव करिए.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is an array of world ranking points available not only for the winner but the top 5 in every professional World Tour of India event, as all of them are world ranked events globally recognized by every leading sporting body. Not an easy feat for a young tour like Professional World Tour India to achieve. So hats off to the administration of Mr. US Mandi on going about so quickly into getting world recognition.
Yes, I think that's a valid point that you make. It's a young tour. It's only been around maybe 17 years, and in that limited time frame, there have been some fantastic developments. There have been a lot of tournaments. Prize money has ballooned to what it is today, and that's obviously commendable. Not just to not just for the players, but even for everybody associated with the game. As you have a look at that stunning shot, that stunning aerial view, you see those tennis courts there. This really is a pristine facility, and the golfers are really reveling and having their proverbial day in the sun.
Yes, TNGF is situated in the heart of the city, spread over a massive 90 acres. You can see the city basically circled around the entirety of the golf course, which means it's very readily accessible for all the people staying in and around this beautiful city, coastal city of Chennai.
Yes, feels like an oasis. And there's something mesmerizing about these shots. It really transcends time and you feel much at peace. So once you're done seeing this live coverage, you can maybe see a rerun and meditate looking at the drone shots as we go back to hole number 10. Abhijit Singh Chadda. And coming out.
There's Harinder coming out from the green side bunker, and he's hit a beautiful bunker shot.
That's a fantastic shot. That's probably a 10 on 10 in terms of execution. Really pitched it on the right spot. And that's we've not really seen too many good bunker shots. They've been far and few in between. So this is a welcome respite.
Yes, not only because he's put it next to the hole, but the magnitude of the shot is massive because he's hitting it from a bunker which is underneath the putting surface. Basically, the green's much higher than where the bunker is. And it's also a lengthy bunker shot.
Those bunker shots are really difficult when the green is, the level of the putting surface is a lot higher, because you can still hit a spinning shot, but it's very difficult to gauge the roll because you can't quite see your landing spot. So that's why the players take so much time to hone their short game skills, especially from the bunker. And as we talk about that and see Harinder on our screens, let's have a look at some of the good scores on the golf course. Ravi Kumar is at 4 under par. Then you have Aryan Rupa Anand, the young phenom, 3 under par. Dhruv Sharon, welcome return to form. He's at 1 under par, while Harinder cleaned up there for what appears to be his birdie. Then you have Arjun Prasad, 1 under. The Gaurav Pratap Singh quietly creeping after that double bogey start. He's reeled off not one or two or three, but 6 birdies. He's 4 under par, 8 under for the tournament. So he's showing us that he's still in that championship form, which gave him that victory a couple of months ago. And on top of your leaderboard is Sunit Bishnoi. As we have a look at Jamal, who is at 10 under par. Jamal now just about under the hole, and I think that's for a par or birdie. We're not quite certain if we'll have to wait and watch as the scores get updated.
Yeah, Jamal cleaning up for his par on hole number 10th. 10th proving to be a pivotal hole for quite a few players, as it offers 2 different ways of going about it: attack or play conservatively.
Oh, Abhijit Singh Chadda. It's quite an aggressive putt. Very unlucky just to have shaved the hole. So we'll soon find out if that is a par or a birdie. So we head into the business end of things. They say the back nine on a Sunday. The proverbial Sunday is still a Saturday, but Sunday means the final day of a professional golf tournament is where all the action is. And if you want to ensure that you don't miss out any of the action, then just head over to ABP Network. Another look at that top tracer, showing you the flight that the players are employing while hitting their golf shots. Back to the action at hole number 17. The 17th is a par 3, measuring at 187 yards. A little difficult hole. Elevated green, narrow green.
Looks like Arjun Prasad is trying to go more aerial with his approach on the first hole. It's a very good angle, but he'll have to stop it very soon.
It's a very difficult shot.
Yeah, you saw the amount of hang time he gave on that shot, shows that how elevated the green is from where the player is hitting.
I remember Anirban Lahiri a few years ago, maybe almost 4 or 5 years ago, when he was at Eagleton and we got to play some event and he was practicing that week. He was spending a long time practicing this particular shot. And his rationale was that when you miss the green, more often than not, you have a very difficult up and down on the PGA Tour as the rough is up. And this is a shot which is imperative to master. And it was a sight to behold how he would hit that shot. So, as I was saying before, this is a very difficult shot, but that's where you separate the men from the boys, so as to speak. That shot is very difficult to master. Somebody that comes to mind is Shamim Khan, who hits that shot really well.
As you can see, Sachin Basoya trying to gauge the line on this as not an easy part when you're coming downhill on this hole.
Leader group has finished 9 holes, and Sunith holds on to his 6-shot lead. And while you have a look at Sachin Basoya, a winner on tour this year, there seems to be some sort of disturbance, a confusion. It seems they didn't quite know who's going to putt. And Trishul has gone ahead with his putt. Trishul takes his fitness very seriously. This putt should break a little to his right for Sachin. And as he got it right, unfortunately, just about skimming the cup there, will make his par and remain at 3 under par for the tournament. Currently, we have a total of 40 players under par. My apologies, 37 players under par, 1 under or better. Shows you that the course is offering up a lot of scoring opportunities. The leader still remains at 16 under par, Sunith Bishnoi. We have a total of 54 players who have made the cut. And for those of you joining us right now on ABP Network, we'd like to tell you that we are live from Chennai, TNGF Cosmo Golf Course, bringing you the India Cements Pro Championship 2023. Joining me today alongside for this great conversation is Aditya Raj Chauhan, professional golfer, and I'm your host Shaurya Singh, as we walk with you hand in hand on this interesting journey.
Well, I would like to find a hashtag for you also, professional golfer, entrepreneur, businessman these days, somebody who's gunning for swimming records and all. What's the main tag these days? Athlete all around?
No, I think if I start calling myself that, it'll be a little bit, that term would be used too lightly. No, vocational. I would say that golf is obviously my heart and soul, but as they say, a man has to eat. So just trying to wade the complicated business world and learn and grow there as well. And obviously, as the heat is on, swimming is a good activity. It tends to help you focus the mind. And that's what I felt. The difference is that in everything else that we do, that our mind is active. We're always using our brain. You can never de-stress. But when you're swimming, the only thing you're thinking about is the water.
Survival?
No, the only thing you're thinking about is the water, because you're thinking about your breathing and you focused on that. And that's the one time I feel, no matter what you do, even if you go running, your thoughts are still with you. But if you just want to focus on nothing but technique, I think swimming is a great addition for any sportsman, because that's how you can disassociate the mind with the result and just focus on the task at hand. I remember back in my full-time playing days, especially when I was playing well, that I would try to implement the thought that it's one shot at a time, but it's so difficult to stay in the present. The case in point is somebody like Sunith. He's 6 shots ahead. He should just be coasting to victory, just thinking about the next shot. But it's not that easy, because you tend to get the overall picture, and then you were clouded with thoughts. And golf is such a strange game. If you think about it, it's the most amount of dead time that you have. We're playing this game for about 4.5 hours, and you're hitting these 72 shots for maybe all of 1 hour. So in between that, you have those 3.5 hours. You're just walking and you're in with your thoughts. You have different kinds. We've seen players who like to keep really quiet and be in their thoughts, maybe talk to their caddy. And then you have the flamboyant types like Angad Chima, still joking around and still able to focus. So it's a very unique game.
Yes, if you look at the amount of contact time you actually have with the ball is so less. I think it's in under a second in totality or something like that. But the duration which you have to spend to execute that, the amount of brain work, the amount of physical work, not only while playing but covering, is very important. And as you can see, attention to detail being given by Sunit on the 10th hole. The way he's playing, I won't be surprised if he pops this one in.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. He's going with what seems to be some sort of lofted club. Divyanshu, on the other hand, has his putter out. So he's saying that players can be in a similar position but use different implements. One with the putter, one with the wedge.
Yeah.
Oh, not so much. Maybe he's heard us and he says, sorry, wedge, you go back in the bag. The commentators are saying that putter is something that must be used.
Absolutely. He's heard you loud and clear, changed.
I think he's changing back again. The putter is gone now. He's just, maybe he's just toying with us now. He's like, yes, I lead by 6 shots. I can do what I please.
Of course, he can do whatever he pleases, but that much of attention to detail just goes to show the amount of effort required
I want
to
to
play well.
Sorry to cut you off. So sorry. I want to ask you, what is the thought process? Why is he switching from one club to the other? What is something that he'll be thinking right now?
The only reason why he would go from a wedge to a putter is that that ball could be sitting very well, and if you look at it, the green is sloping a little away from him. So maybe he feels that the ball will run quite a bit, and just to make it simpler, he was thinking of that option, but he's gone back to the wedge, and it was a very good call as he narrowly misses out on chipping.
Good shot there. I think one of the things is it's the wedge is a more aggressive option if you intend to try and chip it in. It's you can control the outcome, you can reduce the variables because you can flight the ball over the rough. And the putter actually is more of a safer choice from off the green. It's just to ensure that you have your 2 putts. You can't be aggressive with a putter from off the green, but you can be aggressive with a lofted club. So that tells you a little bit about the state of mind that the player is in at this point in time. If he's on the contrary, I would have expected Divyanshu to go with a wedge and Sanit to go with a putter because he doesn't need the birdie. But he's seeing that because if you're using the putter, the rough can actually derail the ball from its intended path. As we'll see here, it's not so easy to keep it on a straight line. It just bobbled up a little bit.
Yes, that was an aggressive approach, but rightly explained that initial jump caused due to the heavy rough took the ball off its target just a fraction bit to miss out.
You're seeing that the mindset can be, you can perceive the mindset by the choices that a player is making. Divyanshu's putter is not working the way that it was yesterday. So he's obviously, right now does not want to compound his errors. He's like, all right, let me give this a shot. If it goes in, it's fine, but I want to make my par. And Sanit, on the other hand, is still aggressive because he's 4 under for the day. He's feeling a little bulletproof. Maybe he wants to shoot a deep number and stamp his authority.
Yes, it's not about just winning. It's about taking the right shot and picking that right choice of club at the right shot. It's not necessary that you have to go with the wedge, but there is a very inherent game going inside this tournament where you have 3 people tied for second. So none of them are looking to drop shots, but standalone second also carries a hefty paycheck and serious world ranking points.
Yes, absolutely. So these players are playing for a lot. You can't get too caught up in who's winning the tournament. You just need to play your game and let everything else take care of itself. You have a sizable gallery today, which is a welcome sign.
Yeah, it's always great to see a gallery moving around with you, cheering you up, giving you some kind of support, acknowledging the good golf which you guys are showcasing. And it's a sizable gallery. So if you're in the near vicinity of the golf club, please try and make it and enjoy a sunny afternoon, a windy afternoon. So it means it's not going to be warm, and see some stellar golf being played in your country as the Professional Golf Tour of India has made its way into your hometown, Chennai. Here's a close look of the first hole. Sorry, first hole from last season, 17th hole for this year. I often get confused by last year's scorecard. Looks like Harshjeet Sethi didn't execute the way he would have wanted.
It's one of those difficult shots that you said where you have to get the ball up in the air quickly, but you also have to ensure that it doesn't get too much air time. You have to pitch it in a quadrant, a specific zone, maybe not more than a yard, and that's very difficult to execute. This is where that finesse really comes into play. Very difficult shot, this one, and it takes years and years, and still with the unpredictability of the lie, it's not easy to execute.
Certainly, some of these areas have very thick, juicy rough where it's difficult to keep accelerating through the shot. But from a much more clearer lie, Abhinav Lohan is going to showcase another ball flight onto this.
Yeah, it's just, a lot more straightforward compared to that one. I think this is a degree of difficulties. It's a lot easier, straightforward, but to be fair, I don't think that's his best effort. He still left a little bit of work.
If you would look at what the player in front of you, Gaurav Pratap, is doing, is he's using the one club option of lift, clean, and place being implied this week. It can actually work for your benefit also, as sometimes a one club change over to either of your sides can make some of the contours of these difficult greens less tricky.
Yes, that's what he's doing. Is as I say, you must know your rules and be able to use them when you need to. So he can. Oh, that's a fantastic putt right there by Harshjeet. Was that a putt or a chip? That was a chip. So that's what happens if you don't get it right the first time. There's a second time is the charm.
Yes, those pearly whites are out from Harshjeet, signifying that he's happy to get this over. Oh, sorry, get this hole behind him, as that first attempt of chipping it close to the hole was not that good, but he has showcased his talent by popping it up and in from that far out.
गोल्फ भी एक अजूबा है. आप पहले एक शॉट मारते हैं वो इतना खराब लगता है, उसके बाद जो दूसरा शॉट है वो इतना शानदार. इसे ही कहते हैं जिंदगी. हार नहीं माननी है, कभी भी कुछ हो सकता है.
गोल्फ भी एक तरीके का समय का चक्र ही है. 18 होल आपको दिए जाते हैं अपनी गलती को सुधारने का या अपनी क्षमता को दिखा के उभर के सामने आने का.
देखेंगे कि गौरव प्रताप क्या करते हैं इस बार.
Seepages, corrosion, hit them all for a 6. In fact, 7. Concrete Super King. The answer to all your building problems.
एंड गौरव ने भी बहुत अपने घर को गौरव दिया है. गर्व 2 बार जीते हैं ये पीजीटीआई पे. देखें यहाँ पट कैसा मारेंगे गौरव प्रताप सिंह. ये थोड़ा बाएं को मुड़ेगा एंड में, बट चूक गए हम भी.
Yeah, it trails off a little more than he would have intended, but I like his apparel game going on. He's matched his eyewear to his t-shirt.
Yes, he's taking his fashion seriously. He's Gaurav Pratap. Also a proponent of yoga. These days he's taken to yoga as well.
Yes, he believes in the philosophy is this game is a by chance game, तो कोगा गेम है. दैट इज ये बोलते हैं इसके बारे में. काफी अच्छे तुक्के मार लेते हैं कम से कम 2 बार जीतने के लिए.
Also an avid biker is Gaurav Pratap Singh. I remember him back in the days on his Enfield. Has a lot of bravado and would pull off the best stunts with his Enfield, and really loved riding his bike to and fro the golf course and his house.
But that wasn't the seller point of his biking. It was the nameplate.
Yes, yes, that was
If
something.
you remember,
yes.
in the back of the day.
Yes, he's known by his nicknames.
The town sheriff.
Yes, rather funny and also rather true. So the sheriff, right there, just about missing his putt. From one sheriff to his country cousin, Abhinav Lohan.
Yeah, Lohan would be looking to make this putt travel to the bottom of the hole. I think it's pretty much relatively center, right center kind of a putt.
Yes, looks like just about right center, but it'll have to be on a string. If he misses, it won't go in. I think I'm a naysayer of doom. When I say these things, they often come true. But I've been accused of being a little negative. But what do I do? It's the reality of the situation that I see that every these small parts are. Maybe I've psyched myself out so much in my playing career that I know the difficulty on these smaller parts. They need perfection. You can't take them too lightly.
Absolutely. Very, very truly highlighted short putts can be tricky. And from short distances, if you do not execute to absolute perfection, that it feels like a blow to your gut and not a very pleasant feeling walking off the green.
Yes, I think the bigger effect is the mental one. You miss a short putt, and that kind of stays with you. You don't feel that great about it, especially if it's something that you were expecting to make. So, as they say, you try and cut out the expectation. Bernard Langer said, "Don't expect anything." Not that easy to do. Not that easy to feel that way, but if you can do that, I think you can really have a good career, because it's always in golf, as they say, you're losing most of the time. You rarely do ever win, so you have to have strong internal fortitude. As you have a look at that aerial shot, it's fantastic. Looks like one of those blimps giving you a wonderful view.
Yes, I could just sit back all day long and keep enjoying these drone shots. Certain kind of elegance, certain kind of magic when you get to see aerial shots of a golf course. I guess it just takes out the perspective of the dangers lurking around and signifies the beauty of the golf club. Here you can see Arjun Prasad giving the due diligence to this straightforward chip. Not an easy one. And if I'm not wrong, this would draw close to his tournament at the end of this hole. Pretty straightforward chip putt, but a little bit of elevation change. I think he is going and giving that in-depth detailing. So that chipping option, why that there was so much attention to detail by Sunit on the 10th hole was because that he was one over there in one shot, and that was the eagle chip.
Oh, that's
He was being very cautious about it to further his lead.
even Divyanshu. So for that fact, they must have had some fantastic tee shots there on that hole, which we
To end up where their balls were, sublime striking and a lot of good hitting is required. Saptak seems to be bothered about that tee shot. I don't think it's ended up exactly where he was intending it.
Yeah, going back to that hole number 10, those would have been some mouth-watering shots by both these players. Fantastic efforts.
Yeah, at the current stage, I would actually require somebody to use that pocket wedge to end up the ball at those locations.
Yes, I believe you can't drop it better than what they were on hole number 10. In fact, Divyanshu would have been flirting with an albatross at some point in time. It would have just about crossed the flag.
Yes, from the angle of approach where they were standing from, where they had hit the tee shots, it would have nearly looked like a given shot from where Divyanshu's ball was. Very, very difficult shot, looked very, very easy.
We saw on our screens Thanga there. Playing alongside Shaurya Binu and Shivinder Sisodia.
It's a good outcome.
You see that number there on the ground? For our viewers, I'd like to tell you that's the length of the green.
The greens from back to front have a certain yardage to their totality, and every hole has its different depths. That's what has been provided to you. That number 33 means that this green's total length front to back is 33 yards. And you can see how steep that incline is, which Shora is climbing up. Is a two-tiered green, the 14th.
Yeah, that makes things quite difficult, especially on a multi-level green. You don't have much room for error. You have to drop the ball very intent, otherwise even a yard here or there can actually compound the error. That's what's happened here for Shaurya. You've seen him trundle off the back edge. So there you saw that it's very small window of I would say window of opportunity, but that's wrong, but like where you need to pitch it. So now let's see what Shaurya can do after that miscue.
Yeah, Shaurya seems to be a believer in aim point system. Just another way to read the greens, like we were discussing yesterday, aim point. A newer method of reading greens. That was a good attempt to save his par from that far out. Not an easy two-putt from where he was.
और जो भी हमारे श्रोता हैं जो हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं हम उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं और पूछना चाहते हैं आपको ये लाइव टेलीकास्ट जो है आपको देख के इसको मज़ा आ रहा है? आप हमें बताइए, कोई आपके सवाल, कोई प्रश्न आप जानना चाहते हैं इस गेम के बारे में, किसी खिलाड़ियों के बारे में, आप हमको सोशल मीडिया पे ज़रूर एक बार हेलो कीजिए, चाहे फेसबुक हो, ट्विटर हो, इंस्टाग्राम हो, एबीपी लाइव का कोई भी चैनल पे आप हमको फॉलो कर सकते हैं। ये देखिए थंगा राजा, कितना भारी नाम है, ये श्रीलंका के खिलाड़ी हैं, तगड़े खिलाड़ी हैं और पट इनका इधर मिस हुआ, लेकिन खिलाड़ी बहुत उम्दे हैं। सो आप सोशल मीडिया पे देखिए, हमको फॉलो करें, अपने दोस्तों को बताइए कि गोल्फ देखिए एंड ये खेल है, इसको हम समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, आपके लिए बिल्कुल आसान बना रहे हैं जिससे कि आप अगली बार देखें और आपको कोई इसमें झिझक ना हो खेलने में या समझने में। इसमें 18 होल होते हैं, जो सबसे कम शॉट लेते हैं वो जीतते हैं। जैसे कि अभी शिविंदर पट मार रहे हैं और ये गिरा दिया। पट को होल में डालना जितने कम में जाए वो बढ़िया है। गोल्फ एक ऐसा खेल है जिसमें कम से कम शॉट में आप जीतेंगे। आप बाकी गेम खेलते हैं उसमें उल्टा रहता है कि ज़्यादा स्कोर बनाना है, ये एक गेम है जिसमें स्कोर कम बनाना है। सो गोल्फ में अगर आपका कोई दोस्त बनाए कि मैं सबसे ज़्यादा रन बनाता हूँ, तो आप बोलना नहीं भैया, आप उल्टा बता रहे हैं, इसमें तो कम रन बनाने होते हैं। इधर के शॉट बोले जाते हैं 72 होते हैं, इसमें एक 18 होल में ज़्यादातर नंबर।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर, या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव।
बड़ी पट में तो चूक गए हैं और पार बनाना भी मुश्किल रहेगा। अगर ये पट इनसे नहीं डलेगा तो उसको बोगी कहलाते हैं, बोगी करेंगे तो +1 मिलेगा। और प्रोफेशनल गोल्फर को प्लस नहीं चाहिए, उनको सिर्फ माइनस के नंबर अच्छे लगते हैं। तो ये था गोल्फ का थोड़ा सा सार।
Absolutely. Azhar won't be happy with his first putt coming up way short. Normally, he's a very good putter, and nobody likes to leave it that short where you have serious work cut out to save your par. Here's a look at Saptak trying to make his life easier by sinking this.
That's a good try by Saptak. A little aggressive. You can see that tapering off, and
it's still going.
Yes.
This par 3 has a very false hand side where it's very difficult to keep the ball on the green if you have even missed it by a whisker on the stem.
Yes, the margin for error is very thin, and that's why you need to ensure that everything that you're doing is perfect. You can't keep missing the line, as we have a look at Adil here on our screens.
Yeah, Adil would have seen and learned from the trailing ball of Saptak because it virtually went into his way and showed him the actual direction.
And it's straight uphill, fairly straightforward. I expect this to be close.
Yeah. Man of Adils should be able to gauge it well. Comes up a little bit short. I guess it's the hobble which the ball
Yes, and that's what happens if you use the putter from off the green. But obviously, you have to make a judgment call and see that if you want to be aggressive or just want to ensure that you don't make too many errors. And as we have a look at them, let's also update you on what's happening on the macro scheme of things. We have Sanit Bishnoi still leading the tournament, and now the lead has ballooned once again to 7 shots. And Trishul Chinnappa, Jamal Hussain, Akshay Sharma in pursuit. Although they're a fair distance behind, they're 7 shots behind, so the lead is 7 shots for him. So I think it's safe to say now that the tournament seems to be a foregone conclusion. Now there's as they say, there's a battle within the war. So they're battling for the second position now.
Yes, as this tournament is towards its end half, the entire leader group and the second leader group have made sure that they are in the closing ceremonies of this tournament, which means it'll be very, very difficult, or as would Mr. Tom Cruise like to call it, mission impossible, to catch him with that kind of a lead.
Yes, I think, but Trishul has really put up a valiant effort. We've got the latest scores coming in. He's shot an 8 under par for the day. Fantastic effort by him.
Yeah, Saptak would be looking to make amends of his first putt by sending this home. He would have had a fair idea of how the ball breaks, and that's beautifully done.
I think Trishul has done all that he could have. He shot an 8 under par. He's done everything that he could within his pars. Fantastic. That's how you make a run on the final day, an 8 under par. He ran the proverbial gauntlet and came out unscathed with an 8 under par. But Sanit is unfazed. He's 5 under himself with 7 holes to go. So as we stand currently, it is Sanit all the way.
Yes, Trishul, for his valiant effort, has put himself in a very good spot, not only as a payday, but accumulating world ranking points. There is a serious amount of world ranking points available on each PGTI tournament. We are in the last stages of the inaugural India Cements Pro Championship, the 9th event on the PGTI calendar. This tournament begins the second half of Professional Golf Tour India, which they are starting off with Chennai and moving on towards Coimbatore the very next week. So stay tuned for more action next week from Coimbatore. The Tamil Nadu Golf Federation is spread over 90 acres of land in the middle of the city. So it's a beautiful oasis. If you are in touching distance of this, get up, come out, have a good time, look at this beautiful, picturesque TNGF golf club and enjoy some seriously good golf being played. As you see in the backdrop, the winds have picked up even furthermore, making this particular decision for the player, Shivendra, standing on the tee, a little more difficult, a little more confusing. As it is, this is a very long par 3. Throw in a wind factor into it, makes life more difficult. But I'm sure he's up for the challenge. Would be interesting to see where this ball ends up. Seems to have put an aggressive swing on it, trying to keep the ball low. Quick update on the top 5 for round 4 of the India Cements Pro Championship 2023. Sanit clear, leading the tournament at 17 under par. Trishul, who's closed his round, is the clubhouse leader for the moment at 11 under par. Jamal Jamal and Abhijit are tied third at 12. Akshay is at 10 under par. He's still got a few holes to go, and the way he plays, I would not be counting him out for at least trying to catch up with Trishul. TNGF Golf Course has also come up with their brand new clubhouse, which was inaugurated in April. So, is the sole reason why the renumbering of some of the holes has happened so that you can end up your round next to the hole, which is 18th number. The clubhouse is right next to that, beautifully built up. And I was told it has a CSK bar. The bar is called CSK, so they really support their home team. This week we've had some really big names: Om Prakash Chauhan, Aman Raj, Karan Pratap, Gaurav Pratap Singh playing this week. Amongst the international players representing their various countries, Zamal from Bangladesh, Badal from Bangladesh, and keeping the flag high for Sri Lanka are the notable N. Thanga Raja and K. Pabrakan. We have also a sole torchbearer for Nepal, Sukra Bahadur Rai, a youngster with a very promising future. As this tournament embarks the beginning of the second half of PGTI calendar, we have an array of 14 tournaments, including this one lined up. So in all, till the end of 2023, you will have some exciting golf being played in your country, in your states, in your cities. So be sure to log on to professionalgolftourofIndia.com. There's a calendar over there which will let you know when the best of the best professional golfers are going to be in your state or your city. Come out, support them, watch some enjoyable golf being played around you, because these tournaments have pro-ams which you can participate in. These tournaments have clinics which are organized by PGTI, where you have some of the biggest names come out and showcase how the game has to be played, which was done this week as well by Aman Raj and the legendary Gaurav Ghai.
Yes, that was definitely something to look forward to. And the juniors and all the members really enjoyed that, to be getting pearls of wisdom from such experienced campaigners. That's something that all of them can always look forward to. As we have
Shaurya is trying to make an up and down two on the 15th hole.
And the 15th is 174-yard par 3. Or you're currently sitting in at 6 under par in that tie for 13th position. So as the tournament comes closer to its end, all these positions are really important. The players want to make the most of it. If they can get in from a 13th to a 12th, that does make a lot of difference in terms of prize money. The players have really been welcomed to Chennai this week, and the weather has really been nice. I remember visiting Chennai in the summer months. It used to be quite hot. As we have a look at Shivinder, this has been probably one of the best times to visit Chennai.
Yeah, it looks like a strong breezy afternoon in the month of August, which can seriously be blistering hot. But I guess the winds and the delayed prolonged monsoons are keeping the temperatures in check.
Exactly. As we have a look at Thanga, he took the flag out, took the aggressive route, and almost made that. A pretty good effort by him. And seriously, कहा जाए कि इस हफ्ते दिस गोल्फ कोर्स has बहुत ही स्वागत किया है इन खिलाड़ियों का. कहते हैं अतिथि ही तो देव होते हैं, और उसी तरीके से इन लोगों का वेलकम किया गया है, खिलाड़ियों का. और इन्होंने भी अपना पूरा जलवा दिखाया है. क्या गोल्फ खेले हैं ये लोग. और सुनीत अभी 17 अंडर पे है, 7 शॉट आगे. तो ये जो प्रतियोगिता रही है, ये बड़ी ही यादगार रहेगी आगे जाते हुए भी.
Of course, it's the very first time India Cement has partnered up with PGTI to bring forward this beautiful track TNGF and this amazing tournament which hosts a prize purse of 50 lakh rupees.
Look for this putt to break a little bit to his left. It's very important to keep your focus up on the final 9 of a tournament. Fantastic putt there, because that's where fortunes are decided. Because if you sort of get a little lackadaisical, or you feel the fatigue building up, and you're not quite focusing, that can mean a difference of a considerable difference in terms of your positioning. And I feel that's where a lot of the golfers can falter, because it's the cumulative fatigue of the tournament, and you're not really winning the tournament, and you tend to lose sight of things. It's very important to keep the focus high up till the final shot.
Absolutely. With round 4, one thing is very clear, that there is no making amends of what you've done. Rest of the rounds still give you hope that there's another day where you can come and make amends, shoot a better round, solidify your positions. But this round means you are done with each hole after you've finished it, and there is no making amends if you have faltered on it. So a very crucial, critical day, day
Yes.
4 of any professional golf championship.
It's going to be important now who finishes in second position.
Jairaj looking to clean up for somewhat about 5 to 6 feet.
Yeah, that should break a little to his left.
Interestingly enough, Mukesh is very interested in Jairaj's line. I would want to see where his ball is. There you can see the trusted duo of Amar and his caddy Anna. Anna's been on his back for a very long time.
It should break a little to Amar's right. The important factor here would be to keep the speed up. If you hit this too gingerly or too safe on this one, that sort of veers away to the right. So I have to be firm with this one. And he was firm.
I guess he was firm enough. That's why it stayed on line, because it was taking a nosedive.
Exactly. So it's one of those catch-22 situations when you're inside 3 feet. You need to hit it firm enough that if you miss it, you have a similar length coming back. But if you're not, Muku with a very small putt there.
That's what he was looking at very carefully at Jairaj's line. He was on the same line, but maybe half the distance of what Jairaj was. Goes to say how much attention to detail is required. And here's the bashful prince of Sri Lanka, Mr. Hanga Raja.
Yeah, really a powerful built unit. This guy hits the ball a mile and really puts a lot of compression on it.
Now, if you look at his face, he's not hit a very good shot, but his pearly whites are still out. He cannot stop smiling. I've been seeing him for so many years.
I'd like to draw an exception. I think he's grimacing this time. He's still wondering where the ball has gone. Not that one time that he's happy. Let's see if Shivinder will be all smiles on hole number 16, which is a par 5. Only 482 yards. With his prodigious length, he can get there easily into going with the 3-wood.
He's going with the 3-wood. That means he's just placing it into play. The sole reason why you cannot attack this hole is because at about 280 yards, the periphery of the fairway ends as in there is a road which divides the golf course, and you cannot access that channel. That's why most of the players do not even try and attempt going with the driver, because to fly that road is about 300 yards.
What about trying to bound it off the road?
Yeah, they have a 4-foot fence in front of it. So best of luck trying that. You would need to be someone of the caliber of maybe Mo Norman, who uses the bridges to his advantage. That kind of accuracy is very unheard of.
Let's see what Shaurya does. Let's hope he doesn't end up on the road.
I think he's taken the wiser decision with 3-wood. More of a placement tee shot on this hole. You place it somewhere at about 260 and then try and go about with a 5-iron or a maybe hybrid if you've not executed your tee shot well. But yes, it's definitely accessible on your second shot even after using a hybrid or a 3-wood off the tee.
Hole number 15, Amardeep. Compact swing there by Amardeep Malik. And we have got an update. Sunit has no intention of slowing down. In fact, if anything, he is more determined than ever. He's made another birdie on hole number 12. That would move him to 18 under par, 8 shots ahead. So I've been thoroughly proven wrong. I thought that this week might be Jamal's week owing to his experience, but seems that
seems like my yesterday's guesswork is coming true. I should have put my money where my mouth was.
Absolutely. Sunit has proved that what he lacks in experience, he definitely makes up in his golfing prowess. Jairaj.
A small twirl and a pose means the shot would actually be on target. Yeah, there's a thumbs up from the playing partner, appreciating the good shot.
Amardeep Malik, a seasoned professional golfer, started golf late. Not too sure. I don't think he played any junior golf. He started golf straight from the amateur ranks and was able to improve in a very short amount of time. He also incidentally comes from an army background. His father is an army man. So I think that seems to be the common thread. I think more than half the majority of the players, they are from a similar background. I think we benefited by having those kind of facilities and the kind of discipline that is instilled by having a parent in any of the armed forces. And obviously, we are at that time of the year where we just had our Independence Day. Then, it's only made possible by the great sacrifices of all the people in any uniform and what they do for this country to keep it together and to enable that we can have this flourishing economy and sports such as professional golf.
Yeah, truly said. Cannot thank enough the men in uniform for all the lavish facilities which we enjoy, courtesy them taking care of our security and ensuring that we can go about doing our business without any kind of intrusion. So hats off. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever you are. That would mean we would have to go thank our parents also tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what Jamal can do on this chip.
Zamal is eyeing it up as a hawk because he knows it's very crucial to break out of this tie which he finds himself.
This tie seems to be bloating. Now there are 5 players at 10 under par. Trishul, Abhijit, Jamal, Divyanshu, Akshay. So this is where the tournament is going on. The conclusion for the winner, I think, is a foregone one. Let's see what happens here. Jamal. I'm pretty certain that he'll try to chip this one in, although it's still a fair distance till the flag.
Well, that's true. A large number of players find themselves at a tied for second. But other than Trishul, all of them have the opportunity to break loose out of this tie and solidify and take their own solo position at second. And I'm sure that's going to happen because all these players, Abhijit, Jamal, Divyanshu, and Akshay, have two par fives still to come for them. The caliber of these players would definitely mean that either or maybe all of them are going to birdie those holes. Easier said than done, but I would like to be proven wrong in that.
Jamal's chip is underway. Looks really nice. Just ran on steam, but had the correct line. And this camera angle also shows you the severity of the slope and how this multi-tier green actually makes things a lot more difficult for the players.
There you have Abhijit Chadha from the wrong tier because this is a two-tier green, but you have to understand that not every ball shot can find its destination and be on the correct tier. Abhijit Chadha is a very good putter, so he's giving all the attention to it, and you can see the waggle of that putter stroke getting bigger and bigger, not only because the length is sizable, but the steepness of the slope from where he's putting is very big. For the moment when he hits the putt, you will actually see the ball disappear for a fraction. That's the amount of slope he has to cater for.
It's very difficult to also gauge the line on these kind of putts. I always found this very difficult.
Yeah, so did Abhijit. He powered through the break.
Because if you saw, there was a break from left, right, and then the end, it was turning the other way. And you're also having to contend with an uphill and then a downhill sort of lie that it climbs up that hill and then goes down. So not that easy to sort of gauge everything at one point in time. I think all things considered, he's done okay, although he'll have a four-footer coming back. Harry will really benefit from that approach. Won't be surprised if this is really close.
Yes, this hole looks like very similar to the second hole on the home course for both these players.
Look at that. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, just about. Unfortunate to have missed that.
Yeah, that was an extremely good putt. He went to school on Abhijit's putt and made the correct corrections. Nearly hold it out from that far out.
This putt now for Abhijit should break to his right. Again, one of those difficult putts for the right-handed player. You're never too sure if you want to die it in or hit it firm.
Didn't we watch Amardeep hammer it from this distance?
Yes, let's see if Abhijit does the same thing, but it's a little further.
Yeah.
Very well done. You see what that means to him. That fist bump, a sign of exaltation, showed that he understood that that was a worthy achievement.
Yes, very difficult to two-putt from where both Harinder and Abhijit were, especially after your first putt being further away from what you would have liked. There you can see Harinder tapping down on the surface of the green. In case there are some pitch marks, you can actually repair them using tools and make sure that your surface that you're putting on is nice and smooth.
It's also a Not really a straightforward putt. It has a little bit of break to the left. Done well.
Yeah, Zamal makes it look very easy.
The purity of the stroke is what makes the difference. It's not. Line reading is important from inside 3 feet, but you have to have center contact. So there's no side spin on the ball. Harry, who we saw, hit that brilliant putt.
Yeah, both Harinder and Abhijit have done wonderfully well.
And another update, sorry to disturb you, Aditya, Sunith has made another birdie on hole number 13. So he moves to 19 under par. So he's not done yet. I think he's going to, drag the rest of the field through mud. He's going to stake his claim and then he's going to prove his point that, yes, I am superior. I'm 9 shots ahead. Fantastic display. This is what you want to see. You see players sort of step off the gas and they're like, all right, I'm ahead. No, I must take it easy. But this is the stuff of what champions are made of. Reminds me a little bit of how Yuvraj was dominating previous year. When he was ahead, he would still keep powering on. And that's what Sunith is doing. He's reeled off 3 birdies in 4 holes. What a fantastic display of golf. And equally fantastic is this drone shot.
Yeah. Sanith has put some serious daylight between him and the people chasing him as we are in the last stages of the India Cements Pro Championship 2023 hosted at TNGF, Chennai. Here's another look at the wind factor. If you look at the trees in the background, they are seriously blowing. And on a long on a long par 3 where the flag is stuck towards the left side, this is a very difficult shot. But I'm sure the players are equally up for the challenge, as this is the cream of Indian golf in your city, showcasing some seriously good golf.
Hole number 15. Abhijit Singh Chadha. A lot more vertical swing, and that happens as the taller a player gets. It's a lot more difficult to have a rotatory motion, tend to be more upright, and that's why I have a steeper angle of attack and put a lot more compression on the ball. Whereas shorter players tend to have a more rotatory swing, and normally they play a draw. And the taller that you are, because of the plane that the angle of attack, you tend to play a fade.
Yeah, that's a simple explanation about that. Here's Amal trying to catch up on and break out of that tie.
Yeah, that tie is, I think that's the tournament right now. That's the tournament that we are looking at.
Yeah, with Sanith breaking loose, it's all about who is going to take second place on his own.
Body English says that ball has gone off to the right.
It's not easy for a fade player like Zamal to access a flag which is stuck towards the left, especially with the wind also moving from their left, making it even further more difficult to access that flag on a lengthy par 3.
Harry's t-shirt blending in with the background, Harinder. Camouflage there. Look at some of the scores today. Low round of the day belonging to our leader, and Trishul Chanappa. Leader is still out on the golf course, who is 7 under through 13 holes. A fantastic display of sublime golf. Trishul Chanappa, noteworthy 7 under par. After that, there's Gaurav Pratap Singh, who shot 4 under. to be lying in at 8 under for the tournament. Lower down the leaderboard, you have Ravi Kumar. So going along really well. He is at 5 under. And then you have Aryan Rupa Anand, who's also 3 under for the day. So the day on the whole has not been a low scoring day, barring a few players. There's been a lot of overpar scores. Shows you that just really makes you appreciate the level of golf that Sunith and Trishul have produced today.
Absolutely. They have been the trendsetters for the day, both showcasing their skills. Gaurav has also catapulted himself back into the top 10 with a very good scorecard of 4 under par. And here's another look at the leader. From the middle of the fairway would be definitely going flag hunting. And what a beautiful shot he is hit on hole number 14. Right underneath the flag, he's given himself a realistic putt to move away furthermore from the chasing pack.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot. That's the first time I think we've seen a ball on the correct ear and in the vicinity of the hole.
He's leading the pack for no small feat. He's, as he said yesterday, he's hitting his irons well. This is a good example of that.
Yes, that's a brilliant shot. Akshay here. We saw Jamal on a similar line, although coming from outside the green. So, and
Yes.
it has sort of predictable turn to the left, not the most difficult putt. So there is an outside chance that he could make this.
Well, Akshay's putt's going to be, if I remember correctly, a little left to right in the initial phases and then trickles back towards the hole. So
Yes.
it's a slight double breaker towards the end of the hole.
Yeah, but as you see, the severity of the slope normally affects the putt more towards the second half. As the first half, the ball is normally traveling faster, so it'll tend to go over the surface in a shorter duration of time, so won't get affected that much by factors such as grass. Now, when the ball is on its deceleration, when it's losing speed, that's a time that will get affected a lot more by the slope and grain. So I would think that the right to left gradient will be the dominant one, especially towards the second half. And as we speak about that, have a look at our leader who's just pulled off another blinder.
Yeah. Well, on the 14th, it's very important to be on the correct tier of the dance floor, as they call it. And Akshay has done that. He still has a sizable distance to travel, but at least he's on the correct tier. There you have the famous Montu caddying for him. Montu's been caddy to some very good players, amongst the notables of them is the very famous Rashid Khan.
Now look at that putt. Divyanshu Bajaj on our screens. Divyanshu is currently in that tie at 10 under par. He's level par for the day. Playing hole number 14. This would break from his left to right.
Seems to have given it a good rap. He's gone just a little ahead of the hole, but nothing too severe. Maybe 2 feet past the hole, which is actually a good attempt from that far out.
Yeah, good putt. And you have Akshay Sharma also in that group. And I have a feeling that this putt could actually go in. I know that there's no such thing as an easy putt, but if there ever was a makeable putt, I think this is the one, because you just need to get the correct line and slope should do the rest. And it's not one where you really need to give it a rap or be afraid of the speed either. It's downhill, playing fairly okay in terms of speed. So this is a makeable putt.
Let's just hope he's heard what you have said.
Yeah, it's looking good. That's looking good. Just about staying short. So good effort there. Had the line, not the speed.
Yeah, he had the line just about maybe a foot short on that exact tracking line, but that far out from that far out a distance, it's not easy to gauge the speed. On your screens is the man who is definitely good, put his hands around the championship trophy of this India Cements 2023 Pro Championship is Sunit. If he makes this, he is basically 10 clear with 4 holes to go. Not that anybody is catching him, but I would like to see him increase his lead.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see how many under par he can shoot. This is the best place to have hit this shot, right to left, uphill putt. Seems to have under cooked it a little bit. A little tentative on that one. Unfortunate to have missed that. We can't make them all.
I think unfortunate is not the word to go along Sunit's name, at least for this week.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that he would have wanted to make that birdie, so Devanshu cleaning up with his par. But that's how golf is, you not everything can go your way. That was a brilliant shot. It's the best that we've seen, and just a little unlucky to miss that on the lower side. And seeing these perfect conditions really does entice one to play golf. इतना सौंदर्य है कि मन करता है हम भी गोल्फ खेलें जाके। तो हम तो दर्शकों से यही कहेंगे, अगर आपके आसपास गोल्फ कोर्स है या गार्डन भी है, आप घूमने चले जाइए, आप नेचर का लुत्फ उठाइए।
Of course, come out and enjoy the beauty of nature, and where else other than on a golf course where you get to see a very good sporting event happening in front of your eyes.
हम बात कर रहे थे कैसे कि जो भी यहाँ सुपुत्र हैं जिनके पेरेंट्स फोर्सेस में रहे हैं, उनको नेचर की अपॉर्चुनिटी काफ़ी मिलती है। हम लकी हैं कि आजकल सबको मिल जाती है। ओपन स्पेसेस हैं, ग्राउंड हैं, अलग अलग गेम हैं जो स्कूलों में खिलाए जाते हैं। तो मेरा अपने अनुभव से तो यही व्हाट अ पट राइट देयर बाय शौर्य बीनू, अपने नाम के मुताबिक पट मारा है इन्होंने। मेरा अनुभव तो ये है कि हमने जो यूथ है उसको खेल की तरफ भेजना जरूरी है। हाँ, पढ़ाई कभी नहीं छोड़ी जा सकती, पढ़ाई बहुत ज़रूरी है और ये मैं पूरी तरीके से मानता हूँ, लेकिन थोड़ा सा खेल भी रहेगा तो चुस्त रहेंगे हमारी यूथ और दिमाग अच्छा चलेगा उनका। शिविंदर वहाँ पट गिराते हुए कहते हैं हेल्दी बॉडी इन अ हेल्दी माइंड इन अ हेल्दी बॉडी बहुत ज़रूरी है। और गोल्फ जैसा खेल जो है खिलाड़ियों को बहुत कुछ सिखाता है, कैसे डिसिप्लिन, सत्य का साथ देना। आपको यहाँ पे कोई एम्पायर आपका स्कोर नहीं चेक करेगा, आपने खुद बताना है कि आप क्या खेले हैं। तो जो सच्चाई का मार्ग है वो पहले से सिखाया जाता है और यही क्वालिटी है जो जिंदगी में आगे ले जाती है लोगों को। संघर्ष करिए और फल जरूर मिलेगा। आप देखिए अभिजीत सिंह चड्डा माने जाने खिलाड़ी हैं, चंडीगढ़ से बहुत ही लंबी शॉट मारते हैं। उनका एक हमेशा स्टाइल रहता है, जैसे विराट कोहली का रहता है दाढ़ी का, वैसे इनका भी ये रहता है। और बात जहां विराट कोहली की हुई, अभी वर्ल्ड कप भी ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है। सो हमें मालूम है आप एबीपी नेटवर्क पे वो भी देखेंगे। जमाल हुसैन बांग्लादेश से, इनकी भी टीम बहुत अच्छी है, वर्ल्ड कप आने वाला है और बहुत ही मनोरंजन आने वाला है वर्ल्ड कप में 2 महीने में। देखिए ये बॉल थोड़ी दाएं की तरफ गई है, इसलिए वो बड़े ध्यान लगा के देख रहे हैं। आप जरूर हमको सोशल मीडिया पे फॉलो करिए, बताइए क्या पसंद आ रहा है आपको। गोल्फ और क्रिकेट, फुटबॉल जैसे खेलों में क्या आपको लगती हैं चीज़ें जो सिमिलर लगती हैं आपको इन खेलों में? जैसे हम अभी हरिंदर को देखेंगे, वो टीइंग ग्राउंड के दाएं ओर से मारे हैं बॉल, ये बिल्कुल राइट को निकल गई है। ये ऐसा शॉट मारना नहीं चाहते थे। आप देख सकते हैं जो खिलाड़ी का चेहरा है वो आपको बहुत कुछ बता देगा कि शॉट किधर गई है। अगर सीधा मारते ही उन्होंने अपनी टी निकाल दी तो मतलब वो अपने शॉट से प्रसन्न हैं, और ना अगर थोड़ा सा दाएं बाएं देख रहे हैं तो मतलब डगमगा गए हैं, बॉल वहां नहीं गई है जहां चाहते थे। हम अब होल नंबर 15 पे हैं। पे टी पे अक्षय हैं। अक्षय भी चंडीगढ़ के खिलाड़ी हैं, ये भी जीते हुए हैं टूर पे। ये अपनी बॉल बाएं से दाएं मारना पसंद करते हैं। तो गोल्फ में ये चीज हमने पहले बताई थी कि हर एक खिलाड़ी अपने अलग तरीके से शॉट मारते हैं। उनकी जो तकनीक है वो उनकी इंडिविजुअल तकनीक होती है, और जैसे वो बॉल को हवा में रुख देना चाहते हैं वो भी उनके ऊपर होता है। कई इंसान लेफ्ट टू राइट मारते हैं, कहीं दाएं से बाएं घुमाते हैं, और कई खिलाड़ी जो इतने अच्छे हैं उनको दोनों तरफ मारने का कंट्रोल है। जैसे टाइगर वुड्स हैं, वो जब अपने ऊंचे स्तर पे थे वो दोनों तरफ बहुत ही मजेदार शॉट मारते थे। और कई खिलाड़ी जो बहुत अच्छे होते हैं उनका कंट्रोल दोनों तरफ में है। आप ये समझिए क्रिकेट के टर्म में कि जैसे ऑफ साइड पे कहते थे दादा नंबर 1 है, भगवान के बाद कहते थे सौरव गांगुली इज द बेस्ट ऑन ऑफ साइड, जैसे जेफ बॉयकॉट कहते थे। तो कोई खिलाड़ी जो ऑफ साइड और ऑन साइड, जैसे कि मिस्टर 360, तो गोल्फ में समझिए वही दर्जा दिया जाता है जो प्लेयर दोनों तरफ से इतना अच्छी तरीके से शॉट मार के कंट्रोल कर पाते हैं। बहुत कम होते हैं। And Sanith is proving to be one of those players who's versatile, can work the ball from left to right and the other way. And he's been showcasing this absolutely dominant performance, and it's been a feast for the senses. And so has this golf course in this championship.
Yes, the playing conditions have been immaculate. TNGF golf course has, the greenkeepers have made sure that the playing conditions are pristine, prim, even after the showers which the golf course has experienced late in the month, late at night, just before the tournament was beginning. Shows to go how much detailing they have put into this event. And that's a sizable gallery following the leaders. Good to see people coming out and enjoying some very good golf being played at their home venues.
I'm pretty certain that at Sanit's household there must be a proud set of parents having produced such fine children, both sportsmen and making their country proud, and Sanit making his state proud, winning a medal at the national games, and his sister flying the national flag high. She's plays on international tours as well, and pretty good golfer in her own right, Gorka, and now Sanit. So very good golf being exhibited by these two. And right now, Sunit's moment in the sun. It's a decent bunker shot.
That's a good bunker shot, actually, because as we just saw when Saptak was hitting that putt, this green is very fast and the slope is quite severe where the flag has been cut out. So all in all, he's hit a very good bunker shot, which would have been expected from somebody who's leading the tournament nice and clear.
Yes, although he'll have some work cut out here at hole number 15, which is a par 3, so he'll have that to save his par. Not that.
Seepages, corrosion, hit them all for a 6. In fact, 7. Concrete Super King. The answer to all your building problems.
What Sanith has produced, very reminiscent of what Yuvraj was doing last year, as you rightly mentioned.
Yes, a small update. That pentuplet has not turned into a quadruple group with Abhijit Singh Chadha unfortunately dropping a shot. And being displaced from tied second to tied sixth position.
That's a good attempt by Akshay from quite far out. He's left himself with a small cleanup putt for about 3 feet. This is a very tricky flag because the minute your ball is within touch and go distance of the flagstick, which is about a yard short of the hole, it just seems to pick up speed because of the severity of this downward, a wayward slope from which angle Akshay has just putted, from which angle Divyanshu is lining up his ball. This will take some serious feel factor along with execution from where Divyanshu is trying to attempt this putt. Seems to be traveling quite a bit.
It's a pretty nice putt by Divyanshu.
Yeah. It's very fortunate that that ball stopped where it did because it really travels very fast, as we saw from Saptak's ball. Divyanshu's hit a brilliant putt from there, making life a little more easier for himself for his cleanup par putt. What would be the thoughts going through Sunit's mind right now?
I think he's almost in autopilot mode, to be honest. I mean, it's quite perceptible that he's enjoying. The victory is a foregone conclusion. He's just enjoying his golf right now. When you're so far ahead, well, I've only experienced that once in my amateur career. When you're so far ahead and you have like a 7-8 shot, you're coasting to victory, you just start really enjoying the moment and want to make more birdies. So that's what he's thinking. He just wants to make this putt. He's actually enjoying his game at this point in time.
Absolutely. All that hard work, determination, and perseverance. This is the time where he can enjoy the fruit of his labor.
See that putt? And it wasn't easy. It just went in because he's now in a flow state. So he's just enjoying the game.
Yeah, Akshay also got a slight bit of read from Sunit's putt.
Divyanshu now for his par.
If you would have to guess who's going to break the tie, the log jam at 10 under par for tied second place, whom would you pick at this moment?
I would think that I'll have to see the number of holes left. Trishul can't quite do anything about that to reach 11. So I think he's...
Trishul has cemented himself at 10.
10. So I don't think 10 is going to be the number for second. It's going to be 11 at least from the looks of it. And my money would be on Jamal. Jamal is somebody who understands the importance of that order of merit, and he wants to play the bigger events. And so I think, it could be anyone, but if I was to just think of someone, it could be Jamal.
Yes, experience would bring out Jamal on top, but Divyanshu has a serious advantage with 2 par 5s coming up. He's got the length to make it down in 2, and if he does anything similar to the attempt, the drive which he had hit on the 10th, means that he's driving it quite well.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot by him. And wasn't Jamal also there? Yeah, so both of them seem to be on top of their long game. Now we have Amardeep Malik here at hole number 17. Hammer time.
Yes, giving it due diligence, as the 17th is quite a tricky putting surface. The ball is higher than where the hole is situated, so that means it's going to come out a little hot.
But seems like a makeable putt again. I don't know. There's something that lends itself to, to make the player feel that this is a makeable putt. Right towards the end, it'll break to the right.
We're going to issue some headphones to these players so that they absolutely certainly
Yeah.
listen to what you're saying. Make those putts.
Yeah, it's just he had a good putt, but maybe just a little under-read. There are certain parts, especially when they're just maybe a gradient, maybe 10 degrees downhill, that you don't need to think too much about the stroke and you just leave it on the line.
That is absolutely true. Some putts are easier than the others, even if they have distance.
Exactly. You can have a putt which is twice the distance, but still be easier to hole. I think case in point would be a turning left right on a downhill. You don't want that putt even if it's from 2.5 feet.
True. One of the more treacherous breaking putts which you just mentioned. Here's a look at Jairaj trying to wrap up his round. Nicely done.
Very nice. Calm and composed, right towards the center of the hole.
A par on the 17th hole is a big achievement. As we saw from yesterday, it was posing a lot of threats. But then again, these are the star players for the week, and they know a thing or two about this game and this hole. That's what they're showcasing.
Muku now. He really likes to crane over that, has a very different sort of putting stance. You see that he's bent over, hunched. And that's another school of thought. Like if you, the purists of the game would remember how Jack Nicklaus used to putt. He used to be really crunched over and slouched over that, and almost crouching himself into a ball. And the idea was that the closer your eyes are to the ground level, and the easier putting becomes. I mean, there might be some truth to it. Like if you try and stand straight and further up while you're putting, it becomes difficult. You somehow want your eyes to be closer to the ball. As we have the latest scores here, Sanit still enjoying that massive lead.
Absolutely. As we have only 3 holes to go about the completion of the India Cements Pro Championship 2023. We would like to take a minute and thank all the sponsors who have made this possible. India Cements being the chief sponsor, title sponsor for this week. Rolex, Tata Steel, Bisleri, Fruitnik Electro Plus, and Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, to being the partners who enable such tournaments to happen. Crucial 3 holes for the people who are tied at second, other than Trishul, as he has submitted his scorecard. Zamal, Divyanshu, Akshay would be looking to get out of that log jam at tied second. Saptak has also submitted his scorecard and has cemented tied 6th position for the moment for himself.
Good performance by Saptak. As we have
your namesake on screen, Shaurya, trying to wrap up his round.
The camera work is really good. If you look at the trees in the back, everything is very clear, and so is this putt for Shaurya. Brilliant camera work and brilliant work on the green by Shaurya.
Absolutely. I can hear Shaurya too many times. I'm sure you are going to tell him to play well and keep the name flying high.
Absolutely. He's doing a lot to keep his own name flying high and keeping that family tradition of pride going. Brilliant
Absolutely.
Performance.
Nothing like finishing the last hole with a birdie.
What I really like is Thanga Raja does not take more than 2 seconds for that putt.
if it was Thanga's choice, he would have struck it the minute Shara had made that fist pump and asked him to collect his ball out also from
Even
his.
Shivinder is, I think this group is really a quick group.
Absolutely. All three of them playing
Oh no, Shivinder, maybe you
fast
should have
enough.
taken a second on that one.
Yes, Shivendra won't be happy
But
with
as
that.
they say, hindsight is always 20/20 vision, but that's why those short putts deserve that respect. You know, they can catch you unawares. There's like those sleeping crocodiles in the corner that just jump at you.
Thankfully, on the ocean side, there are no sleeping crocodiles. So those of you enjoying the coast side in Chennai, be rest assured nothing's going to jump on you.
Unless you're playing in Florida, you'll be caught by quite a few crocodiles on the golf course.
Yes, unless that happens or you are in just for serious bad luck. You never know, as वो पुरानी कहावत कही जाती है, कहाँ बैठे हुए पे भी कुछ काट लेता है।
हाँ, कहावत तो मुझे याद नहीं आ रही, बट आप कहावत के किंग हैं।
ऊंट और शायद कुत्ते की बात हो रही थी उस बारे में।
हाँ, ऐसा ही कुछ कहावत
किस्मत
होगी।
खराब हो तो ऊंट पे बैठे हुए आदमी को भी कुत्ता काट लेता है।
आप दर्शकों देखिए, हमारे जो को कमेंटेटर है आदित्य राज चौहान, इतना भारी नाम और उतनी ही भारी बातें। लेकिन अभी देखा जाए तो खिलाड़ी तो एक ही हैं।
सुनित
सारी नजरें तो सुनील
बिश्नोई।
बिश्नोई पे टिकी हुई हैं। 19 अंडर पे हैं। ये स्कोर बहुत ही तगड़ा स्कोर है। और उनके पीछे हैं त्रिशूल चिनप्पा 10 अंडर पे अपना राउंड खत्म कर दिया है। जमाल हुसैन बांग्लादेश की शान 10 अंडर पे हैं। ये दिव्यांशु बजाज और अक्षय शर्मा वो भी 10 अंडर पे हैं। बाकी कई खिलाड़ी गोल्फ कोर्स पे हैं जिन्होंने जो अच्छा गेम दिखलाया है। एक है गौरव प्रताप सिंह, 2 बार जीते हुए हैं वो पीजीटीआई पे। बहुत अच्छा गोल्फ खेलते हैं और अभी 8 अंडर टोटल पे हैं। नोएडा गोल्फ कोर्स में खेलते हैं। आप और हमारे बड़े अच्छे दोस्त भी हैं और चुटकुले बड़े अच्छे मारते हैं वो खेलते हुए।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट।
4 अंडर टोटल पे हैं। तो कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू मुनियप्पा फॉर अ वेरी गुड राउंड। हर बार जीतना ही सब कुछ नहीं होता, एक अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस भी आखिरी दिन देना एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। अपने दर्शकों को ये भी बताना चाहते हैं कि जो गोल्फ टूर्नामेंट है उसमें आखिरी तक अगर प्लेयर आखिरी दिन भी अंडर खेलता है बहुत खुश होते हैं। अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस है वो फिर आगे के लिए मोमेंटम बनाती है। आगे के मैचों में उस प्लेयर को बहुत प्रोत्साहन मिलता है ऐसे परफॉर्मेंस से और अपना मनोबल बना रहता है। जैसे कि बादल हुसैन भी 2 अंडर खेले हैं, सार्थक छिब्बर भी 2 अंडर खेले हैं और आर्यन रूपा आनंद 4 अंडर। नौजवान बहुत यंग हैं, अभी ही प्रोफेशनल बने हैं लेकिन खेलते बहुत अच्छा हैं।
जी हाँ, and if you if you take a close look at this leaderboard, surprising partly and a little bit shocking that the most seasoned player amongst this group is Gaurav Pratap Singh. That talks volumes about age catching up with a lot of people.
Oh yeah, that's what I've seen. Although I thought that this week would be an exception to that rule, but I think that's not the case anymore. It has become a young man's game. You look at Sunit, Jamal, Trishul, Abhijit, Akshay, Divyanshu, Harinder. I think Harinder is the only one who might be maybe a year elder to Gaurav Pratap Singh. Gaurav Pratap Singh, I presume, is about 38, 39 years old. And Harinder might be there and thereabouts at most 40. So shows you that it's turned into a young man's game. Even if you go lower down the leaderboard, only Mukesh is there who's holding on and keeping that flag flying high for the senior players, so as to speak. think that's probably because of the equipment or the way it is, and the youngsters have gotten a lot fitter and stronger. You see somebody like Suneet, he's being able to hit the ball so far, so he's able to negate the advantage of experience that other players have. I thought that this would be a golf course that would favor the medium, even short hitters, but that hasn't quite been the case as we look at this Pro Tracer. It's probably the highest that I've seen Tangaraja hit it.
Absolutely. And that's probably the lowest I've seen Mukesh Kumar hit it. So different.
Amardeep Malik with a frozen rope there.
Not only a frozen rope, contrary to his popular choice of ball movement, that ball moved the other way. Being a fade player all his life, that ball was traveling a little to the left.
Maybe
So
that's
I
something
guess,
that he's working on.
yeah, no harm in moving the ball either which ways, whichever way you feels is working for you. You're getting live drone coverage, live tournament coverage of this beautiful India Women's Pro Championship by ABP Group. Big shout out to the media giant supporting professional golf in our nation.
Yeah, great partnership between ABP Network and Professional Golf Tour of India as we have a look at Abhijit Singh Chadha. Now, this is going to be a very difficult shot.
He's in Harshjit Sethi's territory, if you remember.
I think he won't mind a par, although he would not like to, have the same route. But let's see how he does from this chip shot. Very difficult. A decent shot. Coming up short, I think that just shows you the degree of difficulty in trying to execute that shot.
Yeah, it's a very demanding shot if you missed it on that side, as the rough this week is very dense and the rainfall has made sure that it's even thicker, heavier, and makes life a little more difficult. That's why you saw Abhijit take such massive swings to get some elevation on that golf ball. Seventeenth hole poses its own challenges as the landing surface for this green is very narrow. It's a top to bottom away sloping hole where the back half is seriously inclined in comparison towards the front half. So what that means is this putt which is coming up for Zamal is going to have some serious speed. That's why he's giving it all the respect and making sure nothing is left to chance. Round four, as we've mentioned before, gives you no opportunity to revive from making any kind of mistakes. You've got to be very careful what's happening, as this is the day where you submit your last scorecard for the championship. It'll be interesting to see Zamal trying to break out of that logjam. Would have looked so good from so far out. And as the new updates are coming up for the scores, Jamal has broken out of that log of players which were at tied second. He now stands alone, solo second at 11 under par. Avijit Chadha would be trying to read the green so that he can also save his par on the treacherous par 3 17th. Narrowly missing out on his par attempt, Abhijit. I guess the Aaron tee shot made it difficult for him to save par. Now, Harinder to close out on the 17th hole. For the people who are joining us, we are broadcasting live from the heart of Chennai. India Cements is the title sponsor for this tournament. It's called the India Cements Pro Championship 2023. As it draws towards an end, here are some of the star players finishing out their round. Harinder trying to save his par. He missing out. It could be his birdie putt also. Not really sure. Would soon come to know about the updates as they stride forward towards the last hole, par 5, 18. Is that beautiful 18th hole. Mandeep Malik, I think he's on the back edge of the green, trying to figure out. Is that look at that beautiful putt Zamal narrowly missed out on. But he wouldn't be that concerned with it because 17th is a hole which you're not looking to birdie, you're just looking to par and move away without dropping a shot, as Abhijit missed out on that, and so did Harinder.
A look at the leaderboard. So, Aditya, what have been your thoughts thus far this week? It's been pretty interesting. We've obviously seen the usual suspects. Jamal performing well, Abhijit Chadda, who are always very consistent, Akshay Sharma, Divyanshu Bajaj, Gaurav Pratap Singh, Om Prakash Chauhan, the regulars always finishing up. But, Suneet definitely is bringing a big surprise this week.
Yes, Suneet had a very good season last year as well, but to jump up to number one spot is just pure talent, sheer will, and hard work. He's put up a very good show throughout this week. The numbers are in front of you to see 19 under par with 3 holes still to go is a very big feat.
Yes, and I think we had a little wager right now, and Jamal Hussain seems to be coming true to that. He's at 11 under par and has been able to extricate himself from that quartet and be the lone wolf at 11 under par. And that second position is going to be worth a lot. I believe the runner-up prize is 5 lakh and then some. So financially also that is a really important birdie for him. Let's see if he can hang on till the last hole for that runner-up position. Yes, it's been an interesting week that we were saying that it's been a breakthrough victory for Sanit and good performance even for the likes of Adil Bedi at 6 under par, just finding his form. That's so important in golf. As I said, it's not just about the victory, it's about staying there and sort of getting your confidence back. Even player like Chinnaswamy Muniyappa, he's also at 4 under. So these kind of performances do a lot to sort of bolster your confidence and get you on the correct track once again. And for a lot of the others, just making cut as well, it's is good in itself.
Of course, making cut is stage one of any tournament. Not that the players who are in red figures are bothered about that, but that is the prime focus when you are teeing up at any tournament, that give yourself a realistic chance for the next 2 days also, which all these 54 players have done. very unfortunate and to know that Kapil Kumar had to withdraw from the tournament.
Yeah, that must have been owing to some sort of injury.
Yes, because his scores for 3 days are decent.
Now, that's some sort of conversation that Mukesh Kumar seems to be having with the rules official.
Absolutely. And on your screens is the famous US Mandi.
Yeah, Tum Singh Mandi, a decorated player in his own right, and then having turned to the administrative side of things, has been associated with the professional golf tour for quite a while now. As we have a look at Jairaj. Taking a lot of time on that putt.
I guess the line was too severe on that one.
Yeah,
I'm sure Jairaj is going to call me and threaten me for life and death for making fun of that putt, but it wasn't intended, Jairaj, so take it lightly, please.
Yes.
The white picket fences of the new clubhouse have been giving a little bit of spot of bother to Mukesh.
But that is, I don't think that would be a free relief if that's the OB line. That would be a penalty relief if that is indeed his ball is being impeded by that fence. Let's see if there's a free drop area over there somewhere. We'll soon find out. But that is, that's how the trials and tribulations of a golf tournament.
Unless the local rules has some amendments to it, an out of bounds fence does not give you any kind of relief. So it totally depends if there are some local rules which are providing you relief, which at times is available.
But the funny rule about golf is that even if your ball is inside, you can actually stand outside the golf course to hit it. So if there's an out of bound line and
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Aiding me from outside or inside, but yes, that might be for the more daring social golfers. I reckon that's an approach that you can employ.
Yes, those are just jokes, and we are not at all serious about what we are saying.
Yes, Aditya, I'm pretty certain that nobody's doing that in a professional tournament, and if they do, they're not going to hold you culpable. So there we are. That's the quandary that Mukesh is in right now. So that is the OB fence, and I think he's probably drawn an unplayable and taken a penalty drop, because unless that's a free drop area, I'm not certain at this point in time. Let's see. So always you do have a rules official who's at hand. So when in doubt, ask the rules official. Otherwise, for normal rules, they can ask their marker. There's a group. What do I mean by a marker? In golf, you normally have 3 players playing and they all fill each other's score. So whoever's filling your score, you can refer with him. And if he's fairly certain, and so is the other player, then you can go on and take that ruling. But more often than not, if it's a little convoluted, then you're best asking the referee. It's going to be a difficult shot as well. Seems to be in a thicket. And oh, what a fantastic shot by Mukesh.
That's a magical shot from where he was.
Really, that's the years of experience and championships under his belt that made it look so easy. Brilliant shot by Mukesh there. Amardeep Malik now. Amardeep Malik currently sitting in at 5 under par, playing the final hole, the par 5. Not quite sure if that's a birdie or a par putt. Currently sits at 18th position. If he were to make a birdie, he would move in for a tie at 15th. This looks fairly straightforward, Aditya. What maybe I can't see this breaking anyways.
Now the grain is sloping away, so that would make it move a little left to right.
Oh, straight in and well done by Amar.
Bread and butter shots for professional golfers from this length. Not taking away that it's not an easy putt, but one would expect caliber players like Amar to make this kind of a putt.
Mukudada dressed a lot more sober today. Is that a grey or my color palette is not that strong?
It
There
looks like
a lot of these colors in between.
shade blue kind of a thing. He's matching it with his arm sleeve, so you can't call him softly dressed up.
No. I mean, it's more subtle. That's otherwise you find him with those pronounced colors that he likes to sport. But today is a more somber look for our champion.
Of course, be interesting to see the kind of shades he has in his wardrobe.
Let's see Muku give the gallery something to cheer about. Let's see this escape from Alcatraz.
Yeah, it will be one for the gallery to relish and enjoy seeing such a star player. Narrowly missing out on his par attempt. Or could be birdie attempt.
Not quite sure. We'll soon be updated. But either way, it's a good showing by Mukesh. Rolling back the years and turning back the clock.
Man who's won quite a few times, not only all over our country, but has a few sizable tournament victories in Chennai itself.
Divyanshu here. You can see the change of elevation. This shot is really difficult, especially with the green perched up. Makes that shot really adds a degree of difficulty.
Yeah, most of those people we have seen, most of the players we have seen chip it from the front half of the green have definitely ended up 5 to 10 feet past the hole. That brings to show how severe the upslope is. Because if you look at that bag which is lying in the middle of the screen, it's half of that bag is not visible. That's the amount of elevation change there is.
Sandit is going to have a difficult shot from there. Seems to be coming out of the first cut. Will need to get under that ball and also ensure that he doesn't overrun it. I think anything within about 5 feet is a great effort, especially given where he's lying.
For this week, I don't think this boy has difficult measured in his
Look at that
scorecard.
When it's your day, it's your day. It's really well executed by Sanit. And to be honest, I think he looks a little disappointed. So
absolutely, looks like a walk of a leg. Could have done much better than that.
All right, so 8 shots to go with one hole. So not much in terms of mystery. We'll try and cook something up for you. Maybe the second place position is where it's at right now. And
yes, Zamal has a realistic chance to jump a little bit forward and push towards 12 under par and be clear of the guys at 10, which is Trishul can't do anything about, as he has submitted a beautiful scorecard of 7 under par on the final day.
I don't think he'd be fretting too much. He had a fantastic day. Well, we have a look at Akshay, who's at 9 under. And this just about miss it. I think might be a par for him.
Could have been because that slow walk towards the ball just says he wasn't impressed with the effort on that, or he didn't read the green that well.
Yeah, you can tell a lot about what happened by the body language. Because normally if you drop a shot, you kind of mired in the disappointment and the analysis takes a back seat. But when you miss a birdie putt, you can still be a little nonchalant and sort of look at everything around yourself. Divyanshu now.
Divyanshu looking to clean up after that.
What's your call? Which way is it going now?
Well, after seeing so many putts, this ball is definitely moving right to left in the end. Depends on how Divyanshu hits it.
Yeah, right in the hole. Fantastic putt by Divyanshu. So that should be a birdie for him.
A sign of relief, yes, that should be a birdie for him.
Yes, that was an acknowledgement to somebody in the crowd, and that normally means a birdie. So that would move him to 11 under par. Now Sunit for his par. And And for those of you who just joined us, it's never too late because the tournament still has about 10 minutes to go. You still have one final hole and you can acquaint yourself with the great game of golf. Here at Chennai, you're watching India Cements Pro Championship 2023 being played at the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course. And who you're seeing on your screens is a young man hailing from Gurugram. He's leading the tournament at 19 under par. Sanit Bishnoi.
Yes, what a remarkable, stellar performance by the young man. A breakthrough win for him by a landslide margin. Never easy to get your first win under your belt, and he's doing it in brilliant style. And on your screens is the man who is right now standing alone at second place. I guess
golf is peculiar in that fashion that, in other sports, you could have a crowd which is sort of cheering you on and adulation, clapping. But golf, the moment you're hitting the shot, you sort of need a silence. It's, watching golf is not so straightforward as watching some other sport. You also need to know a little bit about the etiquette of the game. You can't quite have your mobile phone on loud because the players tend to get disturbed with sudden noises.
That's true, but a few more years of live golf running through, that might change very soon.
Yeah, look at Jamal. He's very good with these shots.
Runs it just a hair by more than he would have liked it.
Yes. I think he might be 2 over the green. So most probably he might be putting for his birdie now. Well, we'll soon find out.
Yeah, we'll soon find out what he is putting for, because this could turn out to be a crucial putt either which ways. If it's a birdie putt, he is solidified his second position.
Yes.
If it's a par putt, then he needs to make it to stay at 10.
Also, would be interesting to see where he actually stands on the order of merit this year. Jamal currently sits in at 25th position at 16 lakh. So this paycheck would also go a long way in moving him up. As we have a look at Harinder.
Nestles it in from the right corner. Would have had his heart in his mouth for a second. But that relaxed approach didn't seem like that. Harinder not too very happy with his performance on round 4.
Yes, Harinder does
faltering away to a 2 over par.
Harinder does hold himself to a high standard.
Rightly so, with the amount of victories he has under his bag.
यहाँ आप देख रहे हैं होल नंबर 18 पे अभिजीत सिंह चढ़ा. ये पट 6 से 7 फुट का होगा और आप देखेंगे अंत में थोड़ा लेफ्ट की तरफ मुड़ेगा. तो गोल्फर को ये सारी चीज़ों का ध्यान रखना पड़ता है. ये नहीं कि अंधाधुन कहीं भी पट मार दिए. उनको लाइन, कैलकुलेशन, हर चीज़ का ध्यान रखना पड़ता है. अंत तक अगर बॉल होल में जाएगी तभी जाएगी अगर स्पीड और लाइन उसकी सही हो. देखते हैं अभिजीत ये कर पाए इस बार.
बिल्कुल, दोनों का तालमेल बहुत अच्छे से बनाया इन्होंने और बॉल को अपने घर बेच के अब खुद को भी वो स्कोर कार्ड सबमिट करके वो कर सकते हैं. घर भेजने की तैयारी.
आज का दिन उनके लिए ठीक रहा है. शुरुआत इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी, थोड़ा डगमगा गए थे शुरू में, डबल बोगी बनी थी, फिर उन्होंने फिर भी अपने आप का राउंड संभाला. 1 अंडर और आखिरी होल पे अगर बर्डी बनाई तो 2 अंडर हो गए. और ये देखिए जमाल, ये बड़ा ही महत्वपूर्ण पल है इस मैच का. बर्डी बनाना जरूरी है क्योंकि 11 अंडर पे एक और खिलाड़ी हैं जो इनके पीछे हैं और ये नहीं चाहते कि सेकंड पोजीशन पे इनको और कोई ज्वाइन करे, क्योंकि फिर क्या होगा, अगर पोजीशन ज्वाइन होगी तो वर्ल्ड रैंकिंग पॉइंट्स कम हो जाएंगे और जो प्राइस फंड है वो भी साथ में बांटना पड़ेगा. गोल्फ में क्या होता है, अगर टाई हो जाते हैं, जैसे कि अगर 2-3 लोग टाई हो गए सेकंड पोजीशन पे, 2-3-4 इसका आप मध्य निकाला जाता है और तीसरी पोजीशन का फिर प्राइस फंड मिलता है. तो जरूर चाहेंगे कि ये बॉल सीधा होल में जाए.
Yeah, Zamal is given the due diligence and the ball is not listening to him. I'm just presuming that this was his birdie putt.
चूक गए. अंत में थोड़ा सा प्रेशर आ गया होगा. आप देखिए कि उन्होंने पट मारते ही सीधा ऊपर सर उठा लिया. वो उनका तरीका भी है, इनका स्टाइल थोड़ा है. वैसे कहते हैं गोल्फ में कि आप पट मारें और सर नीचे रखिए. कहते हैं निश्चय करें, फल की चिंता ना करें. ये पटिंग में भी यही है, आप स्ट्रोक अच्छा मारें, अगर आपने सही मारा अपने आप होल में चली जाएगी. So there we have it. Now it sets the stage for the final group to waltz through with what appears to be a mere formality for Sunit.
Yeah, Sunit can absolutely relax, chill, let his hair loose, and enjoy this long par 5 solitary walk for himself, as he is just about to finish up his final round and bag his maiden title.
Yes, we'll soon have a confirmation whether that was a par or a drop shot for Jamal Hussain.
Yes, that part was quite crucial for Zamal.
Overall, this week has been a resounding success, given the fact that it has been a maiden tournament. Doesn't feel like that. Feels like this tournament has been an established tournament for a long time, and that's really saying a lot, given that this is the first time that we've played the India Cements Pro Championship, and long may this partnership flourish. It's been a great tournament. We've seen some low scores. We've seen a young man with a breakthrough victory. And we've seen Mukesh Kumar being resurgent this week. So a lot of things to take away from this week. And we've also seen a hole-in-one. So
Absolutely. We've seen some very, very high quality golf being played in some severe conditions, not only heat, but the severe winds, which you can still see in the background. There's Akshay trying to swing his weight on the second shot on the par 5 18th.
Akshay currently at 9 under par. He would really want to hit a nice shot here. I predict he might be about 230 odd yards out.
Yes, at 9 under par, if Zamal has faltered over there, then all he needs to do is make a birdie over here and he's back into tied 10th. By tied second.
Let's see where that ends. I think from his
seems to be
from his actions, seems like oh no, he dropped the club, so I don't know.
That was something else. Maybe the club getting stuck in the grass. Let's just hope that that's what the case was.
He was looking on pensively. Maybe at the last moment, the ball turned somewhere that he didn't
but
quite
you can see the difference between from where Akshay has hit a shot and where Sunit is standing. If that is where his drive is, I remember the balls do finish up over here.
But is it certain? Is it certain that all of them would have gone with the driver?
Well, with the amount of lead which Sunit has, he really doesn't have to bother about which club comes out of his bag. He could have actually teed it up with his putter and still be all right.
Yes, but does the OB come in? Oh, what brilliant camera work. And this time from the drone, we saw that ball.
Yeah, whistling past it.
It's really nifty work by the drone operator.
Yeah, you can see his caddy's put his back down, so that means that he is there.
That's a big drive. That's really well over 300 yards. He's at that marker.
175 plus something, so that's a mammoth drive. You can see 175 plus, maybe plus 4.
So this hole placed about 481, and so he's 175 to the front, and that's a dog leg. So this drive is well over 300 yards.
Yes, he's taken that severe downslope in the middle of the fairway out. So I won't be surprised if he's going up with maybe a 6-iron into this.
Yeah, at most.
The flag is in the back edge, so give it another 20 odd yards.
Yes, so at most a 6-iron for him, and he should be able to make a birdie here. That's a big sizable divot and shows you that it's a strong hit on the ball.
Asking the ball to move a little towards the right, comes a fraction bit short of the green.
That's
all right. In all, a very good place to be. Yeah, so that was Zamal making a soft par on that 18th hole, which means he is locked in a scorecard of 11 under par, 2 under for today, and 11 under par for the tournament. standing alone at second right now, unless Devyanshu has something to say about that. Here's another look at the pro tracer. What a magnificent strike by Jairaj, followed up by Abhijit and Devyanshu, keeping the ball nice and low and in the middle of the fairway. Better way to go about it, especially in a tricky condition where there is serious tree line and severe winds affecting the ball flight.
It's been a long 4 days for these players, especially with the rain delays yesterday. It's gotten a little longer, and that's where fitness has also become a factor. There is Divyanshu surveying that lie.
It seems to be a little concerned, not too happy with that bunker. Well, the ball has finished in which kind of a lie? We'll have a close look at it.
Divyanshu is at 10 under par. And one of the rules of golf is that you can't improve your lie or rake the bunker while you're in it. So once your shot is done, etiquette demands that you flatten the surface from which you played, because the idea is that each player should get a flat lie in the bunker. So
yeah, you have rakes over there to make sure that you have provided the group behind you, a decent surface to play out from. And because bunkers as it is not an easy surface to come out of, stand by, and if it's not raked, it makes life even more difficult.
let's see what Sanit can do from here. The ball should break a little bit to his left. And it's been a really nice final round by him. So it's going to break a little bit to the left. Looks like it has a chance, and that's
Wonderfully done.
nestled in comfortably for a birdie. So he would end the week at 20 under par.
Very big margin between first and second, just showcasing how well he has played throughout the week.
Yes, saving the best for last. As we have a look at Divyanshu. He was in the bunker, now seems to be standing outside of it. Maybe he's on that upslope.
I think he is outside, but the ball is still in the bunker.
Will be an interesting shot to view. Yes, your call was indeed right.
One of the most difficult shots when you have the ball so underneath your feet and in the sand, and you have to actually step out, adds to the difficulty of the shot.
Akshay Sharma being rather deliberate with this one. He's currently sitting in at 9 under par. That was a pretty good approach shot by him. Would have looked really good in the air. That's why you saw him gesticulating when he dropped that club. So it would have crossed the flag, maybe pitched somewhere towards the center of the green. So a fantastic shot by him.
Yeah, but a difficult lie to chip out from now, as the grain is following.
Yeah, this is one that that the grain is growing against him. Maybe keep it on the back foot and lean the shaft a little ahead, and make sure that you don't decelerate. It's important to just go through this shot. That's really well done.
That's a very good attempt.
It's a difficult shot. I mean, it's pretty difficult to stop it before the hole.
Rightly said, it's a very difficult shot, and nobody wants to get too cute with it because the results can be very, very tragic if you do that.
Yes. Uh, we would be drawing to a close, but we would request our viewers to stay with us for the prize ceremony, which would follow the end of play. There you have all the dignitaries, the sponsors, the players, and the victor also giving his victory speech. So it should be an enjoyable one for the viewers to watch. Now,
Absolutely. As we draw to the end of the tournament, the winner is Sanit Bishnoi for sure, but the prize presentation will go on for a while, and you would definitely get to see who's picked up what kind of a check, and the victory speech followed by acknowledgement of gratitude for the week.
Yes, just about skimming the edge. Unfortunate for him that didn't fall, so he would remain at 10 under if he were to hold that putt, and that would be good enough for a tie of third. And we'll soon know if Akshay will join him there as well. So seems to be that Jamal would indeed end up in solo runner-up position, and Akshay here with this chip. Should be a straightforward putt. I feel straight firm should do it.
I think this ball's going to move a little bit
Maybe
towards the closer part of the hole.
Yeah, but a firm putt should do it. That was a little soft and unfortunate not to make that, and you can see that he's not too happy about that.
Yeah, there you have Divyanshu.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed by the speed of play. Really, not taking any time. I mean,
yeah, Divyanshu is trying to clean out the last hole so that he can leave the green clear for the tournament winner, which is Sanit. He's picking up his maiden title. Nice gesture by Divyanshu to just clear out and let the winner absorb it all in.
Yes, and the stage is set for our numero uno, Sanat Bishnoi. Take a bow, young man. You've done exceedingly well.
Yeah, this would be a day to remember for him.
So there you have it. Our champion golfer of the week, Sanat Bishnoi, at 20 under par, being doused in water. So you see that we celebrate even our friends' victories. That's what great golf is all about.
Yes. The much awaited elusive first title has found itself in his hands. And there you have Akshay also congratulating him. Good camaraderie going on. Shivendra coming back up to congratulate him. A lot of people acknowledging the effort, the hard work gone into it.
Especially when you have a young player winning, everybody's happy that youth is coming to the fore. And then you also have Sukra from Nepal congratulating him. Fantastic week of golf, being capped by a birdie on the last hole for Sanit to end at 20 under par, and a massive 9-shot victory. So never really looked in doubt, and showcasing some of the best golf this week here at Chennai. Courtesy India Cements Pro Championship 2023. And from myself and my co-commentator Aditya Raj Chauhan, we'll be signing off right now, but we request you to please stay tuned for the prize ceremony. And it was a real joy being here this week, and we look forward to seeing you the next week for the upcoming tournament.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of the day, and we will beg your leave. And I would like to thank my fellow commentator Shaurya Singh for being a good support, and enjoying what we tried to pull off wasn't easy, mixing languages while commentating. Take a bow, Sanit, enjoy the evening, and best of luck for the coming week to all the players participating.
So we're just having a look at the highlights as well from this week. So we ask you to stay a little longer, look at the scores and the highlight reel as well.
Yeah, that will be a fun highlight reel because beautiful golf has been played in the heart of the city. The winner, Sanit, will be basking under the sun, enjoying the efforts, the hard work, bearing fruit to his hard work. Zamal would be happy with the finish which he's had, not so happy where he finished up, but finishing a lone second is a big number. And Trishul, after shooting such a beautiful round of 7 under par, has found his way to being tied third. I hope you guys had a good time enjoying watching what was being telecasted courtesy ABP on your television screens. Very extensively covered tournament from various angles, also including the drone shots, the picturesque drone shots provided by the ABP media giant.
Yeah, I think the presentation of live golf this week, and it was a lot of fun for me to watch. And even undertaking our efforts to commentate in two languages, मुझे तो सच में बहुत मजा आया. आई थिंक हमें चांस कम मिलती है कि हम मातृभाषा में भी कमेंट्री करें और अंग्रेजी में भी, क्योंकि ये हमारा जो गेम है ये अब मासेस को पहुंच रहा है.
जी हाँ, एंड इतना बड़ा मीडिया हब एवीपी ऑन बोर्ड आके आप सबके लिए, सारे श्रोताओं के लिए मेक इसको अवेलेबल कर रहा है ताकि आप हर अलग अलग शहर में अपने घर पे बैठ के लाइव फीड के द्वारा देख सकें, सीख सकें, मजे ले सकें इस बेहतरीन स्पोर्ट का.
Yes, absolutely. It was a week to remember, and you always like to see these kind of performances, the kind that was put forward by Sanit. Really impressive golf all around, 20 under par. I mean, if I look at the highlights of the week, yesterday's round by Divyanshu and today's performance by both Trishul and Sanit was noteworthy. And the golf course also sprung in a little bit of a surprise with the rain yesterday, made it a little difficult for the players to contend with the conditions. And you saw today that scoring wasn't that easy. Apart from Sanit, you seeing the rest of the field is pretty much you could only reach 11 under par.
Of course, other than a few notable on in one hand, be it Sanit, who outshined everybody by an 8 under, or Trishul, who fired up a beautiful 7 under par to get him to tied third. It was majorly Gaurav Pratap and one or two more notables who shot up red numbers, because the leaders were at 12 under par yesterday and the guy who finished second is at 11. So that means the scoring conditions were very, very difficult.
Yeah, it just shows you as we recap the week that scoring was not easy. And but I think as far as an experience is concerned, when we are playing in Chennai, most of the time we're thinking that the weather is going to be oppressive, and I think that rain actually helped the condition a little more. It got nice and easy, comfortable for the players, and that comfort actually aided them in performing so well this week.
Yes, absolutely.
We also should ask you if anybody has any questions or doubts about the game of golf. Please do reach out on the live survey. We do try and respond to each question about the game of golf, and let us know what more would you like to see. And We have seen a few comments where you've asked the information if you could introduce us to the game of golf and tell the viewers a little bit more about how scoring is done and things like that. Maybe Aditya, you can talk about that.
Of course, the game of golf comes with its own complexities. Not very easy to just not only play it, but to understand it. So many rules. If you look at the handbook, professional handbook of rules, it's more difficult to understand than passing out one of the most difficult exams available. I mean, there's a handbook at the size of, I guess, 400 odd pages, which have sub details into them, subtexts into them. So you have to be very clear about all the rules while you're playing. Of course, you have helps of tournament directors, referees who aid you with it, but the basics are still something which you need to understand, because if you falter in them, you can not only lose a shot, but can make life more difficult for yourself.
Yes, the rules of golf are rather expansive and convoluted also at the same time, and there's so many new ones that keep coming up. As for an example, now we had to take a drop from knee height as opposed to shoulder height, so things do keep changing. It's pretty dynamic, and our golfers are always aware of what the changes that are happening.
That rule actually is more of a better welcome rule, as it gives you a better opportunity to make your life a little more simpler. Ball drop from knee height versus a ball drop from shoulder height have different implications.
Yes, you're right. But what I don't like is that if you end up by mistake erroneously dropping it from the shoulder height, you actually incur a penalty. That's what it is. You need to keep your senses about yourself.
Absolutely.
As you have a look at
The tournament coming to a close, the prize presentation, you will get to see some notable big names coming your way to who have provided this beautiful stage for the players and the spectators to come enjoy in Chennai. India Cements being the title sponsor for this week. They have put in a lot of work, and a big shout out to TNGF for making sure that the golf course is in immaculate shape, even after so much rain, so much heavy rain which they experienced throughout the week. Not an easy job.
Yes, the prize ceremony is really a capping off of this wonderful week thus far.
And soon you'll have our media head, Nikhil Kalan, coming up on screens and giving away what will be the prize purse to the guys who have finished second and first.
There you can see on our screens Mr. Prabhash talking to Mr. U.S. Mundi. Prabhash also a very integral cog in the wheel of the PGTI.
Yes, absolutely. Notable dignitaries along with players in the background have assembled to attend the prize presentation, which is basically acknowledging the effort of not only the sponsors, but the support staff of the golf club and administrative staff of Professional Golf Tour of India, who have gone at great lengths to provide you such beautiful views, such beautiful coverage.
Yes, they're all waiting with bated breath. And so are we at this point in time. You can see that Mr. Mundi and the other dignitaries exchanging pleasantries about the week that was.
Of course, these are the big guns. And on your screens is Nikhil Kalan eagerly awaiting to start off the prize presentation. Over to you, Nikhil. Enjoy and have a great time to all the viewers.
A very good afternoon to everyone. We welcome you to the prize presentation ceremony of the inaugural India Cements Pro Championship. The tournament teed off the second half of the 2023 Tata Steel PGTI season. The event has also been special as our title sponsor, India Cements, completed 75 years this year. And our host venue, the Tamil Nadu Golf Federation, inaugurated its new clubhouse earlier this year. We had some great performances this week from the likes of Sanit Bishnoi, Gaurav Pratap Singh, Akshay Sharma, Divyanshu Bajaj, and Trishul Chinappa today, as well as Harendra Gupta. At the end, we had the most deserving winner. And 9 winners in 9 events for the PGTI this year reflects the highly competitive nature of the tour. Now to begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO, PGTI, Mr. Srinivasan HR, President, PGTI, Mr. Parthasarthi Ramanujam, Chief Marketing Officer, India Cements, Mr. R.K. Jhawar, Honorary Secretary, TNGF, Mr. K.C. Raghunathan, Honorary Associate Secretary, TNGF, and Mr. Prajwal Ghosh, Director, Sales and Marketing, Crown Plaza, Chennai. To start off, I'd like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to make the opening address.
Gentlemen on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It's actually been a fantastic week. To start with, I think, weather gods were not that kind, but I think they finally decided to bear with us and have this event without a flaw the last few days. So I'm thankful to that. Some great performances this week by all the top players, 8 unders, 7 unders. I think that's fantastic. That goes to show the kind of skill set they have and the kind of professionals that we have in the making. Congratulations to Sanil, some really awesome playing. I mean, to shoot that kind of score and to have a margin of that, I think hats off to him. Congratulations. Like I always say, there's always the next week for all the others. Wish them all the very best. It's just the start. This is the first tournament in the second half of the season. We've got 14 events this second half, finishing till 24th of December. So I'm sure, like he rightly said, that 9 winners over these last 9 weeks. I think the next 13, let's hope that there are some more fresh winners. Well, wish them the very best. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank India Cements for their partnership with the PGTI. This is the first time that they come in as a partner of PGTI. A special thank you to Mr. N. Srinivasan. Unfortunately, he's not here with us today. He's been very, very supportive. Of course, support sports in a large way, but an avid golfer and a great supporter for professional golf as well. So I'd like to thank him from the bottom of my heart. He's actually made it possible for us to be here and for us to conduct this event under his sponsorship. Mr. Parthasarthi, thank you very much, sir, for your support. The golf club, without the golf club, of course, even though we have a sponsor, we won't be able to conduct the tournament. So big thank you to TNGF, Mr. Jawar, the entire committee for allowing us to have this event this particular week. Goes a long way. I know it's very, very difficult for the members to be kept away for the entire week, but thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the entire membership for their support and for their understanding in staying off the golf course. I know being a member and being a player myself is very difficult to stay off for a week, but thank you very, very much to everyone concerned. I'd like to thank some of the individuals who actually work behind the scenes in making this event a success. Of course, thank you very much. It's been fantastic. Everyone has complimented on the golf course. So I'd like to thank your entire team, the greenskeeping team, for having worked so hard in spite of the rains to make it playable for the pros. And for the golf course, the condition of the golf course always speaks by the scores that are produced. So 20 under par, and likewise, obviously the golf course must be in awesome condition for them to shoot those scores. So hats off to you and your entire team for giving us these conditions. Mr. Ravi Lakshman, wherever you are, you've been a great support and great help in putting everything together. I know we've always been bothering you for the smallest of things, but thank you very much for your support. And I guess there's a back-end team of his who's helped us in staging this event and giving us this clubhouse. I'd like to thank the F&B people. There are a host of many others who I'm sure I'm missing out on, but please bear with me. I'd like to thank each and every person responsible in making this event. Saravanan, thank you very much. You've been very, very kind. And I guess I'm carrying on. The sun is, but thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you all again the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Parthasarathy Ramanujam, Chief Marketing Officer, India Cements, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's our privilege and honor to anchor this India Cements Pro Championship for the first time. I think this is the second time happening in this course, and we are collaborating for the first time. I will assure you that in the kind of crowd, the quality of game that has come out, okay, definitely our support will continue in the coming days. And I thank all the members, as Uttam said, especially to my team, Sashank, Varun, who have been meticulously planning and working with Ravi on day-to-day. As you know, any tournament, there are a lot of changes happens, on an hourly basis, not on a daily basis. Keeping up with the pace, updating, and ensuring that everything is in place when people come, it happens so smooth. It's easy to see, and we may say how it happens, but there are a lot of hard work that goes behind. And thanks to all you guys and all the members of TNGF for giving us a chance. Fabulous course. Uttam was saying that 9 tournaments, 9 different winners. Okay, that shows how competitive the game is. It is not that you have repetitive, like you can predict saying that these 2 guys will always come in the top. So days are going to be very challenging. The way we guys are playing, sooner or later we will be in the international arena giving a real tough to the international market and players. Thank you very much to all of you for coming over here and making it a great event.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. R.K. Jhawar, Honorary Secretary, TNGF, to kindly address the gathering.
On behalf of President Mr. N. Srinivasan and the Executive Committee of TNGF, I congratulate Mr. Bishnoi for exemplary display of skill and perseverance. Probably his score of 20 under is a course record. The course conditions were tough and weather gods were playing hide and seek. In spite of all the constraints, we have had over 10 pros playing under 15, which is just superb. We thank the PGTI for giving us this opportunity to host the first professional golf event for this season. My best wishes to all the golfers for many more rounds of competitive golfing ahead. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm just taking this back. There's one gentleman I've forgotten my thing. जैसे वो कहते हैं हिंदी में घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर. Pajwal, thank you very much for having Crown Plaza as a partner where we've stayed. They've been very, very supportive each and every year. But thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To begin with, there's a special announcement on the hole-in-one this week by Arjun Sharma on the 15th hole. Today in round 4, can we have you here for a handshake? Arjun, you'll soon receive your check worth rupees 20,000. Moving on, we're announcing the runner-up, and I'd request Mr. R.K. Jhawar to kindly do the honors by presenting the check. In fact, we've just been informed that the runner-up, Jamal Hussain, has had to leave due to a personal emergency. So I'd request Mr. Abhinav Lohan to kindly pick up the check on his behalf. Jamal won prize money worth rupees 5 lakh with scores of 67, 69, 71 and 70 and a total of 11 under 277. It's time to announce the winning professional, and I'd request Mr. Parthasarathy Ramanujam to kindly do the honors by presenting the check to our champion this week with scores of 66, 68, 70 and 64 and a total of 20 under 268. Sanit Bishnoi, yes. Maiden title for him. He wins by an impressive 9-stroke margin. He equaled the tournament best 64 today. The winner to receive the trophy and the giant check worth rupees 7,50,000. It's now time for the customary winner's speech.
This one really feels special to me. It's my 25th match as a professional, and to win my first professional match in Chennai definitely feels great. Thanks to all the sponsors for making the tournament possible. Indian Cements for making this tournament possible again. Without them, we would not be having such a great match. Thanks to all the officials. Thanks to the greenkeepers. The course was playing in great condition. The fairways were amazing. The greens were rolling well. Thanks to all the PGTI officials, PGTI staff for making the tournament possible. Thanks to Prawn Plaza. That's where I stay every time I come here. Thanks to Rolex, Tata Steel, Electro, plus Vedika, Athletic Drive, Indian Cements, and all the sponsors for making this tournament possible. This win I would like to dedicate to my parents, my sister. They are like pillar to my strength and everything. And special thanks to DLF Foundation and DLF for supporting me for last 4-5 years. Thanks to Karan Bindra for always being there for me whenever I need him with the help of golf. And thanks to my club fitters, CNX, for always supporting me and making my game just perfect. Thank you.
Congratulations to the champion. He's only playing his second season as a professional and just 22 years old. There are a couple of plaques to be presented now by Mr. Srinivasan HR, President PGTI. Sir, I'd request you to present a plaque to Mr. Parthasarthi Ramanujam, who will be collecting it on behalf of Mr. N. Srinivasan, who unfortunately couldn't make it here today. I'd also request Mr. Srinivasan to kindly present a plaque to Mr. R.K. Jhawar, who will be collecting it on behalf of TNGF, our outstanding venue this week. Finally, it's time to wrap up this prize presentation ceremony, but before we conclude, we would like to thank our title sponsor, India Cements, TNGF Cosmo Golf Course, members of the club, members of the committee, Mr. Ravi Lakshman, GM TNGF and his staff, Mr. Venkatesh, course manager and his team, Mr. Paul and Mr. Srinivas, who's looking after F&B, and of course all players, referees and officials. And finally, a big thank you to our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Bisleri, Vedika, Himalayan Spring Water. They joined us on board this week. Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly and Athletic Drive. Thank you and look forward to seeing you all at the next event. A big thank you to Mr. K.C. Raghunathan, the course in charge. Thank you, sir. TNGF has been a great venue for us.